Hal stood firm, his stance grounded, the soft glow of his lantern ring casting eerie green light across the cavern floor. Though he had clearly gained the upper hand, his expression remained cautious. His opponent, the green-robed man, had proven incredibly resilient, surviving a punishing assault that would have left most beings unconscious. Slammed into a glowing wall of energy, struck from above, and tossed like a rag doll, yet the man still rose, defiant. Nearby, the boy watched with wide, stunned eyes. This was the first time he had truly seen Hal fight. On their journey, the ring had mostly been used for harmless tricks, constructing floating toys, summoning light bridges, or forming shields for protection. But this was war. It was power in raw, unrelenting form, and it terrified and fascinated him all at once. The green-robed man hovered shakily above the ground, energy crackling over his skin like living lightning. He gritted his teeth, steadying himself, even as pain racked his body. His glowing eyes blazed anew. Hal didn't wait. With a sharp flick of his wrist, emerald energy surged from his ring, forming a colossal green hand that shot across the air. It grabbed the man mid-hover, snapping him toward Hal like a boulder hurled by a god. The man tensed, twisting mid-air, preparing to strike the moment he got close. Too slow. Hal's fist swung, an empty gesture to the untrained eye, but the ring responded instantly. A gargantuan energy construct mimicked the motion, delivering a brutal uppercut. The glowing fist smashed into the man's chest with explosive force, launching him backward like a missile. He hit the ground hard, skidding across stone and dust before slamming into the far wall with a deafening crack. But Hal wasn't done. A pull of his hand, and the green-robed man was yanked back across the cave like a tethered puppet. This time, Hal met him with a kick, augmented by the lantern ring's power. A towering emerald boot slammed into the man's side, flinging him again. Before he could hit the ground, Hal summoned a green energy wall directly in his path. Boom! The man smashed into it, shattering the construct into glowing shards before crumpling to the floor, groaning. His body trembled. Still, he tried to rise. The boy was silent, frozen in disbelief. His idea of Hal as a gentle protector was being dismantled before his eyes. The lantern ring wasn't just a tool for shielding and light. It was a weapon of terrifying power, and Hal knew it. Raising his hand, Hal formed a new construct, this time a massive cannon enveloping his entire arm. The hum of energy filled the cave as the weapon powered up, glowing brighter with every second. "Let's end this," Hal muttered. He didn't want to kill the man, but if he kept fighting, Hal couldn't afford to hold back. Just as the cannon reached full charge, "Grandpa!" The boy's voice rang out, sharp and desperate. Hal's heart stopped. His aim wavered. Wait, what? The boy was running, straight toward the fallen green-robed man. "Grandpa, where have you been? I waited for you. Why didn't you come back for me?" the boy cried, tears streaming down his face as he wrapped his arms around the battered figure. Hal's cannon dissolved into mist as confusion washed over him. "Grandpa," he repeated. The green-robed man stared at the boy, stunned. "You stupid boy," he rasped. "It's me. It's really me, Grandpa," the boy sobbed. "Why didn't you come for me?" Hal stared at them, his mind reeling. The green-robed man didn't look like the boy at all. His skin was a dark, stony blue. His face was hardened by battle, marked by age and scars. The boy looked ethereal, pale, almost luminous. "Okay," Hal muttered. "That doesn't make sense. Is he adopted? Or is this some weird alien biology thing?" But the boy didn't care. He clung to his so-called grandfather, heart wide open. And for a moment, it almost looked like a reunion, until it wasn't. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed. The softness vanished, replaced by something cold, something cruel. Without a word, his hand surged with energy, shaping it into a blade, and slashed downward toward the boy's head. "No!" Hal shouted, his lantern ring erupting in light. A split-second response. A construct shot out, grabbed the boy, and yanked him into the air. The blade cut through empty air, slicing deep into the stone floor. The boy screamed as he was pulled through the air, landing safely in Hal's arms. He trembled, pale as chalk. Grandpa, why? Hal's expression hardened. He set the boy down gently, meeting his eyes. Kid, he said softly but firmly, I don't think that man's your grandpa anymore. The green-robed man rose slowly, no longer even pretending to care. His glowing eyes burned with cold hatred. Hal stepped forward, his ring humming with energy. The cave lit with a brilliant green light. All right, old man, Hal said, voice steely. Round 2 starts now. The young man sat numbly on the jagged stone floor of the cave, his body still, his expression hollow. Confusion clouded his wide eyes as he stared at the green-robed figure before him. A stranger, yet somehow achingly familiar. Beneath the layers of scars and savage intensity, there was a flicker of something he recognized. Something that tugged at old, warm memories now unraveling before his eyes. His heart pounded in his chest, but his mind struggled to make sense of it all. This man, this thing had once been his grandfather? It couldn't be. And yet, the truth had struck him with brutal clarity the moment that familiar blade, his grandfather's knife, was shattered into nothing by the man's own hand. That knife had been more than a weapon. It was a symbol of safety, of shared stories and quiet nights. Its destruction was more than violence. It was a rejection of everything they had once been. The boy's breath hitched. Grandpa tried to kill me. The thought was a cold, merciless dagger. Not a warning. Not a scare. A lethal, calculated strike. But why? Before he could begin to unravel the tangled mess of grief, betrayal, and disbelief inside him, the green-robed stranger let out a guttural roar, a raw, beast-like cry that shook the cave's walls. Then he moved. He was a blur of motion, his speed inhuman. Wounds covered his broken body, and yet he surged forward like a force of nature, all his fury fixed on a single point. The boy. Green Lantern intercepted instantly. A flash of emerald light flared from his ring, and a translucent green shield enveloped the young man. The barrier hummed like tempered glass, immovable and bright. The stranger struck it like a meteor, his fist crashing into the construct with bone-rattling force. The impact echoed through the cave, dislodging debris from the ceiling and cracking the stone floor beneath. The shield held, but it skidded backward, dragging a deep groove through the rock. Inside, the boy was tossed helplessly like a leaf in a storm. Again, the stranger reared back to strike, but this time, Lantern was already in motion. With a pulse from his ring, Hal summoned a titanic construct, a roaring emerald locomotive, steam whistling from its ghostly engine. It howled forward and slammed into the green-robed attacker like thunder on rails, launching him across the cave and into solid rock. The impact thundered through the mountain. The train shattered into particles midair, which immediately reformed into glowing chains. They snaked around the stunned man, slamming him into the wall, wrapping tighter with every second. Still he fought. His body radiated unnatural energy, and twice he nearly broke free. But Hal reinforced the bindings, conjuring heavier chains and layered shields. The cave flashed green with every effort to contain him. Finally, the stranger stilled. His breathing slowed. His body sagged. Yet his eyes, cold, bright, filled with hate, remained locked on Hal. When he spoke, his voice was gravel, jagged and slow. To fall into the hands of someone like you, he spat the words. It was a mistake from start. Then his gaze shifted back to the boy. I should have killed you back then. The words struck like a hammer. The boy's breath caught, the ache in his chest unbearable. He could still hear his grandfather's old laughter, see his smile, feel the warmth of a hand guiding him through darkness. What had changed? What had he done to deserve this? Tears welled in his eyes, rolling silently down his cheeks. His voice, small and cracking, broke through the silence. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I don't know what I did, but I'll change. I'll be better. Just please don't hate me anymore. But the silence that followed was absolute. The man's face had gone slack. His glowing eyes dimmed. His mouth hung open in stillness. A soft voice rang out, emotionless and flat. The target is dead, the lantern ring announced. Hal's brow furrowed. Dead? He hadn't delivered a killing blow. And with the ring's constraints in place, Suicide should have been impossible. He scanned the body. The truth was stranger than death. The man's body had been dead for some time, sustained not by biology, but by sheer will, animated through a corrupted energy Hal had never seen before. Whether the effort of battle had drained it or he had chosen to let go, the result was the same. The life force had vanished, and with it, the shell collapsed. Hal slowly lowered the body to the floor, the glowing chains dissolving around it. He released the boy's shield, though a faint aura lingered, protective. The young man stumbled forward, falling to his knees beside the corpse. He reached out a trembling hand, resting it gently on the green robe. "Grandpa," he whispered, voice cracking into silence. Hal watched for a moment, the grief in the boy's posture almost too heavy to bear. Then he turned, walking deeper into the cave. The green glow from his ring lit the narrow corridor ahead, revealing a primitive chamber beyond. Crude benches, stone slabs, a crude sleeping niche carved into the rock, and the remains of various alien creatures, bones, organs, and fur strewn across rough tables. Some dissected, others preserved. The air reeked of solitude and secrets. This had been a hideout, a prison, a tomb. In the far corner, Hal discovered a recessed cabinet carved into the wall. Inside, carefully stored, was a set of armor, clean, deliberate, and out of place in this savage place. Piece by piece, Hal laid it out on the floor. And then he saw the symbol, etched into the chest plate, an emblem he recognized. This wasn't just some warrior. This was a divine envoy. Hal stared, heart sinking. The green-robed stranger hadn't just been a rogue or a madman. He had been an angel. And whatever had broken him, whatever had turned a celestial being into a monster willing to strike down his own grandson, it wasn't over. Not yet.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After confirming that nothing else of importance was left in the cave, Green Lantern floated outside. He paused for a moment, glancing back at the darkened entrance before conjuring a glowing green shovel with a flick of his hand. Without hesitation, he began digging into the rocky ground. The shovel cut cleanly, moving the dirt aside with practiced efficiency. Once the hole was deep enough, he carefully placed the lifeless body of the green-robed man inside. A few more shovelfuls of dirt covered the grave neatly. The work was quick and simple, yet Green Lantern didn't rush it. He knew this man had been an enemy, but the struggle that led to his death still weighed on him. Once the burial was finished, he stood in silence for a moment, letting the glow from his ring dim slightly. It wasn't much of a farewell, but it was better than leaving the body in the cave to rot. Satisfied with his work, Hal glanced around and realized the boy wasn't in the cave anymore. He looked up, scanning the area, and quickly spotted him sitting on a large rock a short distance away. The boy's small figure was hunched, his head tilted slightly as he stared out at the dense forest beyond. Hal landed softly beside him, the green glow of his ring casting faint light across the boy's face. But the boy didn't react. He stayed silent, lost in thought. His eyes were distant, fixed on the trees as though searching for answers they couldn't provide. It was strange to see him this quiet. The boy had been full of questions and chatter during their journey, filling the silence with his endless curiosity. Now, that liveliness was gone, replaced by a heavy stillness. Hal leaned against the rock, waiting for the boy to speak first. It didn't take long. "Why did Grandpa?" The boy's voice trembled, breaking the silence. "Why did he want to kill me all of a sudden?" Hal's gaze softened. The question wasn't unexpected, but that didn't make it any easier to answer. "I don't know," he said honestly. "Do you think it has something to do with the temple?" the boy pressed. "I can't say for sure." In truth, Hal had a strong suspicion that the temple was connected to everything: the green-robed man's strange behavior, the boy's vague instincts, even the bizarre energy the man had been channeling. But without concrete evidence, he couldn't say for certain. The boy sighed, his shoulders slumping. "But Grandpa was a good person," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He took care of me my whole life. I'm not a bad person either, so why would he want to hurt me?" He fell silent for a moment before continuing, his tone growing more uncertain. Do you think it's because I didn't listen to him? He told me not to leave home, but I followed the leader anyway. Maybe I made him mad by being disobedient." Hal frowned slightly but stayed quiet, letting the boy process his thoughts. "But then, the leader said Grandpa told him to come get me," the boy went on, his voice picking up slightly. "And the leader's a good person too. He wouldn't lie to me. So why?" He trailed off, his confusion palpable. His reasoning, though simple, wasn't entirely flawed. Hal found himself half smiling at the boy's attempt to make sense of everything, even in the face of betrayal. "I don't get it," the boy muttered, shaking his head. "But I keep feeling like I need to go to that temple." It's like, deep down, I know I'm supposed to go there. If I don't, something's wrong. But now, he hesitated, his voice dropping again. Now, I don't want to go. I'm scared. What if I find out something I don't want to know? What if it just hurts more? Hal stayed quiet, giving the boy space to express his fears. He knew this moment was important. I wish I was brave like you, the boy said after a long pause. His voice was soft, almost childlike. You're not scared of anything. You're strong and fearless. But I'm not. I'm scared of everything right now. I don't even know who I am anymore. Hal could see how deeply the betrayal had shaken the boy. This wasn't just about fear of the temple or what lay ahead. The boy had lost something fundamental, his trust in the one person who had been his anchor. That kind of wound didn't heal easily. Hal knew he had to help. If he didn't, the boy might never gather the courage to face the truth waiting for him at the temple. So Hal sat down beside him on the rock, letting out a soft sigh. You know, he began, I've got a story for you. Do you want to hear it? The boy blinked, his curiosity breaking through the sadness for a moment. What kind of story? He asked. Hal smiled faintly. It's about a kid whose dad was a pilot. The boy tilted his head, confused. What's a pilot? A pilot is someone who flies planes, Hal explained. Planes are machines that can fly through the sky, like big metal birds. Oh, the boy said, nodding. Like you fly through the air too. Pilots must be amazing people. Hal chuckled softly. Yeah, you could say that. Pilots are amazing. He paused for a moment, his expression growing more reflective. He hadn't talked about this in years, but the story felt right now. This kid was proud of his dad, Hal continued. He thought his dad was the coolest guy in the world. Sometimes, he'd skip school just to go watch his dad fly. He'd sit at the airport, staring at the sky, thinking his dad could do anything. The boy leaned forward, already drawn into the story. What happened next? One day, the kid went to watch his dad like always, Hal said. But something went wrong. While his dad's plane was in the air, there was an explosion. The boy's eyes widened. An explosion. Hal nodded solemnly. The plane turned into a ball of fire. It fell from the sky like a shooting star. The kid watched as it crashed, flames and smoke everywhere. His dad was gone, just like that? The boy gasped, his face pale. Did the dad survive? No, Hal said softly. He didn't. The boy let out a shaky breath, his sadness almost as raw as if he had lost someone himself. What did the kid do after that? For a long time, the kid couldn't stop thinking about it, Hal said. Every time he saw a plane or thought about flying, he'd remember the crash. It haunted him. He thought he'd never fly again. The boy nodded slowly. If it were me, I'd never want to fly again either. But that kid grew up to be a pilot, just like his dad, Hal said. Even though he was scared, even though he saw that crash every time he closed his eyes, he chose to fly. The boy stared at Hal, realization dawning on his face. Wait, was that kid you? Hal nodded. It was. The boy's mouth fell open. But, how? Weren't you scared? Of course I was scared, Hal said. I still get scared sometimes. But being brave doesn't mean you're not afraid. It means you face your fear and keep going anyway. The boy was quiet, letting Hal's words sink in. My dad was my hero, Hal continued. I'll never know what he felt in those last moments, whether he was scared or calm, or if he was thinking about me. But what I do know is this, being fearless doesn't mean you don't feel fear. It means you feel it, but you face it anyway. That's what makes you strong. He held up his ring, the green light glowing brightly. It's not because I'm strong that I'm fearless. It's because I face my fear that I'm strong. The boy's expression shifted. Something in Hal's words had struck a chord. He looked up at Hal, his eyes a little brighter than before. I think I get it now, he said after a long pause. He stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. I'm still scared, but I don't want to let that stop me anymore. Let's go to the temple. Hal smiled, standing up as well. That's the spirit. The boy took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders as they turned toward the dense forest. The temple and the truth awaited them. While Green Lantern continued his investigation, the second team completed their interstellar jump aboard the Green Lantern spacecraft. Their path led them through a shimmering stargate, its glowing edges sparking as they passed through. On the other side, darkness greeted them. Not the kind of darkness that comes from a lack of light, but an overwhelming void that felt oppressive. Charlie stared through the ship's viewport and was struck by the vast emptiness. This was the void, a name that suddenly made perfect sense. TL note, yes. Is Charlie finally taking action personally? It wasn't like the other starfields Charlie had seen, filled with galaxies, stars, and nebulae. Here, there was nothing but an infinite expanse of blackness. No life, no movement, just an unsettling silence that seemed to stretch forever. For a moment, the ship floated in this void, the crew stunned by the absence of anything familiar. Then, faintly, a light appeared. The glow was small and distant, almost insignificant compared to the darkness around it. Yet, in this void, it was impossible to miss. The light had an odd pull to it, as though it were calling out to anyone who saw it. It wasn't just a direction, it was a destination. That light was where the temple was. The Green Lantern spacecraft adjusted its course, heading straight for the light. As the ship approached, a planet emerged from the darkness, illuminated faintly by the glow. It was small, barely the size of a moon, with a rough, uneven surface. In the cabin, Stark leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying the planet. Aya, he said, addressing the ship's AI, initiate cloaking and hold position in low orbit. TL note, false alarm. FCK, yes, sir, Aya replied. The ship shimmered as the cloaking system activated, and the planet below became their sole focus. Stark stood up, his movements smooth as the liquid metal of his suit began spreading across his body. Within seconds, the red and gold armor of Iron Man had taken shape. Stark flexed his fingers, the suit responding perfectly as always. The hatch of the spacecraft opened with a low hiss. Without hesitation, Stark stepped out, the thrusters on his boots activating with a roar as he descended toward the planet's surface. The hatch closed behind him, and the spacecraft disappeared into the void, cloaked and waiting. As Stark approached the planet, his sensors scanned the area. The planet was barren and small enough that, in theory, he could search its entire surface in a matter of hours. But even with his suit's advanced speed and scanning capabilities, he knew there were smarter ways to locate the temple. His thoughts were interrupted by an alert from his HUD. A cluster of heat signatures appeared on his radar, marked by faint blips on the planet's surface. Stark zoomed in, and his suit's scanners quickly identified a group of life forms. The team was large, numbering at least 50 individuals, and appeared to be moving in a loose formation. Intrigued, Stark adjusted his flight path, descending toward the group. If they were here, it was likely for the same reason he was. Whether they were locals or outsiders, they could have information he needed. Landing quietly at the rear of the group, Stark observed them from a distance. The team was a mix of various alien species, their appearances as diverse as their movements. The way they walked and interacted reminded Stark of the loosely organized gangs he'd encountered back on Earth. Each species seemed to stick with its own kind, forming smaller clusters within the larger group. For now, Stark decided to keep his distance. Activating his suit's stealth mode, he watched as the red and gold of his armor shifted into a sleek black design. The nanomaterial flowed over his body, blending seamlessly with the environment. His suit was now almost invisible, and with his thrusters silenced, he moved like a ghost behind the group. As Stark followed them, he switched on the universal translation function built into his suit. Borrowed from Ant-Man's tech, it allowed him to understand any language. He listened closely to their conversations, hoping to catch something useful. At first, the group mentioned the temple and a meeting, which confirmed they were here for the same reason. Stark's interest grew, and he moved closer, keeping to the shadows. But soon, the conversation veered into less useful topics. The group began joking about irrelevant things, including a story about a girl with tentacles who had called one of them the previous night. Stark sighed, rolling his eyes inside his helmet. Patience wasn't one of his strengths. Realizing the chatter wasn't going to yield much, he decided to take a more direct approach. He targeted one of the stragglers at the back of the group, an alien with a long horse-like face. The alien seemed isolated, walking alone and paying little attention to the others. Stark moved swiftly, grabbing the alien from behind and covering his mouth. The thrusters on his boots roared to life, and they shot into the air. The alien struggled wildly, his legs flailing as they rose higher and higher. Stark held him firmly, stopping midair as they floated far above the planet's surface. Relax, Stark said, his voice amplified through his helmet's speakers. I just want to ask you a few questions. The alien's eyes bulged in terror, his mouth moving, but no words came out. Stark adjusted his grip, letting the alien's face free. Who are you? The alien stammered, his voice shaking. I'm the guy asking the questions, Stark replied coolly. First question, who are you, and what are you doing here? The alien gulped, his fear evident. Weary from Sky Blue Star, he said quickly. We came here for the opening ceremony of the Void Temple. Sky Blue Star. Stark repeated. Never heard of it. What's this ceremony about? The alien hesitated, his gaze darting around as though looking for an escape. Someone's been spreading word across the star fields, he explained. They're calling for all the major factions to gather here. They said we need to cooperate to figure out how to open the temple. Cooperate? Stark said, his tone skeptical. And here I thought everyone was fighting over this place. Why the sudden teamwork? The alien nodded quickly. The temple's been locked for generations. No one's been able to figure out how to get in. But now there's a rumor, they say someone's found the key. That got Stark's attention. A key? Yes, the alien confirmed. They say the key is in the hands of the Second Alliance of Craffle. Their leader is supposed to be coming to the meeting. Stark's mind raced. The idea of a universal alliance working together to unlock the temple was surprising. Even more intriguing was the mention of the key and the leader of the Second Alliance. Interesting, Stark said, his voice calm but thoughtful. The alien trembled, his fear still evident. Please, I told you everything I know. With a quick motion, Stark released the alien. The horse-faced creature fell briefly before Stark caught him again, lowering him back to the ground. Thanks for the info, Stark said. Now, do yourself a favor, don't tell anyone about this little chat. The alien nodded furiously, his legs shaking as he stumbled back toward the group. Stark hovered in place for a moment, watching the team continue on their way. His mind was already working through the possibilities. A key, a gathering of factions, and the mysterious leader of the Second Alliance, all of it pointed to something big. He turned his gaze toward the faint glow on the horizon. Whatever was happening, it was clear the temple held secrets that could change everything. And Stark was determined to uncover them. After realizing that the Cantel aliens team was nothing more than a disorganized group with little to offer in terms of reliable information, Stark sighed in frustration. Most of what they had shared was gossip and second-hand knowledge, but one critical detail emerged: the exact location of the temple. With this information, there was no need to waste more time following their aimless march. Activating his suit's thrusters, Stark shot into the air, leaving the group far behind. The HUD in his helmet displayed a clear path toward the temple, and he adjusted his flight trajectory accordingly. The barren landscape below zipped by, the dull grays and browns of the planet blurring into a monotonous backdrop. Despite the emptiness, Stark remained on alert. This wasn't the kind of place where one could afford to let their guard down. About halfway to the temple, an alert flashed on the edge of his HUD. A cluster of intelligent life signs appeared on the radar, not far from his current position. The group was small, just 7 or 8 individuals, but their tight formation and deliberate movement piqued Stark's interest. Unlike the larger, disorganized team he'd left behind, this group moved with caution and purpose, sticking to a winding, less traveled path. This could be interesting, Stark muttered to himself. Changing course, he descended toward the group. It didn't take long for his sensors to give him a clearer picture of the team, and what he saw made him pause. The group consisted entirely of Cantel aliens. Their distinctive white, hunched bodies, eyeless faces, and rows of razor-sharp teeth were unmistakable. Stark immediately recognized their species as the same one that had visited Earth's polar star in the past. The Cantel had long been associated with secrecy and subterfuge, and their presence here wasn't a coincidence. The Shanian Legion's leader, Stark's ultimate target, was said to be connected to the Cantel. This group might hold valuable information about the leader's whereabouts or even the secrets of the temple itself. Still, Stark knew better than to assume they'd give anything up willingly. The Cantel weren't amateurs. If they'd survived this long in the chaotic star realms, it was because they knew how to guard their secrets. What struck Stark as particularly odd was how careful this group was being. They avoided major routes, stuck to shadows, and moved with an almost paranoid level of stealth. Their behavior only deepened his suspicion that they were hiding something. If not for his suit's advanced sensors, Stark might never have detected them. Switching his suit to stealth mode, Stark's red and gold armor shifted into a sleek, black design. The nanomaterials adapted seamlessly to the environment, rendering him nearly invisible. Silently, he followed the group from a safe distance, watching their movements and waiting for the right moment to strike. When the opportunity presented itself, Stark repeated his earlier tactic. He swooped down silently and grabbed the last alien in line, lifting it into the air with a burst from his thrusters. The Cantel alien let out a guttural shriek, flailing wildly as they ascended over 2,000 meters in seconds. "Relax," Stark said, his voice amplified through the helmet. "I'm not here to hurt you unless you make me. I just need some answers. Now, we can do this the easy way, or..." Before he could finish, the alien's body convulsed violently. Its jaw opened and snapped shut repeatedly, emitting sharp, unintelligible sounds. Then, with a final shudder, its limbs stiffened, and it went limp. Stark frowned, holding the lifeless alien at arm's length. Wait, did it just kill itself? His scanners confirmed what he already suspected: the alien was dead. The suddenness of it caught Stark off guard, but it also raised more questions. Why would the alien resort to suicide so quickly? What kind of information were they protecting that was worth dying for? "This isn't normal," Stark muttered, lowering his altitude slightly. Whatever they're hiding must be big. Realizing that straightforward interrogation wasn't going to work, Stark decided to change tactics. He descended toward the rest of the group, dropping the dead alien's body before it could be noticed. Landing just out of sight, he deactivated stealth mode and activated the suit's holographic camouflage. The nanomaterials of the armor shifted and restructured, transforming Stark's appearance into an exact replica of the Cantel alien he had just interrogated. Every detail from its hunched posture to the sharp rows of teeth was replicated perfectly. Joining the back of the group, Stark adjusted his movements to mimic the Cantel's awkward gait. So far, the disguise held, and the group didn't seem to notice anything unusual. As they moved, Stark tried to engage the aliens in conversation. He dropped subtle questions, hoping to extract information without drawing suspicion. However, the Cantel were maddeningly uncooperative. Their responses were limited to short, vague noises, little more than grunts and clicks. It was like trying to have a conversation with a group of teenagers who couldn't be bothered to answer. Stark's frustration grew, but he maintained his cover, waiting for an opening. Finally, the leader of the group turned to face him. Its featureless face tilted slightly, and its sharp-toothed mouth opened. "Are there any supplies left? Bring me some." Stark's HUD translated the word supplies with an asterisk, indicating that no exact equivalent existed in human language. Still, it was clear the leader expected him to produce something. Supplies," Stark repeated, stalling for time. "Right, sorry, I can't find them right now. Maybe they got lost along the way." The leader paused for a moment, then gave a curt nod. Stark exhaled in relief as the leader turned away. But just as Stark thought he was safe, the leader spun around again. Its arm shot out like a spring, claws extended, aiming straight for Stark's face. The claws struck with impressive force, but they stopped just short of Stark's helmet. Blue ripples spread across the air where the claws had struck, the energy field of Stark's armor preventing any damage. The leader recoiled, its shriek of frustration echoing across the barren landscape. The holographic disguise rippled and dissolved as Stark deactivated it. The black stealth armor shifted back into its classic red and gold form, gleaming under the faint light of the planet's sky. Look, Stark said, his voice calm but firm. I didn't want it to come to this. We're all civilized beings, or at least, I am. But you had to ruin it by attacking me. The Cantel aliens let out a collective roar and charged at him. Stark raised his left palm, a beam of energy bursting forth and striking one of the aliens. The force sent it flying backward, colliding with two of its companions. Another alien lunged at his leg, but Stark activated his thrusters, propelling his knee upward. The impact cracked the alien's jaw, sending it tumbling through the air. To his right, another alien reached for his arm. Stark deflected the attack with a casual swipe, following up with an elbow strike powered by his thruster. The blow landed with a resounding crack, instantly incapacitating the alien. The remaining aliens hesitated, glancing nervously at their fallen comrades. Even the leader seemed to reconsider as it took a cautious step back. But before Stark could make another move, the Cantel leader let out a guttural scream. The sound echoed across the barren terrain as every remaining alien collapsed to the ground, their bodies stiff and lifeless. They killed themselves, Stark muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Again, his scanners confirmed that all the aliens were dead. Whatever they had been protecting, they were willing to die for it rather than let it fall into enemy hands. Stark sighed, shaking his head as he surveyed the scene. Why does everyone in this galaxy have a self-destruct button? I'm starting to take it personally. Activating his thrusters, Stark took to the air once more. The still bodies of the Cantel aliens lay scattered below, a grim reminder of the high stakes surrounding the temple. If they're this desperate to keep their secrets, Stark said to himself, then whatever's at that temple must be worth it. With a smirk, he adjusted course and flew toward the temple, ready to uncover the truth. The field was now a grim battlefield, scattered with the corpses of Cantel aliens. Stark stood among the lifeless forms, his helmet's sensors sweeping over the area for any clues. Most of the Cantels had fallen quickly to his precise attacks, while others had resorted to taking their own lives the moment they realized capture was inevitable. Their collective willingness to die rather than reveal any information painted a stark picture. They're hiding something big, Stark muttered to himself, surveying the aftermath. No clues could be gleaned from the bodies, but the extreme reactions of the Cantels only solidified Stark's suspicion. He was close to uncovering something significant. Activating his thrusters, he shot back into the air, leaving the grim scene behind. He followed the direction the group had been traveling, his suit's advanced sensors fully engaged. The planet's barren landscape stretched endlessly below him, its muted grays and browns occasionally broken by jagged rock formations. Stark wasn't entirely sure where he was headed, but he trusted his instincts and his suit's technology. Moments later, his efforts paid off. A new cluster of heat signatures appeared on the edge of his radar. Stark adjusted his trajectory, descending cautiously toward the source. Nestled within a narrow, inconspicuous valley was a hidden camp. Stark hovered above, his HUD scanning and recording every detail. The camp was bustling with activity, with dozens of Cantel aliens moving between makeshift buildings constructed from a glossy, gum-like material. The camp was well hidden, far from the temple and even further from any major routes. Most groups established their strongholds as close to the temple as possible, openly declaring their intentions. This camp's remote location and the secrecy surrounding it suggested something different, something worth hiding. This isn't just another group of temple seekers, Stark mused, narrowing his eyes behind the helmet. What are you hiding out here? His suspicion deepened as he watched the Cantels move about the camp. Their movements were efficient, purposeful, and cautious. It was clear this wasn't a random collection of travelers, this was an organized operation. Could the Shanian Legion commander be here? Stark thought. The idea wasn't far-fetched. If the rumors about the temple's seal being lifted were true, it made sense that the commander would want to be close by. The secrecy of this camp only added weight to the theory. Reactivating the holographic module in his armor, Stark shifted his appearance once more to mimic a Cantel alien. The nanomaterials flowed over his suit, transforming it into a perfect replica of one of the aliens he had encountered earlier. From his vantage point, Stark studied the layout of the camp. Friday, his onboard AI, mapped the entire area, marking the central building as the most likely place for a leader to be hiding. With a clear goal in mind, Stark descended to the camp's edge, blending seamlessly into the crowd of Cantels. He moved cautiously, his gait mimicking the awkward shuffle of the aliens. The disguise held as he approached the central building, but just as he neared his target, a figure stepped out from one of the surrounding structures. It was another Cantel, but this one was different. It was massive, with a thick, muscular frame that stood in stark contrast to the slender, agile builds of the other aliens. Its arms were bulky, its stance solid, and its presence intimidating. Password, the alien demanded in a deep, gravelly voice. Stark froze for a moment, caught off guard. A password? He hadn't anticipated this level of security, especially not after the disorganized behavior of the previous group. His mind raced. What could he possibly say? Should he try to bluff his way through? Long live Hydra, Stark said, his tone a mix of sarcasm and hope. His hand hovered near the control wheel to switch his suit back to combat mode. He had little faith that his ridiculous response would work, but he had to try. To his shock, the large Cantel alien nodded. It grunted, before turning and walking away. Stark blinked in disbelief. Wait, what? He barely had time to process what had just happened when the large Cantel approached a pair of gatekeepers stationed near the entrance to the central building. Password, one of the gatekeepers demanded. The large cantel puffed out its chest, standing tall. "Long live Hydra," it declared proudly. The gatekeepers froze. Their eyeless faces twitched in confusion before both of them shouted, "Intruder! Intruder alert!" The camp erupted into chaos. Cantels poured out of nearby buildings, yelling and rushing toward the large cantel. Stark watched from the sidelines, his helmet's HUD tracking the commotion. "That escalated fast," he muttered. The large cantel, now under attack, let out a guttural roar. Suddenly, its back split open, revealing a hidden, much larger figure inside. From the hollow shell of the cantel emerged a towering black giant. Its obsidian-like skin gleamed in the dim light, and its massive frame exuded raw power. The black giant wasted no time. Its massive hand grabbed a charging cantel and hurled it into a nearby group, scattering them like bowling pins. The shell of the large cantel lay discarded on the ground as the giant fully emerged, standing taller than anyone in the camp. "Fake passwords," the giant growled, its deep voice dripping with contempt. "You think I'd fall for that nonsense? Pathetic." The giant launched itself into the fray, its punches and kicks scattering the cantels like ragdolls. Despite their numbers, the cantels were no match for its sheer strength and size. Stark remained in the shadows, watching as the giant tore through the cantels. "Well, that's one way to cause a distraction," he said. The chaos presented an unexpected opportunity. With everyone focused on the black giant, Stark could move through the camp unnoticed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Stark navigated his way toward the central building. His disguised form blended into the background as he slipped past the fighting cantels. But when he reached the central building, it was empty. Stark's eyes narrowed as he scanned the room. The place was too clean, too untouched. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry. "They're running scared," Stark muttered. "Figures." Switching gears, Stark deactivated his disguise. Flames shot from his boots as he ascended into the air, scanning the area from above. His sensors quickly picked up movement, a small group of cantels sprinting away from the camp, heading toward the northwest. The HUD zoomed in on the fleeing group, highlighting them as they disappeared into a narrow trail. Stark smirked beneath his helmet. "Gotcha." With a burst of speed, Iron Man rocketed after them, determined not to let his quarry slip away. Whatever secrets the cantels were guarding, Stark was ready to uncover them. The cantels in the camp were locked in chaotic combat with a large, imposing figure. It was pure mayhem. Shouts and clanging weapons filled the air. Amid the chaos, Charlie, piloting the advanced Iron Man armor, remained calm and uninterested in the brawl. His focus was elsewhere. As the disorder distracted everyone, Charlie activated his thrusters, rising above the fray. Using the confusion as cover, he quietly left the camp, flying in pursuit of the fleeing enemy group. This was an old tactic, used by generals and strategists for centuries. When defeat was inevitable, the commander would disguise themselves, abandon their army, and escape while the soldiers were left to fend for themselves. The attacking force, distracted by the chaos, would often fail to locate the fleeing leader. Charlie knew he couldn't let that happen. The leader of the Cantel army had eluded capture for too long. Though despised in the Star Realm, where countless clans sought to destroy him, the leader still commanded unwavering loyalty from his people. He was a figure of great influence, and if left free, he could regroup and become a threat again. Charlie's Iron Man armor was a technological marvel, sleek, efficient, and vastly superior to anything the Cantel fighters could bring to the battlefield. No matter how fast the enemy fled, they could not outrun the speed and precision of his suit. Within seconds, Charlie spotted the retreating group in the distance. The armor's targeting systems locked onto them, and he fired 2 missiles from the shoulder launchers. The missiles streaked through the air, striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Explosions ripped through the fleeing formation, scattering the Cantel fighters like leaves in a storm. The aftermath was devastating. Several soldiers were blown apart, their bodies reduced to mangled remains. Those who survived were thrown into disarray, scrambling to regroup. Shouts of fear and panic echoed as they desperately tried to organize themselves against the attack. But Charlie wasn't going to give them that chance. The Cantel fighters were hopelessly outmatched. Their weapons were primitive, their armor weak, and their tactics outdated. Against the sheer power of the Iron Man suit, they were little more than unarmed civilians. Another volley of missiles rained down, exploding in their midst and further thinning their numbers. Those who weren't killed outright were left disoriented, clutching their wounds and crying out in agony. Charlie ignored the chaos around him. His focus remained on the leader, a figure dressed in finer armor and giving off an aura of command. He was certain this was the person he had been hunting. With practiced precision, Charlie raised both palms and fired a powerful recoil blast. The energy shot struck the leader square in the chest, sending him flying several meters before landing in a crumpled heap. Satisfied, Charlie approached the fallen figure to confirm the kill. However, upon closer inspection, his armor scanners revealed the truth. This wasn't the leader he had been chasing. It was merely a decoy, another soldier sent to mislead him. Frustration bubbled up inside Charlie. He had been so close, or so he thought. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he prepared to scan the area for the real leader. But before he could act, a sudden burst of light flared in his peripheral vision. An energy blade, glowing with intense heat, slammed into his side, sending him tumbling through the air. The impact was sudden and jarring, but Charlie's armor quickly stabilized him. Thrusters on his hands and feet fired, bringing him upright midair. He turned to face his attacker, scanning for details. One of the corpses from the earlier attack had risen and launched a sneak attack while Charlie's back was turned. The scanner confirmed that this was the real leader of the Cantel army. The elusive figure he had been tracking for weeks was finally within reach. The leader was no longer using the weapon Charlie remembered from their last encounter. Before, he had wielded a crude spear-like weapon, but now he held a sleek energy blade, pulsing with dangerous power. Without giving Charlie a moment to process the situation, the leader charged forward, swinging the blade in a fierce arc. The air crackled with energy as the blade moved, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. Charlie didn't flinch. His armor had seen significant upgrades since their last battle. Raising his palm, he activated the arc reactor. A faint blue energy shield shimmered into existence, meeting the blade head-on. The moment the blade struck the shield, the reactor responded with a powerful counterattack. Recoil energy surged outward, creating a ripple effect that engulfed the blade's energy and sent the leader flying backward. The leader crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He pushed himself up slowly, visibly stunned. His arm trembled, numb from the recoil, and his mind raced to understand what had just happened. The Iron Man he remembered from their last encounter had been powerful but predictable. This version was something else entirely. In their previous fight, when the leader had faced Iron Man, though he ultimately lost, he had managed to hold his own for a while. But now, standing face to face with this upgraded armor, he realized how utterly FCKED he was. Charlie wasn't going to let the leader recover. Firing his thrusters, he closed the distance in seconds. The leader swung his energy blade defensively, but Charlie countered with ease. Part of his armor transformed into a sword-like weapon, catching the leader's blade mid-swing. With a precise circular motion, Charlie disarmed his opponent, sending the blade spinning out of reach. The leader staggered, his chest exposed. Charlie seized the opportunity, raising his left palm and firing a recoil blast directly into his chest. The energy shot hit with devastating force, creating a smoldering hole in the leader's armor. He screamed in pain, stumbling backward as smoke rose from the impact site. The leader's mind raced. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. In their last fight, he had at least been able to exchange blows. Now, he was utterly outclassed, unable to land a single hit. How had this Iron Man become so powerful in such a short time? As he gasped for breath, a memory surfaced, words spoken by an envoy before his death. The envoy had warned him about humanity's potential, saying, "Their strength lies in their creations. They call it technology." A chill ran down the leader's spine. The power of technology was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It wasn't magic or brute strength. It was something far more precise, adaptable, and relentless. And now, it was his downfall. Charlie, meanwhile, showed no signs of hesitation. He had waited too long for this moment to let it slip away. Activating his armor's targeting systems, he prepared for the final blow. The leader tried to stand, his hand reaching for his discarded weapon, but it was too late. Charlie fired one last shot, and the battlefield fell silent. After enduring a direct hit from the recoil cannon, the Legion leader's fate was all but sealed. His chest bore a gaping, charred hole, smoke rising from the wound as he staggered forward, barely able to stay upright. Each step was a monumental effort, his legs trembling under the strain. Despite his injuries, he let out a guttural roar, his voice filled with rage and desperation. With his energy blade flickering weakly in his hand, he swung at his armored opponent, swiping wildly in the air. But his strikes were slow and uncoordinated, the strength and precision of earlier attacks long gone. The armored vigilante easily dodged each swing, stepping aside effortlessly as the blade cut through empty air. There was no tension in his movements, no urgency. He was in complete control. The situation had already been decided, and the Legion leader's feeble resistance was nothing more than a formality. With a calm, almost mechanical precision, Iron Man activated the weapons on his shoulders. A burst of shotgun-like blasts rained down on the Legion leader, each projectile landing with devastating accuracy. One shot struck his left shoulder, spinning him halfway around. Another hit him squarely in the chest, forcing him to stagger back. Two more landed directly on his face, shattering his helmet and rendering him blind. The Legion leader screamed, a mix of pain and frustration, as blood and smoke poured from the destroyed remnants of his visor. Now blinded, the Legion leader swung his blade wildly, his movements frantic and directionless. It was a pitiful display, and Iron Man couldn't help but feel a pang of disdain. The once feared commander of the Cantel army was now reduced to a staggering, broken man. With a calculated movement, Iron Man fired another recoil cannon blast. The energy shot hit the Legion leader in the face, knocking him to the ground with a sickening thud. This time, he didn't get back up. Iron Man landed gracefully a few feet away, the soft hum of his thrusters fading as he approached his fallen adversary. The Legion leader's body twitched faintly, his breathing labored and uneven. Despite everything, there was still a flicker of anger in his expression, a stubborn refusal to accept defeat. Without hesitation, Iron Man placed his armored boot on the Legion leader's throat, pinning him to the ground. The once proud commander struggled weakly, his hands clawing at the armored foot that held him down, but his strength was gone. Iron Man's right arm shifted, the sleek metal plates reconfiguring into the shape of an electromagnetic cannon. The barrel glowed with an icy blue light, arcs of energy dancing along its surface as it charged. "The shot I hit you with earlier," Iron Man said, his voice cold and metallic, amplified by the suit's speakers. "That was only 10% of my suit's output. If I wanted to, you'd already be dead." The Legion leader tried to respond, his lips moving silently as if searching for words, but all that came out was a ragged cough. His body convulsed as he struggled to draw breath, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Iron Man leaned in slightly, his tone shifting from mockery to interrogation. Before I finish this, I have one question. Why did you come to Earth? What happened here? And who else knows the planetary coordinates? For a moment, the Legion leader seemed confused, as if the question caught him off guard. Then, a faint, rasping laugh escaped his lips. It was a dry, humorless sound, filled with bitterness. Ah, I see now. He wheezed, his voice barely above a whisper. So that's what this is about. The Legion leader paused, coughing violently. Each breath seemed to cost him dearly, his words broken and uneven. No wonder those angels forbid technological development. No wonder your planet has grown quietly, without attracting attention. Iron Man narrowed his eyes behind his helmet. He knew the leader had misunderstood. The armor he wore was not a representation of humanity's overall technological progress but a unique creation, the product of a singular genius. Still, the leader's assumption wasn't entirely unfounded. Earth had avoided the gaze of the wider universe for centuries, its relative obscurity owed largely to lost coordinates and lack of interest from otherworldly powers. If I'd known this earlier, the leader continued, his voice growing weaker, I could have used it as a bargaining chip. What a pity. Iron Man's armor hummed softly as it analyzed the leader's words. Advanced lie detection systems scanned his tone, breathing, and body language. The results were clear the leader was telling the truth. He hadn't shared Earth's location or its secrets. His regret was genuine, but his ignorance was greater. Consumed by his own survival, the fugitive had long forgotten Earth and its significance in his flight across the stars. What a boring life. The leader murmured, his voice trailing off. The electromagnetic cannon on Iron Man's arm finished charging, the barrel glowing brighter as arcs of energy intensified. He aimed the weapon squarely at the leader's head, preparing for the final blow. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed across the battlefield. Stop. TL note, Junior you dare. Iron Man heard the command but didn't hesitate. His mission was clear, and his target lay helpless beneath him. With a single press of a trigger, the electromagnetic cannon fired. The bright blue beam of energy struck the Legion leader's head, reducing it to little more than a smoking crater. The commander's body twitched once, then fell still, lifeless. Almost instantly, a massive shadow descended upon Iron Man. A colossal fist, powered by raw, unrelenting force, slammed into his armored side, sending him tumbling across the ground. He rolled several times before stabilizing himself, thrusters firing to help him regain his balance. Turning toward his attacker, Iron Man saw a towering figure, a black-skinned giant who radiated sheer power. This was the same brute he'd glimpsed earlier in the Cantel camp, a being who exuded strength in every movement. The giant's burning gaze locked onto the remains of the Legion leader, now little more than a smoldering corpse. You stole my kill, the giant bellowed, his voice reverberating like a thunderclap. That was mine? I saw him first? You took what was mine, and now you'll pay for it with your life. Iron Man tilted his head slightly, puzzled by the outburst. What are you talking about? Do you really think this is the time for? Before he could finish, the giant charged, his massive fist swinging toward Iron Man like wrecking balls. Iron Man barely managed to dodge the first punch, sidestepping just in time. The second punch, however, grazed his armored torso, sending him stumbling backward. You've been hitting the gym, haven't you? Iron Man said, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Care to share your trainer's number? The giant roared in fury, his deep voice shaking the ground beneath them. Watch as Levi, strongest of all giants, crushes you into scrap metal. With a feral growl, Levi raised both fists high and brought them down in a devastating hammer strike. Iron Man activated his thrusters, propelling himself backward just as the fist slammed into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, leaving a deep crater where Iron Man had stood moments before. Nice move, Iron Man quipped, hovering just out of reach. I've seen this trick before. It's called the Hulk Smash. A friend of mine does it better, though. Levi snarled and surged forward with surprising speed for his size. Closing the distance in seconds, he swung another massive fist toward Iron Man's head. Iron Man ducked and twisted, using his thrusters to spin around his opponent. As he moved, his boots reconfigured into a piledriver mechanism. With a metallic clang, he stumped down on Levi's right fist, pinning it to the ground. Levi roared in frustration, his muscles bulging as he tried to yank his hand free. But Iron Man held firm. At the same time, his left arm transformed into a massive iron hammer, flames jetting from its base as it charged. With a powerful swing, he brought the hammer crashing down on Levi's face, sending the giant staggering backward. No one dares to take anything from Levi the giant? No one, roared the enormous black-skinned figure, his voice echoing across the shattered battlefield like a thunderclap. Levi took a few giant strides back, steadying himself. His massive fists clenched, veins bulging along his forearms like iron cables. With a primal scream, he launched forward, his feet pounding the ground like falling boulders. The earth quaked under his massive weight, each step leaving craters behind as he surged toward his opponent. Dust and debris swirled around him, carried by the sheer force of his momentum. As he closed the gap, Levi raised a colossal fist, aiming to crush Iron Man in a single devastating blow. Boom! The impact was deafening. Metal met flesh in a collision that shook the air around them. For a moment, everything seemed frozen in time. Levi's massive fist had stopped mid-swing, caught in a steel grip that didn't waver under the immense force. Levi's pig-like eyes widened in disbelief. His proud fist, capable of crumbling walls and flattening enemies, was held in place by a single hand. The armored figure in front of him, smaller and far less imposing by comparison, had stopped his attack effortlessly. Iron Man's steel fingers clamped down on Levi's fist like a mechanical vice, holding it steady as if it were nothing more than a toy. The pain in Levi's knuckles was immediate and sharp, the bones groaning under the pressure. How is this possible? Levi stammered, his deep voice trembling. Iron Man didn't respond. He stood firm, his glowing blue eyes locked on Levi. The faint hum of his armor's systems filled the silence, a mechanical reminder of the power housed within the suit. The red and gold plating shimmered faintly in the light, but it was clear this armor was no ordinary combat suit. Then, the hum grew louder. Levi's already wide eyes grew even larger as he watched the armor shift. With a series of sharp metallic clicks and whirs, the suit began to transform. Segments of sleek red and gold plating expanded outward, interlocking with precision. Reinforced panels unfolded to cover the arms and shoulders, while thick mechanical joints emerged to support the growing bulk. The suit's slim frame bulked up into a towering figure, each adjustment accompanied by the satisfying hiss of hydraulics and the clank of steel. The transformation culminated with the mask snapping into place. Two piercing blue lights glowed where the eyes should be, giving the new figure an almost menacing presence. The suit now dwarfed its previous size, standing tall and wide enough to meet Levi's gaze head-on. This was the anti-Hulk armor. The anti-Hulk armor wasn't just an upgrade, it was a fortress built for battle. Designed to confront the strongest of foes, it was equipped with independent arc reactors in each limb, allowing for distributed power and immense energy output. Every joint, every surface, every edge was engineered to withstand the kind of brute force that could level cities. And right now, all that power was focused on Levi. With a flick of his wrist, the anti-Hulk released Levi's fist, sending the giant staggering back. Before Levi could react, the suit's massive steel fist came hurtling toward him. The blow connected squarely with Levi's jaw, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Levi stumbled backward, his enormous body struggling to stay upright. Strong, Levi exclaimed, rubbing his aching jaw, but instead of fear, his face lit up with excitement. His grin widened as he shouted, "You're strong? Very strong? Let's go again. If you're really that good, I might even call you my father if you beat me." "You're what?" Iron Man's voice crackled through the suit's speakers. "What are you even talking about?" But Levi wasn't listening. With a roar, he charged again, fists raised high. The ground shook beneath his feet, the tremors growing stronger with each step. Dust swirled around him as his massive frame barreled toward the anti-Hulk like an unstoppable freight train. Iron Man braced himself, his suit humming with energy. Levi's first punch came down like a wrecking ball, but the anti-Hulk didn't flinch. Instead, it stepped forward to meet the attack head-on. The ground cracked beneath Iron Man's feet as he planted himself firmly. His right fist, glowing faintly with energy from its internal reactor, shot forward with incredible speed. Boom! The collision was monumental. The shockwave from the impact rippled outward, sending chunks of earth flying in every direction. The force of the blow traveled up Levi's arm, causing him to grunt in pain. His massive frame wavered as he fought to maintain his balance. His legs dug into the dirt, carving deep trenches as he slid back several feet. Levi shook his head, his muscles straining to steady himself. His right arm throbbed, the bones aching from the sheer force of the punch. But instead of fear, his face was lit with a strange, almost childlike glee. "You're amazing," he shouted. "Let's go again." The anti-Hulk armor's eyes glowed brighter as Iron Man stepped forward. He didn't share Levi's enthusiasm. As the giant raised his fist for another strike, the anti-Hulk feinted a punch, baiting Levi into overcommitting. At the last moment, Iron Man sidestepped, dodging the blow with ease. Before Levi could react, the anti-Hulk delivered a crushing punch to his exposed side. The blow landed squarely on Levi's liver, a critical weak point. The force of the strike caused the giant to double over, clutching his side as he staggered backward. Levi let out a guttural howl, his face contorted in pain. His massive body wobbled unsteadily, and he fell to his knees, gasping for air. The pain was unlike anything he had felt before, sharp and overwhelming. "You tricked me," Levi growled, his voice strained. "You said you'd fight me with strength, and then you sneak attack me." Iron Man took a step forward, his towering frame casting a shadow over the fallen giant. "You wanted a fight," he said, his voice cold and even. "It's not my fault you left yourself wide open." Levi coughed, his grin returning despite the pain. "You're not just strong, you're clever too," he muttered. "I've never fought anyone like you before. You've got guts." The anti-Hulk armor whirred softly, its systems recalibrating. Iron Man stared down at Levi, his steel-clad hands still poised to strike. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the soft hum of the armor and Levi's labored breathing. Levi chuckled, shaking his head. "This is amazing," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "Absolutely amazing. I haven't had a fight this good in years." Iron Man tilted his head slightly, his glowing eyes narrowing. "Are you done?" Levi grinned, though his face was still twisted in pain. "Not a chance," he said, forcing himself to his feet. "We're just getting started." Levi's massive frame writhed in pain on the battlefield. Every inch of his body ached, his muscles screamed, and his skin was raw from the countless explosions and strikes he had endured. Yet, amidst all the agony, one thought dominated his mind: so strong, so powerful, so amazing. His admiration for his opponent was genuine, coming straight from the heart. Not only was the armored figure stronger than him, but every movement was precise, every attack perfectly timed. Levi had faced countless enemies in his life, but none had ever fought like this. The fluid grace of the vigilante's strikes, the seamless combination of offense and defense, left Levi in awe. Even the casual uppercut that had sent him reeling earlier was executed with such finesse that it seemed more like an art form than a combat maneuver. Levi groaned as he rolled twice, trying to put some distance between himself and his opponent. When he managed to stagger to his feet, his instincts immediately flared. Something wasn't right. Hovering silently on either side of him, two red and gold objects floated in the air. They were small, sleek, and unassuming, but Levi's gut told him they were anything but harmless. The drones whirred softly, their movements synchronized. Positioned perfectly to flank him, they seemed to study him with cold precision. Levi snarled, clenching his fists. He had no idea what these things were, but he wasn't about to wait to find out. Without warning, the drones fired. Sonic cannons unleashed waves of sound that struck Levi with an invisible force. He staggered, clutching his ears as the deafening noise reverberated through his skull. It wasn't just the volume, it was the frequency. The sound waves seemed to pierce straight into his brain, scrambling his thoughts and leaving him disoriented. Levi roared in frustration, dropping to one knee as he tried to shield himself from the relentless assault. He growled, forcing himself back to his feet. With a sudden burst of strength, he leapt into the air and swatted one of the drones out of the sky. The small machine hit the ground with a metallic crash, sparks flying from its broken frame. The second drone, however, wasn't deterred. It darted behind Levi, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Each explosion sent a wave of heat and force crashing into Levi's back, driving him forward and leaving scorched marks on his skin. Before Levi could recover, the anti-Hulk armor joined the attack. The massive suit stood tall, its glowing blue eyes locked onto its target. From the enormous palm of its right hand, a super-large caliber recoil cannon unleashed a series of devastating blasts. Missiles erupted from compartments across the armor's frame, each one finding its mark with pinpoint accuracy. The battlefield became a sea of fire. Explosions lit up the darkened sky, and the ground trembled under the relentless assault. Smoke billowed into the air, obscuring everything in a thick, choking haze. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing could survive such an onslaught. But then, through the flames and smoke, a figure emerged. Levi's massive frame was battered and scorched, his skin blackened and blistered from the heat. Black smoke trailed behind him as he launched himself into the air, his fist raised high. His body, though injured, radiated raw power and determination. With a mighty roar, Levi swung his fist downward, aiming to crush the armored figure that stood below him. The anti-Hulk armor didn't move. Its massive feet transformed, metal spikes extending into the ground like a pile driver. Stability over mobility, a deliberate trade-off in the armor's design. As Levi's fist descended, the anti-Hulk raised its right hand to meet the attack. Its steel fingers spread wide, ready to absorb the impact. Boom! Levi's punch connected with the open palm, but instead of resistance, he felt nothing. The palm of the anti-Hulk's hand retracted into its forearm, leaving Levi's punch to strike empty air. The sudden lack of impact threw him off balance, his momentum carrying him forward awkwardly. What? Levi exclaimed, blinking in confusion. He had no idea what had just happened. His punch had landed, but it felt like stepping off an unseen staircase, jarring and disorienting. Before he could react, the anti-Hulk's forearm clamped down on his fist, transforming into a mechanical shackle that bound his arm. The metal grip was unyielding, holding Levi's massive limb in place like a vice. Levi growled, straining against the armor's grip, but it was no use. The anti-Hulk's feet remained firmly anchored to the ground, providing an unshakable base of support. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the armor lifted Levi into the air. Boom! Levi's massive body slammed into the ground with enough force to create a crater. The impact sent debris flying in all directions, leaving the battlefield in ruins. Before Levi could recover, the anti-Hulk hoisted him into the air again and slammed him down on the opposite side. Boom! The process repeated. Again and again, the anti-Hulk swung Levi's enormous body like a rag doll, slamming him into the ground with brutal efficiency. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, carving deeper craters and reducing the area to rubble. Levi's body flailed helplessly, his mind reeling from the relentless assault. At first, the pain was excruciating. Every bone in his body felt like it was breaking, every muscle screamed in agony. But as the attack continued, the pain began to fade, replaced by a strange numbness. Through the haze of dizziness and disorientation, Levi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of his opponent. So strong, he muttered, barely able to form the words. So powerful, so smart. The smashing finally stopped. The anti-Hulk paused, holding Levi aloft for a moment before releasing the shackle. Levi crashed to the ground, landing flat on his back in the center of a massive crater. He twitched involuntarily, his body too battered to move. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but the dizziness left him unable to form coherent words. The anti-Hulk stood over him, its glowing blue eyes unyielding. The suit's scanners confirmed that Levi was alive but incapacitated. For now, there was no need to finish him off. The giant might still have useful information how he had found the camp, who had sent him, and what his purpose was. But before the vigilante could ask a single question, Levi's voice rang out. Big bro, he shouted hoarsely. Then, as if realizing the strength he had just witnessed, he corrected himself. No, Dad, I'm convinced. You win. Controlling the armor, Charlie blinked in confusion. What? He was certain that Stark, if present, would have been just as baffled. When did I get such a ridiculous son? Charlie muttered, staring at the defeated giant. What's this about me being your father? Charlie, controlling the massive anti-Hulk armor, asked in disbelief. He stared at the towering giant standing before him. Despite the battle scars and soot covering Levi's massive frame, the giant looked oddly cheerful. Levi, grinning as if he'd just been offered a plate of his favorite food, replied, Oh, yeah, you're my dad now. Makes sense, doesn't it? Charlie blinked behind his helmet. What? Don't you already have a father? Levi chuckled, his deep voice echoing across the battlefield. Well, I did. You know, when I was born, I had a father like everyone else. But then I grew up and got stronger, much stronger. One day, he couldn't beat me anymore. And, well, you can't have someone weaker than you as your dad, right? That's just silly. Charlie sighed, crossing his metal-plated arms. So, you overpowered your father and decided to demote him. Exactly. Levi said with pride, as if this were the most logical thing in the world. We swapped places. I became the father, and he became the son. That's how it works. For a moment, Charlie was too stunned to reply. His face was a mixture of confusion and resignation. That's not how it works. Not at all. But okay, sure, let's roll with that logic for now. You're saying I'm your dad because I beat you in a fight. Levi nodded enthusiastically. That's right. You're stronger than me, so you're the dad now. That's the rule. Charlie groaned. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Levi didn't pick up on Charlie's sarcasm. Instead, he seemed genuinely thrilled. I knew you'd understand, Dad. Stop calling me Dad. Charlie snapped, though he couldn't help the exasperated chuckle that escaped. He shook his head, trying to steer the conversation back to something resembling sanity. All right, let's focus. What were you doing here? How did you find this place? Levi scratched his head, his massive hand brushing away a smudge of soot. Well, my clan told me about this big Star Boundary conference that's happening. Apparently, it's a really big deal. They said that if I could make it to the temple first, it'd be a huge win for our family. Like, next level stuff. My son told me that. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Your son? Yeah, my old dad, my son, he's the one who told me about it. He said that if I could just reach the temple, it'd bring glory to my clan. And, you know, I'm the strongest and smartest in my clan, so it made sense for me to go. Strongest? Sure, Charlie muttered. But smartest? Really? Levi puffed out his chest with pride. Absolutely, I'm known for my strength and my wisdom. They call me the bravest and brightest of my people. Charlie suppressed a laugh. Wisdom, huh? Okay, I'll bite. If you're so wise, how did you end up here, of all places? Levi hesitated, his confident grin faltering. His eyes darted nervously as he tried to think of a response. Oh, well, you see, I followed clues. Yeah, that's it. I noticed things like footprints, broken branches, little details. I put all the clues together, used my brilliant mind, and figured out this was the place. Inside Charlie's suit, the lie detector immediately flagged the statement. Not that he needed advanced technology to see through the giant's feeble attempt at deception. Levi's twitching eyes and awkward tone made it painfully obvious he was lying. Charlie said, crossing his arms again. Try again, Levi. What really happened? Levi sighed, his shoulders slumping. All right, fine. I got lost, okay? This whole planet looks the same, just dirt and rocks everywhere. I wandered around for hours, and then, by chance, I stumbled on this camp. That's it. Charlie raised an eyebrow inside the suit. You're telling me you just happened to find this camp because you got lost? Levi nodded quickly. Exactly. Pure coincidence. Honest. The lie detector confirmed the truth of this statement, but Charlie wasn't convinced there wasn't more to the story. All right. Then why did you lie earlier? Levi shuffled his feet, looking embarrassed. Because, well, I didn't want you to think I was stupid. I mean, getting lost doesn't sound very smart, does it? I've got a reputation to maintain. Charlie couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. A reputation? Levi, I hate to break it to you, but getting lost isn't exactly a mark of genius. TL note, no shit, dumbass, that's why he lied. Levi looked hurt for a moment, then shrugged. Maybe not, but I was having an off day. It happens. Shaking his head, Charlie decided to press further. All right, so you got lost and ended up here. But why stick around? What were you hoping to accomplish? Levi's face lit up again. Oh, well, once I realized this was a Cantel camp, I remembered something my son told me. He said the Cantel clan had a wanted man, someone really important. I figured if I could capture him, it'd be a big deal. Maybe even bigger than getting to the temple. Charlie tilted his head, considering Levi's words. It was clear the giant wasn't lying, but his story still raised questions. So, you were just hoping to get lucky and find this wanted man? Pretty much, Levi said cheerfully. Charlie sighed again. All right, Levi, I've heard enough. You're free to go, for now, but if I need you, I'll call. Levi's expression shifted to one of panic. Wait, you're leaving me here? Dad, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. First of all, stop calling me Dad, Charlie said, exasperated. Second, I don't need you tagging along. You'd slow me down. Levi looked genuinely hurt. But I'm strong. I can fight. I'll be useful, I promise. Charlie shook his head. You're strong, sure, but you're not exactly subtle. I've got things to do, Levi, and dragging a giant around isn't one of them. Levi sighed, his shoulders slumping again. All right, but if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there, Dad, sir. Charlie activated the thrusters on his suit, lifting off the ground and ascending into the sky. As he disappeared into the distance, Levi's eyes fell on the corpse of the Cantel army commander lying nearby. Bounty. Levi called after Charlie. Your bounty. Charlie's voice crackled through the communicator. Keep it. Consider it a gift. Levi stared at the body, then back at the rapidly shrinking figure of Charlie in the sky. A grin spread across his face. This new dad is too kind, he muttered. And with that, Levi sat down beside the corpse, content to wait for his father's next call. Levi, the giant, stood still, watching the figure of Iron Man disappear into the distance. His massive frame seemed frozen, his glowing eyes locked on the speck of red and gold that grew smaller and smaller until it was no more than a black dot in the vast sky. Even after the dot vanished completely, he kept staring, as if willing it to return. A strange feeling began to swell in Levi's chest, an unfamiliar mix of admiration, sadness, and a sense of abandonment. He felt like a child left alone by his parents, standing on the side of the road, unsure of where to go or what to do. For the first time in his life, the vastness of the universe seemed cold and unwelcoming. He stood like that for a long time, his thoughts circling endlessly. This new father, as Levi had already started to think of him, was the strongest being he had ever encountered. The fight had lasted mere moments, but Iron Man's overwhelming power had left an impression that would not fade. Levi knew that he had only seen a sliver of Iron Man's true strength. In comparison, his own abilities felt pitifully small, like a candle trying to outshine the sun. For Levi's people, strength was everything. From the time they were born, they were taught to respect and worship the powerful. This reverence for strength ran so deep that it had become a defining trait of their race. Yet Levi had always been a little different, even among his own kind. His unusual way of thinking and acting often made him an outlier. But even he wasn't immune to the awe inspired by Iron Man. In just a few minutes of battle, Levi had come to revere this man as though he were a god. And yet, despite his admiration and his decision to recognize Iron Man as his father, it seemed the feeling was not mutual. Levi's shoulders slumped as he thought about how weak and insignificant he must have appeared. It was no surprise Iron Man had left him behind. After all, what use could a bumbling giant be to someone so powerful? Levi sighed heavily, his massive chest rising and falling like a mountain. He glanced around, unsure of what to do next, when his eyes fell on the body of the Cantel army commander lying on the ground. This was the very enemy Iron Man had defeated and left behind. Levi's heart clenched as he realized what this meant. The Cantel commander was no ordinary soldier, he was a notorious fugitive, a wanted criminal whose capture would bring immense rewards. Iron Man must have spent considerable time and effort tracking him down. Yet, instead of claiming the prize for himself, he had left the body behind as if it were a gift for Levi. Levi's throat tightened, and tears welled up in his eyes. This was no ordinary gift, it was a sign of trust, a gesture of incredible generosity. To leave something so valuable behind spoke volumes about Iron Man's character. Levi wiped at his tears with one massive hand, his heart swelling with gratitude and determination. No, Levi muttered to himself, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. I can't just stand here and do nothing. I have to find a way to repay him. Levi thought back to what he knew about the temple. It was said to hold ancient secrets and unimaginable power, but it was also guarded by challenges that had turned away even the strongest warriors. Levi had given up hope of ever entering the temple himself, but now he saw a new purpose. If Iron Man's goal was the temple, then Levi would do everything in his power to help him get there. With renewed determination, Levi hoisted the limp body of the Cantel commander onto his shoulder and began walking. He didn't know exactly where the temple was, but he would find it. For his new father, he would find a way. Charlie, controlling the Iron Man suit, soared through the sky, his mind focused on his next steps. The mission he had come here for was complete. The Cantel commander, the runaway leader of a rogue legion, had been neutralized. Most importantly, Earth's location, the pole star of humanity, remained a secret. That was the main goal, and it was accomplished. Still, Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that something could go wrong. There was always the chance that the Cantel forces had some other way of learning Earth's coordinates. If that happened, he would have no choice but to fight back with everything he had. And if even that failed, well, he had a backup plan. The Green Lantern system had expanded his options significantly. If Earth ever became indefensible, he could load his loved ones onto the Green Lantern spaceship and leave. The universe was vast, full of unexplored planets where they could rebuild and grow stronger. Charlie had no illusions about how difficult such a path would be, but it was better than being cornered. Still, he hoped it wouldn't come to that. For now, his priority was the temple. He needed to find out what was inside and whether it posed any threats or opportunities. The fight with the Cantel commander and Levi had taken less time than expected, leaving Charlie with a window of opportunity. He decided to approach the temple ahead of his allies, scouting it out in his Iron Man armor. As he flew closer, the temple came into view, and Charlie couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. It was enormous, a palace that seemed to defy the limits of architecture. The design was unlike anything human, yet it was stunning in a way that resonated deeply. The intricate patterns and flowing lines seemed to vibrate with energy, filling him with a sense of peace and awe. It reminded Charlie of music. Just as a beautiful melody could transcend language and culture, the temple's design seemed to speak directly to the soul. He wondered if this was intentional, if the architects had designed it to appeal to all beings, regardless of their origins. Around the temple, a bustling market had sprung up. Aliens from countless species milled about, creating a scene that was both chaotic and vibrant. Stalls lined the open spaces, offering everything from exploration tools to exotic foods. Some vendors even sold trinkets and relics they claimed were connected to the temple. The air buzzed with the hum of conversations in dozens of different languages. Charlie landed quietly on the outskirts of the market, switching his armor to transparent mode. Tony Stark, dressed in casual clothes. Blending in with the crowd, he strolled toward the nearest stall. The vendor was a strange creature with a mouth shaped like a suction cup and several long tentacles. When it saw Tony, it waved one of its tentacles enthusiastically. "Welcome? Come, take a look at this rare artifact. Freshly unearthed from the temple itself. Completely authentic." The alien held up a small green object that resembled a petri dish made of emerald. Its surface shimmered faintly in the light. Tony raised an eyebrow, scanning the object discreetly with his hidden Iron Man tack. The scan revealed no energy signatures or unusual properties. It was almost certainly a fake. Still, Tony smiled and picked up the artifact, examining it closely. "Interesting," he said, his tone casual. "So, what's been happening around here? It seems busier than usual." The vendor's sucker-like mouth curled into something resembling a smile. "Oh, absolutely. There's a big conference happening. Traffic has gone up tenfold." Tony tilted his head, feigning surprise. "A conference? What's it about?" The vendor leaned in conspiratorially, lowering its voice. "I don't know all the details, but it's something big. Word is that the Aval United are involved. Some bigwig from their group announced that there might be a breakthrough in the temple soon." Tony nodded thoughtfully, storing the information in his mind. The Aval United. Noted Charlie had heard whispers of the Aval Alliance long before he reached Craffle, but seeing them in action was something else. On his first day in the city, he had witnessed them clashing with one of the local powers. The confrontation had been tense, the air thick with hostility, and from what Charlie overheard, the conflict revolved around something connected to the temple. That day, he had stood back, watching from the shadows while the two groups traded veiled threats and sharp words. It was clear that the Aval Alliance was no pushover. Their determination was evident in the way they carried themselves, and the look in their leaders' eyes suggested they wouldn't stop until they claimed whatever opportunity the temple offered. TL note, the fight in the alley. Even now, as Charlie strolled through the bustling market outside the temple, their name lingered in his thoughts. While he was deep in thought, a nearby vendor's voice interrupted his musings. The man was loudly explaining something to his customers, his words punctuated by exaggerated hand gestures. "It's all rumors," the vendor declared. "I'm telling you, it's the Second Alliance of Craffle hosting the meeting, not Aval. Their leader is the one with the key to the temple. That's what everyone's saying. The news only leaked recently, but I heard he's had it for years." Before Charlie could process this new information, another vendor stepped up, his expression skeptical. "Come on, man," the newcomer said, crossing his arms. "If the leader of the Second Alliance already had the key, why wouldn't he just study the temple's secrets on his own? Why waste time holding some big meeting and inviting half the planet? Doesn't make sense." The first vendor huffed, clearly annoyed. "You don't get it. The key isn't enough on its own. From what I hear, Aval has another piece of the puzzle. Without it, the Second Alliance can't unlock the full secret." The leader probably got as far as he could and realized he needed Aval's help to go any further. That's why he's calling in outside forces. He's trying to force Aval's hand. The second vendor frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Okay, but if that's the case, why not just negotiate with Aval directly? Why bring in so many outsiders?" The first vendor hesitated, his confidence faltering. After a moment, he shrugged. "Look, I'm just a vendor. Big players like him have their reasons. I don't pretend to understand their politics. All I know is that my information is solid." The second vendor snorted. "Sure it is." The two men began bickering, their voices growing louder and more animated, but it was clear to Charlie that neither of them had any real answers. Their conversation was nothing more than speculation, and he had no time to waste on baseless rumors. He moved on, weaving through the crowded market with practiced ease. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling merchants, the clinking of coins, and the occasional shout of a frustrated customer. Stalls lined both sides of the street, their colorful awnings fluttering in the breeze. The vendors sold everything from fresh produce to intricate trinkets, but the most popular items by far were maps and guides to the temple. Charlie paused at a few stalls, examining the goods on display. Each map claimed to hold the key to navigating the temple's labyrinthine corridors, but they were wildly different from one another. Some were detailed and precise, while others were little more than rough sketches. He purchased copies of everything he could find, using the star coins he had looted from the Cantel camp. After scanning the maps into his armor's AI system, he discarded the physical copies. He had no intention of relying on them anyway, they were just raw data for Aya to analyze. The temple itself loomed in the distance, a massive structure that dominated the landscape. At first glance, it appeared to be a grand and ancient building, its towering spires and intricate carvings hinting at untold secrets. But as Charlie drew closer, he realized the truth. The outer structure was a facade, built by later generations to conceal the temple's true entrance. Beneath the ornate stonework and gilded arches lay a simple hole in the ground, dark and unassuming. Charlie descended into the hole, his armor's boots making soft thuds against the stone floor. The air grew cooler as he moved deeper, the faint sounds of the market fading behind him. The temple was unlike anything he had ever seen. No one knew exactly how long it had been there. It was older than the cities, older than the stars that lit the sky above Kraffel, and perhaps even older than the very people who now roamed the astral plane. When it was first discovered, it had appeared as a series of scattered holes, some large, some small, some close together, and others miles apart. Each hole was an entrance, but no two led to the same place. The temple's size was beyond comprehension. Countless explorers had tried to measure it over the years, but their efforts always fell short. Some claimed it was as large as a city, while others argued it was closer to the size of a small moon. What made it truly unique, however, was its constant motion. The temple was alive, or at least, that was how it seemed. Its corridors shifted and changed without warning, rearranging themselves in an endless dance. Even entering through the same doorway twice didn't guarantee the same path. It reminded Charlie of the ruins discovered on Earth years ago. Those ruins, too, had been in motion, but they were nothing compared to this. If the ruins on Earth were a small, clockwork toy, this temple was a colossal machine, a transformer of unimaginable scale. Despite its chaotic nature, the temple wasn't entirely uncharted. Generations of explorers had dedicated their lives to understanding its movements, creating navigation plans that allowed others to traverse its halls with relative safety. Charlie had scanned these plans into his AI, but he didn't need to study them himself. Aya, the advanced AI from the Green Lantern Corps, had already analyzed the data and synthesized it into a cohesive strategy. Her guidance was flawless. As Charlie moved deeper into the temple, his helmet's display lit up with a clear path forward. Arrows and markers appeared on the screen, guiding him through the shifting corridors with ease. It was almost too simple, like following a GPS on a quiet country road. The walls around him were made of a smooth, black stone that seemed to absorb light. Strange symbols glowed faintly in the darkness, their meaning lost to time. The air was heavy with a sense of history, as if the temple itself was watching him, waiting to see what he would do next. Suddenly, a faint noise caught his attention. Voices echoed through the halls, growing louder with each step. Charlie slowed his pace, his hand hovering near the weapon at his side. He didn't know who or what he was about to encounter, but he wasn't about to be caught off guard. Someone's there. Before Stark even saw them, a voice called out from up ahead. It echoed through the twisting temple corridor, sharp and alert. This time, it wasn't the universal astral common language, but instead a local alien dialect Stark's translator could only partially decode. Even though a wall separated them, Stark's advanced armor had already detected movement beyond it. 3 life forms distinct in shape and size were waiting just around the corner. The first figure resembled a hulking, upright hippopotamus, its massive frame filling much of the narrow corridor. The second had a writhing, squid-like appearance, with tentacles moving constantly as though searching for something to latch onto. The third was humanoid, slim and agile, with sharp, piercing eyes that glinted faintly in the dim light. As the 3 figures emerged from behind the wall, their expressions instantly changed. Relief and joy spread across their faces as they caught sight of Stark, like a group of lost travelers finding an oasis in the middle of a desert. "It's been so long since we've seen anyone," one of them exclaimed, their voice trembling with apparent relief. The 3 moved closer, their hurried steps betraying a desperation that seemed far too genuine to be feigned. "Do I know you?" Stark asked, his brow raised skeptically. "No, not yet," said the hippopotamus creature in a deep, rumbling voice. "But we urgently need your help. We're members of the Aval Alliance here, look at this." The creature pointed to a badge affixed to its chest, a small, metallic plate engraved with strange symbols Stark didn't immediately recognize. Similar badges adorned the other 2 figures. It was clearly a form of identification, likely to signify their allegiance. "I've heard your alliance sent a lot of people into this temple," Stark said, his tone calm but probing. "Why are there only 3 of you here? TL note, I'm confused. What does Stark have to do with the alliance? Did I miss something?" The trio exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier confidence replaced with awkward hesitation. Finally, the squid-like creature spoke, its tentacles curling and twitching as it did. "Well, it's a bit complicated," it admitted. "The alliance did send several teams. Each one had a designated navigator to lead the way. But we ran into trouble." The humanoid chimed in, its voice tinged with frustration. "We were ambushed by another group. Things got messy, and during the fight, the terrain shifted. You know how this temple works, everything moves around constantly. Before we knew it, we were separated from the rest of our team." Stark crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. This wasn't the first time he'd heard of groups getting lost or scattered in the temple. Even with navigation maps widely available, the unpredictable shifts in terrain, combined with the occasional violent clash between rival groups, often led to situations like this. So, Stark said, his voice cool, you don't know the way out. The three nodded in unison, looking like guilty children caught breaking a rule. The hippopotamus creature stepped forward, clasping its massive hands together in a pleading gesture. We've been wandering for hours, maybe longer. We didn't see a single soul. We thought we were going to die here. And then, thank the stars, we found you. Its voice cracked slightly, the desperation in its tone unmistakable. You do know the way, right? The humanoid asked, its sharp eyes fixed on Stark. Of course, Stark said with a nonchalant shrug. I know this place like the back of my hand. The trio's expressions lit up with hope. Thank goodness, the hippopotamus exclaimed. Please, let us follow you? We'll owe you everything if you get us out of here. The humanoid added, the Aval Alliance takes care of its own. If you help us, we'll make sure you're rewarded. Stark waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Saving lives is just part of my professional ethics. The trio immediately began showering him with gratitude, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of thanks. Stark allowed a faint smirk to cross his face, though he kept his guard up. Something about their story didn't sit right with him, but he wasn't about to let them know that. The group started walking, Stark leading the way while the three trailed close behind. The corridor was dimly lit, the faint glow of symbols etched into the black stone walls providing just enough illumination to see a few feet ahead. Suddenly, the humanoid froze, its posture stiffening. Wait, who's there? It hissed, pointing into the shadows ahead. Stark stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he turned to look in the indicated direction. At that exact moment, the trio struck. The hippopotamus moved first, its massive hand lashing out toward Stark's throat with the force of a wrecking ball. Its intention was clear, to crush Stark's windpipe in a single, decisive blow. Simultaneously, the squid-like creature sprang into action. Its tentacles shot forward like snakes, wrapping around Stark's torso and limbs in an attempt to immobilize him completely. The humanoid was last but no less precise. It raised its hand in a knife-like strike, aiming directly for the back of Stark's head. The coordination between the three attackers was seamless, their timing honed through what must have been countless practice sessions. But they had underestimated their target. The hippopotamus's grin widened as its hand descended, certain that Stark was too distracted to defend himself. But just before its fingers made contact, they collided with an invisible barrier, a force field so solid it might as well have been steel. The creature's grin faltered. Its fingers scraped uselessly against the barrier, unable to penetrate it. The humanoid's attack met the same fate. Its knife-hand strike stopped inches from Stark's head, halted by the same invisible shield. The force of the blow rebounded, sending a jarring shock through its arm. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the corridor, followed by pained cries from the humanoid and the hippopotamus as they stumbled back, clutching their injured limbs. The squid-like creature, meanwhile, tightened its grip, unaware of what had just happened to its companions. From its perspective, its tentacles were securely wrapped around Stark's body. But then it noticed something strange. The texture was wrong. Instead of the warm, pliable feel of flesh, its tentacles encountered cold, unyielding metal. Before it could react, a surge of blue electricity coursed through its tentacles, traveling directly into its body. The creature convulsed violently, smoke rising from its charred form as it collapsed to the ground. The remaining two attackers, realizing their mistake, launched one final, desperate assault. The hippopotamus roared as it charged forward, swinging its massive fists, while the humanoid darted in from the side, its movements quick and frantic. Stark didn't even flinch. A burst of flame erupted from his left boot as he executed a powerful upward kick. The blow connected with the hippopotamus's forehead, sending the massive creature crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. At the same time, Stark raised his right hand. The translucent armor covering his palm shimmered as a pulse of energy shot forth, striking the humanoid square in the chest. The force of the blast hurled it backward, its body slamming into the wall with enough force to leave a dent. For a moment, the corridor was silent, save for the faint hum of Stark's armor and the groans of his defeated attackers. As the distortion field around him faded, the sleek red and gold gleam of Stark's armor became visible for a brief second. Then, just as quickly, it disappeared again, leaving him standing there, seemingly unarmed. Finally, someone. A trembling voice called out from the shadows, filled with desperation. From the darkness emerged a creature with soft, rubbery features. Its form sagged as it shuffled forward, its thin limbs shaking as it pressed its hands together in a gesture of pleading. Tears, or something like them, welled up in its wide, glassy eyes. Savior? Benefactor? We belong to the Second Alliance of Craffle. It's all because of some stupid conflicts with the Aval Alliance on the road. We took a wrong turn, got separated from the main group, and we've been lost ever since. We couldn't find the way. Please, help us, sir. Stark smiled warmly, a friendly expression that spread across his face like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Well, that's a shame. Very unfortunate. His tone carried a casual air, almost amused. Then his eyes sharpened slightly. If you're hoping for my help, you'd better keep up. I'll have you know my asking price is significantly higher than the rates those navigation guides are charging outside. The creature perked up, nodding quickly and eagerly. Behind it, two other beings emerged, their faces wearing identical expressions of desperation. One of them, a humanoid figure with sharp features, spoke up. That's no problem at all. As long as you can guide us out of this place, we'll pay whatever you ask. Stark chuckled softly and gave a slight nod. The group followed him, their steps hurried and uneven as they struggled to match his calm, confident pace. The temple's corridors stretched out before them in a labyrinth of black stone. Faintly glowing runes lit the way, casting eerie patterns of light across the walls. The atmosphere was thick and stifling, the air feeling heavier with each step. It was only a matter of minutes before the inevitable happened. Ah! The cry was sharp, piercing the heavy silence of the temple. Blue energy rippled across Stark's body, lighting up the otherwise dim corridor. The translucent armor flickered into view for a brief moment before returning to its stealth mode, leaving Stark standing alone among the crumpled bodies of his would-be attackers. He sighed and shook his head, his tone almost playful as he muttered to himself. Honestly, you guys are just so unoriginal. Same old lines, same predictable tactics. Can't you come up with anything new? Stark glanced around the corridor, taking a moment to examine the aftermath. The bodies were sprawled at odd angles, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and fear. The three beings who had approached him so desperately moments ago now lay motionless at his feet. It wasn't his first encounter like this, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Stark had been wandering the temple for long enough to understand its cruel, unspoken rules. The astral realm operated on one fundamental principle: the strong devour the weak. Killing and being killed was simply a way of life here. And in a place like the temple, where greed and desperation collided, violence wasn't just expected, it was inevitable. Reputable groups entered the temple in large numbers, traveling in tight, organized formations. Individuals who ventured in alone were rare, typically only those confident or arrogant enough to believe they could survive its dangers unaided. Among these solo explorers, most were seasoned veterans, powerful fighters whose reputations preceded them. But Stark? He was an enigma. To anyone watching, he appeared to be an easy target. With his armor cloaked in its stealth mode, Stark looked nothing like a hardened warrior. His lean frame and composed demeanor gave him the air of a scientist, an unarmed intellectual who had wandered into the wrong place. This illusion was precisely what drew attackers to him like moths to a flame. To them, Stark seemed like an easy score, a lone wanderer ripe for exploitation. They couldn't have been more wrong. Over the course of an hour, Stark dealt with 3 separate groups of attackers. Each encounter followed the same predictable pattern. They would approach him with pleading expressions and desperate stories about being lost or separated from their group. Stark, feigning kindness, would agree to help them. Then, without fail, they would attempt to ambush him. And each time, Stark dispatched them with cold efficiency. After dealing with the third group, Stark stopped to inspect the items they had carried. Star coins, small tools, and other trinkets littered the ground around the bodies. He collected what seemed useful, though most of it was junk to him. His armor's storage compartments were limited, and he had little patience for hauling around unnecessary baggage. Still, Stark viewed these encounters as more than just opportunities to gather supplies. They were practice. The alien fighters he encountered in the temple were far more skilled than the criminals he had dealt with back on Earth. Fighting them offered valuable experience, and Stark welcomed the challenge. Of course, for him, it wasn't much of a challenge at all. The attackers were predictable, their strategies unoriginal. Each fight was over in seconds, and Stark barely broke a sweat. It wasn't long before another group arrived. This time, the attackers introduced themselves as members of a small organization called Warpers. Stark didn't bother to remember their backstory. To him, they were just another set of faces, another group of experience packs waiting to be dealt with. "Savior? Please, we're lost," one of them cried, its voice quivering as tears streamed down its grotesque face. "We've been wandering for hours. Please, help us find our way." Stark's lips twitched into a smirk. "Oh, of course. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you get out of here safely." As they followed him, Stark couldn't help but marvel at their lack of creativity. Is there some kind of handbook for these excuses? He wondered. It's like they're all using the same script. Once again, the group waited until they thought Stark's guard was down. Then they struck. The 3 attackers moved as one, their strikes perfectly coordinated. One lunged from the left, another from the right, and the third aimed for Stark's back. But Stark had seen it all before. He spun, his elbow connecting with the nearest attacker's face in a blur of motion. A quick backhand strike sent the second flying, and 3 precise energy blasts from his gauntlets finished the job. When the dust settled, Stark stood amidst the wreckage, unscathed and unimpressed. However, this time, there was a twist. As Stark turned to leave, he noticed one of the bodies twitching. A boneless, cartilaginous alien had somehow managed to survive. Its body contorted unnaturally, twisting away from the blast at the last second. Before Stark could finish it off, the creature sprang to its feet and bolted. It leapt into the air, its body stretching as it flew upward. Stark watched as it disappeared into the shadows above, its movements surprisingly swift for something so grotesque. "Not bad," Stark muttered. "But you're not getting away." Flames erupted from the soles of Stark's boots as he engaged his armor's flight mode. With a burst of speed, he shot into the air, pursuing the fleeing alien through the temple's maze-like corridors. The chase led to another platform, where the alien abruptly lowered its altitude and began flying close to the ground. Stark recognized the strategy immediately. The alien was sticking to a predefined route, likely familiar with the temple's navigation plans. Straying too far from the designated paths was dangerous, even a slight misstep could lead to getting lost in the temple's shifting terrain. Still, Stark wasn't about to let it escape. The alien glanced back, its face twisted in panic. Seeing no sign of Stark, it allowed itself a moment of relief. But as it turned forward again, it froze. Standing directly in its path was Stark. His armor glinted faintly in the dim light, and a faint smile played on his lips. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Stark asked, his tone calm and almost mocking. The alien's shoulders sagged, its brief flicker of hope extinguished. Stark tilted his head slightly, his smile widening. "Did you really think you could outrun me?" The alien didn't answer. It didn't need to. Its trembling body said everything Stark needed to know. The alien froze in shock, his mind struggling to process what was happening. How had Stark managed to do that? Just a moment ago, he had been behind him, yet now, there he was calmly standing in front of him, as if mocking his every move. The alien's body trembled involuntarily. Was this some kind of nightmare? No, it couldn't be. This was real. The hairs or what passed for hairs on his cartilaginous skin stood on end as a wave of cold fear swept over him. He shook his head violently. No, this couldn't be happening. Anger mixed with his fear, a sharp bitterness rising in his throat. How dare this stranger humiliate him like this? Without thinking, he spun around and darted off in the opposite direction, his instinct for survival screaming louder than his courage. But even as he pushed himself to his limit, his mind kept racing with unanswerable questions. How had Stark moved so quickly? The alien prided himself on his survival skills. He was far from a fighter, but he was an expert at escaping danger. He knew his speed and reflexes were top tier among his kind, yet this man or whatever he was had completely outclassed him. A sick feeling settled in his stomach. He realized that no matter how fast he ran, Stark would still be faster. A mocking laugh echoed behind him. The sound sent chills down his spine, cutting through his rising panic like a blade. The alien risked a glance over his shoulder and immediately regretted it. Stark was already ahead of him again, standing casually with his arms crossed, his keratin-enhanced armor glinting ominously in the dim light. How the alien choked, his voice breaking as the words refused to come. The mocking smile on Stark's face widened, and the alien felt his heart sink further. He could feel the icy grip of despair tightening around him. His once proud confidence shattered like fragile glass. In a final, desperate bid for survival, the alien let out a guttural scream and charged straight at Stark. His cry was raw and filled with the kind of desperation only a cornered animal could muster. His body hurtled forward, but his movements lacked the grace and power they had earlier. He was no longer the predator, he was the prey. Stark, however, didn't flinch. He stood perfectly still, raising one hand as his suit's targeting system came online. A faint blue crosshair locked onto the alien's chest. Stark's palm began to glow with the energy of a fully charged repulsor beam. All it would take was a slight flick of his fingers, and the alien would be reduced to nothing but a charred smear on the floor. But Stark hesitated. Before he could fire, a streak of brilliant energy tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. It struck the alien mid-charge, the impact so powerful that his body exploded in a grotesque burst of blood and tissue. The alien's remains splattered against the far wall with a sickening thwack, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless, sticky mess. Stark lowered his hand slowly, his targeting system deactivating as his gaze shifted toward the source of the attack. From above, a figure descended gracefully. It was a woman, her feet barely touching the ground as if she were floating. Her presence was commanding, almost otherworldly. She wore an elegant yet intimidating suit of armor, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Her face was cold, her expression unreadable, but there was an undeniable air of authority about her. Stark recognized her instantly. She was the same God King he had encountered before on Craffle, the one who had been interested in the secrets of the temple. She landed lightly and turned her icy gaze toward the mess of alien remains splattered on the wall. Her expression didn't waver as she surveyed her handiwork. Finally, she looked at Stark. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice calm but tinged with an undertone of concern. Stark tilted his head slightly, bemused by her sudden appearance. He glanced at the remains of the alien and then back at her. "I think I'm better off than that guy," he said, his tone laced with dry humor. The God King's expression didn't change. "Preying on the weak and defenseless is his own fault," she said coldly. "If I hadn't been passing by, you might have ended up like him." Stark raised an eyebrow. Was she serious? It took him a moment to realize that she had completely misread the situation. She thought he was the victim here, some helpless traveler who had narrowly escaped a grisly fate. He decided not to correct her. There was no point in revealing the truth, not when her misunderstanding worked in his favor. The God King continued, her gaze sweeping the room. "This place is dangerous," she said firmly. "People's hearts are filled with darkness here, and their true natures come out in places like this. You were lucky this time, but you won't always be." Stark shrugged casually, but her words carried a weight that made him pause. It was clear that, in her eyes, he was just another weakling who had wandered too far into dangerous territory. "You shouldn't be here alone," she added, her tone softening slightly as if she were genuinely concerned. "I can take care of myself," Stark replied smoothly. The God King didn't seem convinced. Her eyes scanned the room until they landed on a small bunker in the corner. She pointed toward it. "Hide there," she instructed. "Don't move. I'll return for you once I've completed my mission." Stark blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her insistence. He wasn't used to people underestimating him, let alone trying to protect him. Still, he nodded, playing along. Thanks, he said, making his voice sound as grateful as possible. The God King didn't move until Stark walked over to the bunker and crouched down inside. Only then did she nod in approval. Stay here, she said firmly. This place is no place for someone like you. I know there are rumors about the treasures hidden here, but they're not worth your life. Desperados flock to this temple, and the dangers far outweigh the rewards. Her tone was so serious that Stark almost felt bad for deceiving her. Almost. I'll return as soon as I can, she promised, her voice softening slightly. Don't move until then. With that, she turned and walked away, her figure vanishing into the shadows. Stark waited for a few moments, listening to the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance. Then, once he was sure she was gone, he climbed out of the bunker and dusted himself off. Stay put and wait, he muttered to himself, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, right. He had no intention of sitting around like a helpless bystander. There was still work to be done, and he wasn't about to let anyone or anything slow him down. As he moved deeper into the temple, he couldn't help but wonder how the God King would react when she returned and found the bunker empty. The thought brought a small, mischievous grin to his face. He adjusted the settings on his suit, activating its stealth mode as he slipped into the shadows. Whatever dangers lay ahead, he was ready to face them head-on. Charlie felt a rush of anticipation as he watched Iron Man, remotely controlled by him, delve deeper into the ancient temple. This place had stumped explorers for generations, and now, armed with AI guidance and determination, Charlie was closer than ever to unraveling its mysteries. The path twisted and turned endlessly, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers that seemed designed to disorient even the most advanced technology. But Charlie was undeterred. Every corridor Iron Man navigated, every obstacle overcome, brought him closer to the temple's core, a place shrouded in legend and mystery. During his exploration, 2 more groups of enemies appeared. Charlie made short work of them, utilizing Iron Man's advanced weapons systems with precision. The enemies varied in strength, but none were a match for Iron Man's recoil gun, a devastating weapon that rendered all opposition futile. Under its might, even the strongest foes seemed like mere annoyances. With each victory, Charlie earned a hefty number of hero points, further fueling his resolve. Eventually, Iron Man reached the temple's core, the furthest point anyone had ever explored. This area had become a legendary bottleneck, a place that explorers from countless species had tried and failed to overcome. As Iron Man moved into this final chamber, Charlie noticed a dramatic shift in the environment. The previous sections of the temple had alternated between man-made structures and natural grottos. Some areas displayed signs of incredible craftsmanship, while others seemed like they had been carved by nature itself. But here, everything felt different. The inner hall was vast and imposing, bathed in an eerie ice blue light. Even through the screen, Charlie felt an unnatural chill, as if the very atmosphere had grown colder. The main platform was empty, a stark contrast to the intricate paths that led to it. Surrounding the platform were countless crisscrossing roads, each disappearing into shadowy voids. Above, the aurora shimmered, casting faint ripples of light across the chamber. What caught Charlie's attention the most were the floating platforms suspended in the darkness. These platforms defied logic, their orientations chaotic, some upright, some inverted, and others tilted at impossible angles. It was like staring into a 3-dimensional kaleidoscope, where every turn of the head revealed something new and baffling. Charlie hesitated. This place was unlike anything he'd encountered before. The AI guidance that had been so reliable suddenly went silent. The map on the screen stopped updating, as if acknowledging that this was the end of its knowledge. Iron Man stepped onto the platform, and Charlie noticed he wasn't alone. The area was populated by small groups of aliens, scattered across the platform. They were of all shapes and sizes, representing a wide variety of species. Some stood quietly, observing their surroundings, while others were engaged in hushed conversations. From time to time, new arrivals entered the chamber through one of the many paths, only to pause in confusion before joining the rest. Charlie quickly realized this was the limit of exploration for everyone. No one had figured out how to move beyond this point. Every known route through the temple ultimately led back to this platform, trapping explorers in an endless loop. As Charlie surveyed the scene, a nearby argument caught his attention. A group of aliens was gathered around a heated discussion. Curious, Charlie directed Iron Man closer to listen. "You're wrong. You need to take Route 4 to get out of here," one alien argued passionately. "Anything else is a dead end." The other, a blue-skinned alien, shook his head in frustration. "That's outdated thinking. The methods you're clinging to were great for their time, but they're useless now. The early explorers paved the way, sure, but if you keep following their footsteps, you'll never make real progress." The first alien bristled. "Outdated? Those methods are the foundation of everything we know about this place. If you want to push forward, you have to understand the classics. Take line 3, for example. The variation on the 8th house is based on old techniques, but it simplifies the process. How can you dismiss something so essential?" Their argument continued, growing more heated, until a third voice interrupted. "Forget it," said a lazy-sounding alien who had been lounging nearby. "Haven't you heard the rumors? The key to the temple is in the hands of the Craffle Second League. Everyone knows that without the key, there's no way forward." The first alien looked skeptical. "A key? There's no lock here. How can there be a key?" The lazy alien shrugged. "Think about it. The best explorers from every race have come here, and no matter what path they take, they always end up back on this platform. Doesn't that prove there's something we're missing? Something beyond our understanding? The blue-skinned alien seemed unconvinced. Even if there were a key, how would it work? There's no door here, no lock to open. The idea of a key is just an excuse for failure. Charlie absorbed the conversation. This place, the deepest part of the temple, was clearly more than just a maze. The pathways and platforms formed some kind of intricate mechanism, but its purpose and solution remained a mystery. The idea of a key intrigued him, but like the aliens, he wondered how it would work in a place with no obvious locks or doors. He decided to wait. Green Lantern was on his way, and with him were two potential keys to the temple's secrets, a young man believed to be special and a mysterious statue said to hold great power. Perhaps together, they could unlock the mystery of this place. Charlie set Iron Man to energy-saving mode and waited. Minutes passed, but instead of Green Lantern, a new group of arrivals caught his attention. They entered through one of the many pathways, their presence immediately commanding respect and fear. At the center of the group was Quix, the same alien Green Lantern had defeated earlier. He was flanked by several familiar faces, all members of the Craffle Second League. This faction was known for their strength and ruthlessness, and their arrival sent a ripple of unease through the platform. The other explorers instinctively stepped aside, lowering their voices as the group passed. But it was their leader who truly stood out. Charlie had never seen this figure before, a towering man with waxy white skin and a slender, almost skeletal frame. He was dressed in black, his presence radiating authority. The deference shown by his followers left no doubt, this was the infamous leader of the Craffle Second League. As Charlie observed them, another group entered the chamber. This time, it was the Aval United, a rival faction that had long clashed with the Craffle League. At their head was their own leader, a figure just as imposing and mysterious as the Craffle leader. The tension in the room was palpable. The two factions had clearly crossed paths before, and their shared history was anything but friendly. Charlie realized that the arrival of these two powerful groups, combined with Green Lantern's impending entrance, meant the situation was about to escalate dramatically. The Craffle Second Alliance and the Aval United were known across the galaxy as the most powerful forces working to uncover the secrets of the ancient temple. Their leaders, Cruz and Boric, were legends in their own right, with reputations built on their unmatched strength and strategic brilliance. The fact that both had appeared here, in the temple's deepest chamber, was no coincidence. For those scattered around the hall, it was a clear sign that the moment they had been waiting for, the final revelation, was close. The inner hall, bathed in its cold, icy blue glow, felt charged with anticipation. The scattered explorers, a mix of different alien races, pressed themselves against the cold stone walls, their eyes darting nervously between the two factions. Some whispered quietly among themselves, their voices carrying a mix of fear and excitement. This could be the day the temple's secrets were finally unveiled, an event that would be recorded in history for generations. But there was also the very real possibility that a fight could break out between these two powerful factions, and the explorers knew they were insignificant in the grand scheme of things, mere pawns who could easily be swept away in the chaos. As the tension grew thicker, Boric, the leader of the Aval United, stepped forward. His tall, broad frame carried an air of authority, and his voice was sharp but measured as he addressed his rival. "Leader Cruz," he began, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "It's been quite some time." Cruz, the pale and towering leader of the Craffle Second Alliance, stood across the platform. His waxy white skin seemed to gleam faintly in the temple's cold light, giving him an almost spectral appearance. He regarded Boric with a cool, emotionless expression. "Boric, if my memory serves, the last time we crossed paths was 11 years ago." Boric nodded, his smirk widening slightly. "The 45 Starfield. That meeting left quite the impression on me. Your skills in combat are unparalleled. Even now, I can still feel the ache from that encounter." Cruz's tone was sharp as a blade. "Your humility is noted, though unnecessary. That clash was a necessity, nothing more. Your reputation as the god of war remains intact." Their words were civil, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. They weren't exchanging pleasantries, they were testing each other, their veiled comments hinting at a deeper history. The explorers watching from the shadows began piecing together fragments of their conversation, understanding that the two leaders had clashed in the past, and neither had emerged as the clear victor. In the Star Realms, power wasn't simply a matter of physical strength. Fighters drew their abilities from a combination of racial talent and blessings from the Supreme Lord. Those who awakened their abilities would experience rapid growth until they hit a plateau, after which their strength would stabilize. For leaders like Cruz and Boric, this meant their abilities had been honed to near perfection long ago, and any improvements since then had come from relentless skill training. As a result, any future clash between them would likely mirror their past encounter, an evenly matched battle with no decisive winner. "Let's dispense with the formalities," Cruz said suddenly, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. "Agreed," Boric replied, his smirk fading. "You're a shrewd man, Cruz. I've always respected that about you. It's no small feat to uncover the clues to a secret everyone in the Star Realms has been chasing. But today, you've done something uncharacteristic. Summoning everyone here in such an open and dramatic fashion, it's not like you. What's your play?" Boric's words sent a ripple through the crowd. Many had assumed the Craffle Second Alliance was behind the meeting, but Cruz's next statement shattered that assumption. "I arrived here with questions," Cruz said, his gaze like a cold flame. "I had hoped meeting with you, Boric, would provide answers. Instead, it has only raised more questions." Cruz's towering frame loomed over the Aval United leader as he continued. And yet, the specifics of who called this meeting are irrelevant. What matters is that you seem intent on pinning it on us. Why? The hall grew deathly silent. Cruz's words carried a weight that made even Borich's followers shift uncomfortably. If the Craffle Second Alliance hadn't called the meeting, then who had? And why would Borich accuse Cruz so openly? Borich's expression flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. 11 years ago, he began, his tone quieter but no less intense. There were no witnesses to what happened. But you and I both know the truth. His words hung in the air like a heavy fog. The Stardust remnants were wiped out that year. You, Cruz, took the last survivor. You can lie to your subordinates, your allies, and even yourself, but you cannot lie to me. I've kept your secret for over a decade, shielding you from the hunters and scavengers who would have come after you if they knew. And this is how you repay that trust. Gasps rippled through the hall. The Stardust remnants were an ancient and powerful race, thought to have been completely annihilated 11 years ago. Borich's revelation that Cruz had taken their last survivor was nothing short of explosive. Even the Craffle Second Alliance's members turned to their leader, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Cruz's face remained impassive. Your so-called friendship has been anything but, he said, his tone icy. You've spent years scheming to uncover the survivor's location, and now, thanks to your efforts, they are no longer in my possession. Borich's brow furrowed. What are you saying? Cruz's voice was sharp and direct. Your Aval United operatives attacked our headquarters and took the Stardust child. You have what you wanted. Why pretend otherwise? This time, it was Borich's turn to be shocked. You're accusing us of taking the Stardust child? This is the first I've heard of such an event. Cruz narrowed his eyes. Your ignorance doesn't absolve you. Someone in your ranks clearly knows the truth. Or are you telling me your organization has slipped so far that you're unaware of its actions? The hall erupted into murmurs as the tension between the two leaders reached its peak. The scattered explorers, who had hoped for answers, were now more confused than ever. If neither Cruz nor Borich had called the meeting, and if both were unaware of the Stardust child's current location, then who was pulling the strings? And what was their endgame? The room, filled with scattered explorers, members of Aval United, and the Craffle Second Alliance, fell silent. Whispers stopped as everyone tried to gauge the situation. Borich, a leader known for his composure, now seemed genuinely caught off guard. His confusion, mixed with a simmering tension, only added to the suspense in the temple's icy blue chamber. Charlie, watching from the sidelines through Iron Man's remote-controlled interface, raised a virtual brow. Looks like Aval United just got framed for something they didn't do. He chuckled to himself, finding the situation unexpectedly amusing. What a mess. Cruz, however, showed no amusement. The leader of the Craffle Second Alliance towered over the platform, his pale, waxy skin illuminated by the eerie light that filled the temple. His cold, calculating voice echoed with authority. Borich, you said yourself that there's no need for pretense between us. I agree wholeheartedly. The crowd listened intently as Cruz continued. You've been the only one who ever knew the son of Stardust was in my possession. For years, you tried and failed to uncover his location. Every move you've made has revolved around this child, and now, at the most critical moment, he's suddenly gone. Are we really supposed to believe you had nothing to do with it? Borich was silent for a moment, his jaw tightening. Cruz's accusation was direct and sharp, and Borich knew the weight it carried. It was true that Aval United had relentlessly pursued the child for over a decade. Given their history, suspicion naturally fell on them. But this time, Borich was certain of their innocence. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but edged with frustration. It's true that we've sought the child of Stardust before, and I won't deny that I've tested your defenses in the past. But if you're suggesting we took him now, I must disappoint you. Aval United had no part in this. Cruz's cold gaze didn't waver. Convenient, he replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. You expect me to believe that, after years of chasing him, you suddenly decided to give up at the precise moment he disappeared? You've spent over a decade obsessing over his location, yet now, when he's taken from under my nose, you claim innocence. Borich exhaled deeply, clearly irritated. I know how this looks, Cruz. But I also know that whatever game you're playing, it won't work. Cruz's lip curled into a faint smirk. Game? Oh no, Borich, this is no game. And since we're being honest, let's address another point you conveniently left out. His voice grew sharper, cutting through the room. You've been stirring trouble in my alliance for weeks now. Don't think I haven't noticed. The mention of Aval United's interference brought murmurs from Cruz's followers. Tension rippled through the chamber as Cruz continued, his tone biting. And let's not forget the old man from Stardust Land. He's in your hands, isn't he? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Cruz had shifted the focus, introducing a new, critical piece to the puzzle, an elder connected to the same mysterious lineage as the son of Stardust. The revelation left everyone buzzing with speculation. Charlie, still quietly observing, tilted his head. The old man? Could he mean the green-robed weirdo back in Glen? The one green lantern found in the cave? If that's who he's talking about, this is getting interesting. Borich didn't flinch at the accusation, but his response was unexpected. At one time, yes, he admitted. During our first battle, I captured the elder while you took the boy. That much is true. He paused, his voice growing bitter. But don't think for a moment that we benefited from it. While you were busy taming a naive and impressionable child, we were left with a stubborn, uncooperative old man who gave us nothing but trouble. The crowd listened in stunned silence as Boric continued. Years ago, the elder revealed a hidden strength we hadn't anticipated. He overwhelmed his guards, escaped, and disappeared. We searched for him for years, but he vanished without a trace. Cruz's expression remained unreadable, though his eyes flickered with faint interest. So you claim he escaped, he said, his voice cool. Once again, convenient. Boric's frustration boiled over. Convenient or not, it's the truth. The old man is gone. If he has knowledge that's crucial to this temple, we don't have it. Perhaps someone else does. The implication in Boric's words was clear, and it didn't go unnoticed. While he hadn't directly accused Cruz, his statement suggested that the Craffle Second Alliance might know more than they were letting on. Cruz smirked faintly, clearly unfazed. Believe what you will, Boric, but let me remind you of something. That old man was no ordinary elder. He alone knew the exact timing required to open this temple. The crowd tensed as Cruz spoke, his words dripping with weight. This isn't just about having the right key or the right person. Without the precise timing, nothing works. The temple remains sealed. Murmurs spread among the crowd. The true complexity of the temple's secrets was becoming clearer. It wasn't just about possessing the Son of Stardust or uncovering the right relics. Everything had to align perfectly, and the old man had held the key to that alignment. Boric's eyes narrowed. If that's true, he said carefully, then someone else must have that knowledge. We no longer have the old man, Cruz. Perhaps he fled to someone else. Or perhaps he trailed off, his meaning clear. Cruz's smile faded slightly, his composure unwavering. You can try to deflect, but the truth remains. The timing of this meeting is no coincidence. Someone clearly knows when the temple is set to open, and they've ensured everyone is here for it. Both leaders fell silent, their sharp minds working to piece together the growing puzzle. Around them, their followers whispered anxiously, while the scattered explorers clung to the walls, trying to stay out of the brewing storm. Suddenly, the room began to shift. The kaleidoscopic platforms suspended above began to dissolve, their vibrant colors fading into darkness. The aurora that had once rippled through the chamber dimmed, replaced by a rolling void. A fierce wind surged through the space, carrying with it a crushing pressure that forced many to their knees. Gasps filled the chamber as every eye turned upward. There, suspended in the swirling chaos, a massive white portal appeared. Its edges shimmered with energy, and its center radiated an intense, otherworldly glow. It pulsed like a living entity, the sheer magnitude of its presence overwhelming everyone in the room. The temple was opening. For years, for decades, for centuries, the mysteries of the temple had remained locked away. The legends surrounding its power had drawn countless explorers, scholars, and warriors, but none had ever made it this far. Now, at this very moment, the gateway to another realm was unveiling itself before their eyes. Every pair of eyes turned to the vortex spinning in midair. It wasn't just the visual spectacle that held their attention, it was the overwhelming presence of energy radiating from the portal, pulling at every being in the room like an invisible force. This was what they had all come for. After decades, even centuries, of failed attempts to unlock the temple's secrets, the door was finally opening. But then something even more extraordinary happened. A figure appeared out of thin air, shimmering like a translucent ghost. At first glance, it looked like a young girl, her delicate features softened by the golden light surrounding her. But as she became more distinct, it became clear she was no girl. Her features, though feminine, carried an androgynous quality, and her aura exuded something beyond mere youth. She held something in her hand, an object no larger than a figurine, glowing faintly yet radiating immense power. Waves of energy rippled from it, brushing against the room's occupants and sending shivers down their spines. The crowd stared, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion. Some whispered nervously to one another, speculating about what they were witnessing. Others stood frozen, unable to process the sight before them. Two figures in the room, however, didn't just stare, they reacted. Cruz and Boric, leaders of the Craffle Second Alliance and of All United, immediately recognized both the figure and the object in her hand. Their pupils constricted, their expressions tightening as shock gave way to something more primal, urgency. The figure wasn't just anyone. She was the Stardust Child, the very person they had spent years chasing across the galaxy. And the object in her hand wasn't just a random trinket, it was the key to the temple. The small statue, its golden light flickering like a heartbeat, was the final piece of the puzzle they had been trying to solve for years. On the sidelines, Charlie watched through Iron Man's interface, his digital eyes widening in surprise. What just happened? He thought. Things are moving way faster than I expected. Unbeknownst to most of the crowd, Green Lantern had already entered the chamber with the Stardust Child in tow. Hal had kept a low profile, slipping in quietly while Cruz and Boric argued. Charlie had been focused on assembling the final pieces needed to activate the temple when something unexpected occurred. Hal had removed the statue from his subspace storage, intending to hold onto it while figuring out their next move. But as soon as the statue left the subspace, it reacted as though it had a mind of its own. It flew into the Stardust Child's hand, glowing brighter with every passing second. The boy was lifted into the air, the golden energy surrounding him pulsating in rhythm with the statue's light. It was as though the temple itself had recognized him as the rightful bearer. The boy floated higher, his face a mix of wonder and fear. Around him, the golden light intensified, casting long shadows on the walls of the chamber. And then he heard it, a voice. Soft yet powerful, it called to him, not in words but in feelings, pulling him toward the vortex. The sound resonated deep within him, like a melody he'd known his entire life. It felt like destiny. The boy's gaze shifted to the vortex, now spinning faster and brighter. It wasn't just a portal, it was his destination. He didn't know how or why, but he knew this place was meant for him, and he was meant for it. Cruz and Boric moved simultaneously, their instincts honed by years of experience. Without a word, they launched themselves into the air, their movements fluid and precise. Both leaders knew what was at stake. Whoever controlled the Stardust Child and the key would control the temple, and whoever controlled the temple would gain power beyond imagination. The two leaders were equals in strength and speed. Their movements were almost synchronized as they closed the gap between themselves and the boy, but neither of them reached him. A brilliant green flash filled the room, and in an instant, both leaders were knocked back. Cruz felt his head slam into something solid and unyielding, like an iron wall, while Boric felt a cold, steely grip clamp down on his neck before he was hurled backward like a rag doll. The crowd gasped as Green Lantern hovered in the air, glowing with an aura of emerald energy. His presence was commanding, almost divine, as he positioned himself between the boy and the two leaders. The green light surrounding him pulsed, a silent warning to anyone who dared to approach. Cruz and Boric scrambled to their feet, their expressions a mix of shock and anger. For years, they had been the undisputed powerhouses of their respective factions. Now, in a matter of seconds, they had been dismissed by a single man. The Stardust Child, still suspended in the air, hesitated. The golden energy enveloping him pulled him toward the vortex, but he looked back at Hal, his eyes wide with uncertainty. He didn't know what awaited him on the other side, and for all his instincts told him to move forward, he felt a deep reluctance to leave Hal behind. Hal smiled gently. "Go," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. But the boy's voice was barely a whisper. He glanced at the vortex, then back at Hal. Though the pull of the portal was undeniable, his trust in Hal was stronger. "It's okay," Hal said, his smile widening. "I'll be right here when you come back. Go." The boy hesitated for a moment longer before nodding. Hal's words gave him the courage he needed. He turned toward the vortex, clutching the glowing statue tightly. "Wait for me," he said softly. Hal gave him a thumbs up. "You've got this." Before the boy could step forward, another figure appeared. Deadpool sauntered into the scene, his signature irreverence breaking the tension. "Hey, kid. Don't leave without me," he called, grabbing the boy's free hand. "Let's make this an adventure." The boy glanced at Deadpool, confused but not afraid. He had met the strange man earlier in their journey and, though eccentric, Deadpool had proven to be a trustworthy ally together. The two of them stepped toward the vortex, their forms disappearing into the swirling light. The hall erupted into chaos. Seeing their opportunity slipping away, the gathered factions surged forward, their desperation palpable. Cruz and Boric led the charge, their factions close behind. Everyone hoped to force their way through, believing that sheer numbers would overwhelm Hal's defenses. But Hal was ready. With a flick of his wrist, the green light expanded, forming a massive dome around the vortex. The barrier solidified into a glowing shield, impenetrable and unyielding. Hal smiled, clearly enjoying himself. "Sorry," he said, his tone light but firm. "The temple's closed today." The crowd froze in frustration, their hopes dashed. No one dared challenge Hal directly, not after seeing what he had done to Cruz and Boric. For now, the temple's secrets would remain just out of reach. Hal, still hovering in midair, stretched his arms lazily. "Want to get in?" he asked, his tone almost mocking. "You'll have to deal with the gatekeeper first." The Green Lantern's taunt had arrived at the entrance, drawing the attention of every faction present. Some came forward boldly, weapons in hand, ready to stake their claim, while others hesitated. They watched from the edges of the crowd, hoping to slip in unnoticed. But as soon as they saw the glowing lantern and felt the weight of his presence, many lost their confidence. Just moments earlier, there had been plenty of people eager to fish in troubled waters, hoping the chaos would give them an opportunity to sneak past. But now, the sealed door loomed large, and the Green Lantern stood before it like an unmovable sentinel. Anyone hoping to bypass him would first have to deal with his immense power. They didn't need to try, they had just seen a glimpse of it and most knew deep down they had no chance of breaking through. Still, not everyone was so easily discouraged. There were always a few who thought too highly of their own strength. These people refused to back down, charging forward with confidence. Among them were Cruz and Bolang, the leaders of the Kraffel Second League and the Avar United. Cruz and Bolang were not allies, in fact, they had been at each other's throats earlier, accusing one another of sabotage and treachery. But as the situation shifted, they quickly realized neither of them had the key nor the Stardust Child. It became clear that a third party had stolen both, leaving everyone scrambling to figure out who was behind this mysterious force now controlling the Temple Conference. When the Green Lantern appeared, the members of the Kraffel Second League recognized him immediately. Many gasped, pointing and whispering among themselves. This was the man who had pushed back their headquarters years ago, an act that had solidified his reputation as one of the strongest forces in the Star Realm. Cruz and Bolang couldn't afford to underestimate him. With unspoken agreement, they both launched their attacks at the same time, forming a brief alliance against this shared enemy. Cruz moved first. His body blurred as he shot forward, moving so fast he seemed like an afterimage. His fists were clenched tight, all the strength in his body focused into this single move. His strike was called the Superman Punch, named after a famous Earth hero. It was a boxing technique designed to take advantage of extreme speed and power, concentrating all the energy into the tip of the fist. On Earth, it was just a move for professional fighters, but for someone like Cruz, with his enhanced physical abilities, it was devastating. Cruz's plan was simple: if the Green Lantern dodged his punch, it would create an opening. He could use his speed to change direction and slip past the green barrier protecting the door. If he timed it perfectly, he might even be able to break through the seal and rush into the vortex beyond. But Cruz had made one big mistake: he didn't know the Green Lantern well enough. Retreating wasn't in his nature. The Green Lantern didn't move aside. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the attack. His lantern ring began to glow, bright and green, as energy poured out in waves. With a flick of his hand, he created two glowing rails in midair. They stretched forward into the space between him and Cruz. A moment later, a massive green train materialized, its heavy wheels grinding along the rails as it roared toward Cruz. The two collided head-on. The sound of the impact was deafening, echoing through the hall like a thunderclap. The train's front crumpled under the force of Cruz's punch, shards of glowing green metal flying in every direction. But Cruz's momentum didn't last. The train's energy consumed his strength, and he was thrown backward, flipping through the air before slamming into the crowd behind him. Dozens of his own followers were knocked down like bowling pins. The hall trembled from the force of the collision, and the green light from the explosion rippled outward in waves. Those watching were stunned. They had seen powerful warriors and devastating attacks before, but nothing like this. The Green Lantern seemed almost godlike, standing there unshaken while Cruz lay in a heap, defeated. But Bolang wasn't deterred. While Cruz had charged head-on, Bolang had been waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, with Cruz out of the way, he moved in. His movements were sharp and precise as he closed the distance between himself and the Green Lantern. In his hand was a black blade, its edge glinting dangerously. The air around it shimmered with a strange, dark energy. Bolang slashed downward, aiming for the Green Lantern's chest. At the last moment, the Green Lantern summoned a glowing green shield, raising it to block the attack. The blade struck the shield with a loud crack, and a burst of dark energy mixed with green light erupted from the point of impact. For a moment, it seemed like the shield might hold, but then cracks began to spread across its surface. Inside the Green Lantern's ring, Friday's voice chimed in. Warning, source of infection detected in the weapon. Infection, the Green Lantern asked silently. Yes, the blade carries a corrupting influence. It can physically wound and mentally destabilize its target. Caution is advised. This explained why so many warriors avoided fighting Bolang. His weapon didn't just cut, it attacked the mind, planting seeds of doubt and fear. Even the strongest fighters could lose their edge if their resolve wavered. But the Green Lantern wasn't worried. His willpower was his greatest strength, and Bolang's weapon would find no weakness to exploit. The Green Lantern countered swiftly. With a flick of his wrist, he created a swarm of glowing green weapons, swords, spears, and chainsaws, all of them hovering in midair. They shot toward Bolang from every direction. Bolang moved quickly, deflecting the attacks with his blade. Each swing of his weapon left streaks of dark energy in the air, but no matter how many weapons he blocked, more appeared to take their place. The Green Lantern wasn't just attacking, he was trapping Bolang in a web of light. Despite this, Bolang wasn't giving up. He dodged and weaved, looking for an opening to counterattack. But the Green Lantern's constructs were relentless, their movements precise and coordinated, as if they had minds of their own. Bolang was forced to retreat, each step taking him farther from his goal. Meanwhile, others in the crowd saw an opportunity. They figured the Green Lantern was distracted with Bolang and decided to make their move. A group of warriors tried to sneak around to the door, hoping to break through the barrier while the Green Lantern's attention was elsewhere. But the Green Lantern wasn't distracted. Without even looking, he raised his ring and unleashed another burst of green light. The energy shot toward the intruders, knocking them back and scattering them like leaves in the wind. As the light faded, the shape of a giant began to take form. The crowd watched in stunned silence as a towering figure emerged from the green energy. It was a massive armored giant, standing tall and imposing. Its glowing green eyes scanned the room, and in its hands, it held an enormous energy sword and a cannon. The ground seemed to tremble beneath its feet as it turned to face the crowd, daring anyone else to try their luck. Is that a Gundam? Someone whispered in awe, the name spreading quickly through the room. Green Lantern stood firm, the glowing energy from his lantern ring radiating powerfully as he aimed the weapon in his hand. A blinding beam of green light shot forward, striking a group of aliens with such force that they were blown off their feet. Their bodies flew backward, scattering like leaves in a storm. Screams echoed through the chamber as the panicked crowd scrambled to get away from the relentless hero. But Green Lantern wasn't about to let up. His massive green mech construct, the Gundam, towered over the battlefield, an unshakable symbol of strength. With its massive glowing sword in one hand and an energy cannon in the other, the mech plowed through the chaotic scene. Each swing of its sword cleaved through the enemies, while the cannon unleashed bursts of green energy that exploded like fireworks, scattering the remaining forces. Some of the aliens tried to regroup and launch a counterattack, but it was futile. The green armor protecting HAL's constructs was too strong to penetrate. No matter what weapons they used or how bravely they charged, their efforts crumbled against the sheer power of Green Lantern's willpower. At the same time, HAL turned his attention to Bolang, who had managed to free himself from the swarm of green swords that had trapped him earlier. Bolang gripped his black blade tightly, his eyes locked on Hal with unrelenting determination. He sprinted toward the Green Lantern, hoping to land a decisive blow. But just as he closed in, a massive green fist appeared out of thin air, barreling toward him like a wrecking ball. Bolang's instincts kicked in as he raised his blade to block. The blade met the green fist with a deafening crash, and the impact sent a wave of energy rippling outward. Bolang grunted as the force of the blow sent him flying backward. He tumbled through the air and crashed into the ground, skidding several feet before coming to a stop. Groaning, he pushed himself up, his confidence shaken but not entirely broken. Meanwhile, 3 figures emerged from the chaos, shouting as they charged toward Hal. These were high-ranking warriors from the Second League and the Avar United, seasoned fighters known for their skill and ferocity. They had watched the battle unfold from the sidelines, their earlier confidence giving way to hesitation as they witnessed Green Lantern's overwhelming power. Even as they approached, their nerves were evident. They shouted loudly, trying to bolster their courage, but their movements were tentative. None of them wanted to be the first to attack. They exchanged uneasy glances, silently urging each other to go first. Finally, realizing they couldn't hold back any longer, the 3 charged together. But before they could close the distance, 2 hissing sounds filled the air. Bright, high-energy blasts streaked toward them, striking 2 of the warriors squarely in the chest. The force of the blast sent them flying backward, their bodies crumpling as they hit the ground. The remaining fighter skidded to a halt, his courage evaporating as he turned toward the source of the attack. His eyes widened as Iron Man stepped forward, his red and gold armor gleaming against the fiery backdrop of the battlefield. The iconic suit shimmered with energy as its twin-hand cannons powered up for another strike. Iron Man smirked, his voice cutting through the chaos. "You looked like you needed some backup, Hal." Hal glanced over his shoulder, a wry smile crossing his face. "About time you showed up." Taking the scenic route. "Traffic was a nightmare," Tony quipped. With a quick motion, he raised his left arm, firing another blast from his repulsor cannon that sent a charging alien flying into a nearby wall. His right arm unleashed a missile that exploded in the middle of another group, scattering them in all directions. As the alien forces scrambled to regroup, Hal extended his ring hand, summoning a new construct, a massive green fighter jet. The sleek aircraft floated in the air, its guns spinning to life. A hail of green bullets rained down on the battlefield, cutting through the ranks of the enemy. Missiles launched from the jet's wings, striking the attackers with pinpoint precision. Explosions lit up the chamber as fireballs consumed entire squads. Tony's HUD display flickered with warnings as he scanned the battlefield. He spotted a group of aliens attempting to sneak around the glowing green barrier Hal had created to protect the vortex door. "Nice try," Tony muttered under his breath. He fired up his thrusters and launched into the air, releasing a volley of missiles from his shoulder-mounted launchers. The projectiles streaked toward their targets, detonating with a series of loud booms that sent shockwaves rippling across the chamber. As Tony turned to chase down the survivors, another alarm blared in his helmet. A collision warning flashed across his HUD, and he spun around just in time to see a gray-white blur streaking toward him. The flying creature slammed into him with incredible force, knocking him out of the air. Tony's armored body crashed to the ground, sparks flying as he skidded across the floor. Groaning, Tony activated his thrusters to propel himself upright. His HUD adjusted to reveal his attacker, a grotesque creature with bony wings and a skeletal frame. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light as it let out a piercing screech and dove toward him again. Tony braced himself, ready to counter. The distraction gave the remaining aliens a moment to regroup. Encouraged by Iron Man's apparent vulnerability, they surged forward, shouting as they charged. But before they could reach him, a thunderous roar shook the battlefield. A massive figure barreled into the fray, his footsteps shaking the ground. The Levi giant, a towering brute of a man, plowed through the crowd like a living battering ram. His enormous fists sent aliens flying with every swing, and his voice boomed over the chaos. "What are you idiots doing? You dare touch my father," the giant bellowed, his rage palpable. He grabbed one unfortunate alien by the legs and swung him like a club, smashing him into the ground with enough force to crack the stone floor. The aliens froze, their earlier confidence evaporating. "Father," one of them muttered in confusion, glancing around. Even those who had been knocked down seemed too stunned to react, their minds struggling to make sense of the giant's declaration. Hal raised an eyebrow, glancing at the towering figure with a bemused expression. "Your father, huh?" he muttered under his breath. "Kids these days." The Levi giant roared again, delivering a powerful kick that sent another alien flying across the chamber. His attacks were so fast and forceful that the remaining enemies could barely keep up. One by one, they fell before his onslaught, leaving the battlefield littered with groaning bodies. With the giant's unexpected help, the battle quickly turned in favor of Hal and Tony. The two heroes worked seamlessly together, carving through the alien forces with brutal efficiency. Green energy constructs and high-tech weaponry filled the air, cutting down anyone who dared to approach. Hal's constructs ranged from fighter jets to tanks to mechanized suits of armor, each one more elaborate than the last. They tore through the enemy ranks, leaving no room for escape. Tony's repulsor blasts and missiles added to the chaos, each strike precise and devastating. The chamber was soon reduced to a fiery wasteland. Smoke filled the air, and the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen aliens. Those who were still conscious groaned in pain, clutching their wounds as they tried to crawl to safety. The surviving aliens, those who had managed to avoid the worst of the destruction, stared at the two heroes with wide, fearful eyes. Their earlier bravado was gone, replaced by the grim realization that they were completely outmatched. Slowly, the remaining fighters began to retreat, their dreams of reaching the temple shattered. One by one, they turned and ran, abandoning the battlefield to save their own lives. Hal and Tony stood amidst the carnage, their expressions unreadable. The battle seemed to be over, or so they thought. Without warning, a blur of white shot through the chamber, moving faster than anyone could react. The figure struck Hal square in the chest, the impact sending him flying across the room. He crashed into the ground with a loud thud, sliding several feet before coming to a stop. The battlefield fell silent as everyone turned to see the new arrival. Whatever it was, it had just changed the game. Deadpool tumbled down the narrow tunnel, his body bouncing ungracefully against the walls as he fell. He tried to orient himself, but the darkness was absolute, making it impossible to tell which way was up. With a loud, undignified thud, he landed at the bottom in a heap. Wow, 10 out of 10 for that landing, he groaned, pulling himself upright. Dusting himself off, he glanced around, though it was hard to see anything in the pitch black. You guys might want to think about upgrading your elevator system. Maybe throw in a railing or some mood lighting. He took a cautious step forward. The ground beneath his feet felt solid enough, but when he reached out, there was nothing, just a void stretching endlessly in all directions. It was unsettling, even for Deadpool. Still, he shrugged and muttered, I've been in weirder places. Bring it on, Void of Doom. Above, Charlie wasn't fully focused on Deadpool's escapades. Instead, he had Friday set up a broadcast feed, allowing him to watch Deadpool's perspective while managing the chaos outside. To Charlie, it was like gaming while watching a live stream, a multitasking feat he had long since mastered. His enhanced senses made it easy to track both the fight and Deadpool's progress simultaneously. Outside the temple, Green Lantern and Iron Man were effortlessly dispatching wave after wave of alien attackers. Between Green Lantern's constructs and Iron Man's advanced tech, the battle was more of a chore than a challenge. Charlie estimated they were only using about 30 to 40% of their energy to wipe out the enemies. That left plenty of attention free for monitoring Deadpool, who was effectively his human camera inside the mysterious temple. That was the whole reason Charlie had brought Deadpool along in the first place. With his unique blend of unpredictability and resilience, Deadpool was perfect for exploring the unknown. If the legends about an ancient god awakening turned out to be true, Deadpool would be the first to encounter it, giving Charlie a valuable advantage. Then something unexpected happened. A massive, glowing eye opened in the void. Deadpool froze mid-step, his gaze drawn upward. The eye was enormous, its pupil swirling with venomous green energy that seemed to radiate malice. Just looking at it sent a chill through the air, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Deadpool felt an involuntary shiver crawl up his spine. Well, hello there, Deadpool said, his voice dripping with mock friendliness. Big, scary, and glowing, my three favorite things? Do you come with a name, or should I call you Eyeball McEvil? The eye's gaze didn't waver. As Deadpool took a step back, the rest of the figure emerged from the shadows. It was a massive demon, its body pitch black and grotesquely deformed. Rugged spikes jutted out from its limbs, and its movements were unervingly fluid for something so massive. Deadpool tilted his head, unfazed. Oh, hey, we've met before, haven't we? You're the guy I ran into when I touched that creepy statue. Remember me? No? Ah, that hurts, big guy. I thought we had something special. The demon god didn't respond, but there was recognition in its unblinking eye. Deadpool's voice turned smug. Yeah, you remember. I'm hard to forget, just ask anyone. As Deadpool rambled, another figure appeared in the void. It was a young boy, his movements hesitant as he landed lightly beside Deadpool. The statue he had been holding earlier was gone, seemingly absorbed by the temple itself. The boy looked up at the demon god with wide, terrified eyes, his expression a mixture of panic and confusion. The demon god's gaze shifted to the boy, its eye narrowing slightly. The air grew heavier as it stepped forward, its massive form looming over them. Whoa, slow down there, big fella, Deadpool said, stepping in front of the boy with his katanas drawn. You've got a problem, you take it up with me. Leave the kid out of it. Deadpool squared his shoulders, ready for a fight, but to his surprise, the demon god didn't attack. Instead, it paused, its body lowering slowly. The outlines of its form began to blur as it bowed its head, its massive frame sinking into the darkness around it. Deadpool blinked, lowering his swords. You good? Free from courtesy, and all that. He scratched his head, clearly confused by the demon god's unexpected display of submission. The demon god turned slightly, revealing a path carved through the void. It gestured toward the boy and Deadpool, silently urging them forward. The boy hesitated, glancing at Deadpool for reassurance. Deadpool gave him a thumbs up. Go on, kid. Big, scary, and polite here isn't gonna stop us. With a deep breath, the boy stepped onto the path, his movements slow and deliberate. Deadpool followed, keeping his swords at the ready just in case the demon god changed its mind. As they walked, the void around them began to shift, shapes emerging from the shadows. After a few moments, they came to a stop in front of the statue, now resting in a perfectly shaped slot. The boy hesitated for a moment, then reached out to touch the statue. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, the statue began to glow. Light radiated outward, banishing the darkness and illuminating the void with a soft, golden hue. Then, everything changed. The darkness dissolved, replaced by a series of vivid, holographic images. They appeared all around, forming a massive, immersive scene. Deadpool and the boy were at the center of it, their surroundings transformed into what felt like a living movie. Above, Charlie's eyes widened as he watched the broadcast. He hadn't expected this. Instead of finding an ancient god or some powerful artifact, Deadpool and the boy had unlocked the truth, a story long buried in the sands of time. The images revealed the history of the Stardust Valley, the boy's home. Generations ago, the Stardust Valley was a sanctuary for the chosen ones of the old gods. These gods had once ruled the Star Realm, but they were eventually overthrown and replaced by a new pantheon. The chosen ones who had served the old gods lost their powers, retreating to the valley to preserve their legacy. For centuries, they lived in peace, guarding the secrets of the old gods. But more than a decade ago, their sanctuary was discovered by divine envoys loyal to the new gods. Believing the old gods' return would threaten their masters, the envoys launched a brutal assault, slaughtering the people of the Stardust Valley to ensure the old gods could never rise again. Almost. The images shifted, revealing a single child, small, innocent, and oblivious to the destruction around him. One of the envoys had found him and hesitated. Unable to bring himself to kill the boy, the envoy chose to spare him, believing the child posed no threat. But the envoy had been wrong. The boy was the key to everything. His lineage tied him directly to the old gods, and his survival meant the possibility of their return still existed. The images faded, leaving Deadpool and the boy standing in silence. Well, Deadpool said after a long pause. That was heavy. So, you want to talk about it, or should we just grab a milkshake and pretend this didn't happen? The boy didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the empty slot where the statue had been. For the first time, he seemed to understand the weight of his existence and the danger it brought. Charlie leaned back, his expression thoughtful as he processed what he had just seen. This just got a whole lot more complicated, he muttered. The outer edge of the vortex, the inner hall. A white figure darted out from the swirling vortex like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, barely had time to register the movement before he was hit by a crushing blow. The impact sent him flying through the air, the sheer force overwhelming his usual defenses. Hal's reaction speed and sense of danger were not his strong suits, so it wasn't surprising that he was caught off guard. Dragging a streak of glowing green light, he was launched backward with incredible force. His flight ended with a high-speed crash into the crowd, scattering onlookers like bowling pins. The collision was loud, shaking the air with its intensity. Several aliens standing too close to the impact point were swept up by the shockwave, their bodies tossed aside like leaves in a gale. The scene looked catastrophic, but Hal himself emerged relatively unharmed. His Green Lantern force field absorbed most of the damage, leaving him with only a small cut that oozed a trickle of blood. As the ring's energy surged through him, Hal's strength was renewed. With a quick flip, he landed back on his feet, steady and ready. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the aliens around him. Many had taken the full force of his landing, and the injuries they suffered were far more severe. The white figure didn't stop. It sped forward, moving so quickly it seemed to blur against the backdrop of chaos. It wasn't slowing down, it was accelerating. Charlie, the gamer who was controlling Hal from his computer, had initially been watching through Iron Man's perspective. When he noticed Hal flying through the air like a rag doll, he quickly switched to Hal's viewpoint, snapping his focus back to the Green Lantern. Through Hal's eyes, Charlie recognized the attacker. It was the God King's envoy, the same woman they had met earlier. Charlie remembered her warning Iron Man to stay put, saying she had something to take care of before she would return to protect him. So, by take care of something, she meant starting a fight with me in the Imperial City? Charlie thought to himself, a mix of annoyance and sarcasm. Despite his frustration, Charlie acted swiftly. Before Hal could fully regain his balance, the Green Lantern ring began to glow brighter, releasing a flood of energy. The torrent of green light coalesced into the shape of a sleek Raptor fighter jet. Its engines roared to life, trailing streams of green flame as it launched straight at the God King's envoy. The constructs created by the Green Lantern's ring depended entirely on the user's imagination. Unless Charlie programmed a specific skill into the game, the weapons and tools were always based on Hal's own thoughts. Unlike the controlled environment of training on OA, real combat was unpredictable and unforgiving. There was no time to plan or strategize, everything relied on instinct. Every construct, whether it was a weapon to attack or a shield to defend, had to be created instantly. In a real fight, even a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. This reliance on instinct was why Hal's constructs often resembled aircraft and military equipment. As a former pilot, he naturally fell back on what he knew best: jets, missiles, and other modern weapons. Charlie thought the counterattack was executed well. The Raptor's speed was impressive, and it seemed like it would hit its target. But as the jet closed in, the God King's envoy made an unexpected move. With inhuman agility, she shifted to the side in a sharp, jagged motion, dodging the fighter entirely. The jet roared past her, its momentum wasted. Before Hal could react, the woman accelerated again, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Hal acted on instinct, swinging his arm to summon a glowing green scimitar. The weapon appeared in his hand instantly, its edge gleaming with energy. The God King's envoy stopped her forward motion with an unnatural precision, planting her feet firmly on the ground. Hal's scimitar missed her face by mere inches, slicing through the empty air where she had been a moment earlier. Hal's swing left him slightly off balance, and the envoy seized the opportunity. Her white, slender fingers shot forward like lightning, grabbing his wrist. A bone-chilling cold spread from her touch, freezing his arm almost instantly. Frost crept along his skin, encasing his arm in a layer of thick, shimmering ice. Reacting quickly, Hal summoned another weapon. This time, a glowing green blade materialized in the air above them, independent of his grip. The blade slashed downward, forcing the envoy to release him and step back. Hal didn't waste the opening. He balled his left hand into a fist and swung, even though he was still out of reach. Green energy surged from his body, forming a massive, glowing energy fist that shot forward like a projectile. Caught off guard, the envoy barely had time to react. She raised her right hand, releasing a burst of freezing mist to counter the attack. The energy fist collided with the icy barrier, shattering it into glittering fragments. The force of the punch sent the envoy hurtling backward. She flipped through the air gracefully, landing on her feet. As she hit the ground, a fresh wave of frost spread from beneath her, anchoring her in place and preventing further movement. The ice spread outward in a wide circle, freezing everything it touched. Nearby bystanders screamed and fled, desperate to avoid the spreading frost. Gods fighting, mortals suffering, someone muttered from the crowd, their voice tinged with fear. In the Star Realms, the God King's envoy was revered as a near-divine figure. Her opponent, Green Lantern, was clearly no ordinary combatant. Both figures were locked in a deadly struggle, their power shaking the very ground beneath them. The envoy steadied herself, her expression shifting from confidence to surprise. She hadn't expected Hal to be so powerful or so relentless. Hal wasn't finished. With a sweep of his arm, he summoned a veritable arsenal of weapons. Swords, spears, guns, missiles, and even Gatling guns appeared around him, floating in a glowing green formation. The sheer variety of constructs gave the impression of an entire armory brought to life. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Even seasoned warriors, some of whom had faced powerful foes before, were shaken by the display. What would happen if that was aimed at me? Someone whispered, their voice barely audible over the hum of energy. The answer was obvious. No one could survive such an overwhelming attack. But the God King's envoy didn't flinch. She raised her arms, and an icy mist poured from her hands, forming a barrier of absolute cold. The freezing field spread out in front of her, clashing with the oncoming wave of weapons. As each weapon entered the icy field, it froze solid and shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. Swords, spears, and even the missiles were no match for the freezing power. One by one, they disintegrated into harmless shards of ice. Charlie, watching through Hal's perspective, was impressed. This was, without a doubt, the strongest opponent Hal had faced so far. Her abilities were on a completely different level. But Charlie wasn't discouraged. He had encountered many tough opponents before, both in this game and in others. With a quick adjustment, he devised a new plan. Hal launched himself forward like a rocket, propelled by the energy of his ring. He dove straight into the frozen field, his body instantly encased in ice. For a moment, it seemed like he had made a fatal mistake. Hal was frozen mid-sprint, transformed into a glowing green ice sculpture. But the ice didn't hold him for long. In less than a second, cracks spread across its surface. With a deafening crack, the ice shattered, exploding outward in a shower of glittering fragments. Hal emerged from the shards, glowing brighter than ever. His momentum carried him forward, straight toward the God King's envoy. Charlie's strategy was simple. If precision and clever tricks couldn't break her defenses, brute force would. And when it came to brute force, few could match the combined might of Green Lantern and Iron Man. The battle in the temple. With a deafening bang, the ice crystals shattered into a glittering cloud, and a blinding green light beam surged forward, cutting across the frozen battlefield. The God King's envoy, a figure of unmatched elegance and power, was visibly taken aback. Her icy domain, which she believed to be impenetrable, had been shattered by a single, forceful attack. She had never encountered anything capable of breaking through her low-temperature field so suddenly. Instinctively, she reacted, her years of battle-hardened reflexes saving her. Without even glancing back, she launched herself into the air, her body twisting and accelerating away. The green beam narrowly missed her, brushing the edge of her flowing white robes and slamming into the temple floor with tremendous force. For a moment, the temple trembled. The ground beneath them, which had withstood countless blows in the fight thus far, finally showed signs of wear. Cracks spread like a spider's web from the point of impact, radiating outward in jagged lines. The sound of the floor splintering echoed through the vast hall as fragments of stone shot up like the ripples of a wave. The God King's envoy was thrown backward by the force of the shockwave. Tumbling through the air, she managed to regain her balance with an acrobatic twist, landing lightly a few feet away. But as she turned her gaze back to her opponent, there was an unmistakable flicker of fear in her eyes. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, stood firm in the center of the destruction. His green armor shimmered, his ring glowing with an almost otherworldly brilliance. He had not even flinched amid the chaos. Instead, he raised his fist, focusing the power of his will through the ring once more. A sharp beam of green energy erupted from the ring, surging forward with unrelenting speed. The God King's envoy, though swift, barely had time to react. She summoned her icy powers again, creating an intricate wall of frost to block the oncoming attack. But it wasn't enough. The beam pierced through her defenses with a thunderous explosion, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. The icy barrier shattered like fragile glass, and the green energy continued forward, unwavering. This time, the envoy couldn't fully avoid the attack. The beam grazed her shoulder, spiraling through her once pristine armor and leaving a deep, bloody gash. She let out a sharp cry, staggering back as drops of blood splattered onto the fractured floor. Hal pressed his advantage. A successful hit spurred him forward, and he quickly fired again. A second beam, then a third. Each attack was precise, powerful, and unrelenting. The true strength of the Green Lantern ring lay not in the weapons it could create, but in its flexibility and the sheer force of its user's will. Hal had learned through this battle that flashy constructs and complex strategies were ineffective against the envoy's frost. Her cold domain was too absolute, freezing every intricate creation he sent her way. So, he changed tactics. He abandoned his reliance on creativity and focused on raw, concentrated energy. Instead of crafting elaborate weapons, Hal channeled the ring's power into pure, unstoppable beams of light. Each beam was simple yet devastating. A single, unyielding manifestation of Hal's willpower. The will to cut became a slicing beam that tore through the air. The will to pierce formed spiraling projectiles that broke through barriers. The air was alight with green energy, the beams crisscrossing the temple like shooting stars. The sheer intensity of the assault was overwhelming. The surrounding area, once a grand and indestructible hall, was reduced to rubble. Cracks ran through the walls, and shattered stone littered the floor. The few spectators who remained watched in stunned silence. Most of the crowd had fled earlier in the battle, overwhelmed by the sheer power on display. Those who stayed behind, either too fascinated or too foolish to leave, now regretted their decision. The relentless beams of green light filled the air with deafening explosions. Each near miss left the spectators trembling, the shockwaves rattling their very bones. Some clutched their chests as if their hearts might burst from the pressure. At the center of the storm, the God King's envoy struggled. Her frost, once an impenetrable barrier, could no longer keep up with the unyielding assault. Each time she summoned her icy defenses, another beam would shatter them. The frost that coated her body, meant to protect her, became her burden, slowing her movements and weighing her down. She darted left and right, her agility remarkable even under the circumstances. But no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't avoid every strike. Beams of green light grazed her again and again, leaving bloody gashes and scorched marks on her armor. Finally, she faltered. One beam struck her square in the chest, knocking the wind out of her. She let out a muffled groan as she was flung across the battlefield, rolling twice before coming to a halt. For the first time, the envoy remained still, unable to rise. The remaining onlookers stared in disbelief. The God King's envoy was no ordinary opponent. She was a figure of immense power, revered as a near-divine entity in the star realms. To those gathered here, she was untouchable, a being of unparalleled strength and authority. Yet here she lay, defeated by a lone Green Lantern. The star realms were a place steeped in divine influence, where the strongest warriors owed their abilities to the blessings of the gods. The God King's envoy, however, was on an entirely different level. Her powers were not borrowed but directly granted by the Supreme Lord himself. Her strength was supposed to be absolute. And yet, Hal Jordan had triumphed. He stood amidst the wreckage, his ring still glowing with the brilliant light of his willpower. The battle had taken its toll on the surroundings, but Hal remained steadfast, his focus unwavering. The few spectators who hadn't fled were paralyzed by fear. No one dared to move or speak, their minds struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Some warriors in the crowd, those who once boasted of their strength, now questioned everything they thought they knew about power. The defeat of the envoy shattered their understanding of the world and left them wondering if the Green Lantern might be even more than a match for the gods themselves. Then, the air shifted. A heavy stillness fell over the temple. The faint sounds of battle, the crackling of energy, the crumbling of stone faded into silence. The light dimmed, and the air grew dense, pressing down on everyone like an invisible weight. Those still standing felt their breath hitch in their throats, their hearts pounding with an unexplainable sense of dread. Slowly, a massive shadow began to rise from the ground. It was not a shadow cast by the broken temple or the flickering green light. It was something far more ominous, a presence that seemed to grow larger with each passing second. The shadow loomed over the battlefield, its size incomprehensible. To those who looked upon it, it felt as though a mountain had risen from the earth, its peak hidden in the darkness above. Though its head was shrouded in shadow, the sensation of its gaze was unmistakable. It was an all-encompassing, soul-piercing stare that seemed to look through every individual present, seeing their fears and weaknesses laid bare. The remaining spectators sank further into silence, their fear now palpable. No one dared to move, their bodies frozen by the sheer intensity of the presence before them. This was no ordinary being. It was the one they had come to see, the one whose power dwarfed even that of the envoy, a god. And it had awakened. The appearance of the Protoss. The moment the Protoss appeared, the air inside the temple thickened, pressing down on everything and everyone. The towering figure radiated an aura of sheer power, so overwhelming that it seemed to distort reality itself. The grand chamber, once alive with the chaos of battle and the shouts of contenders, fell into a suffocating silence. The weight of the Protoss gaze was unbearable. It bore into the gathered crowd, freezing them where they stood as though the temple's very atmosphere had turned to stone. None dared to move. None dared to even breathe too loudly. For the first time, the contenders, those who had fought fiercely to reach this moment, realized how small and insignificant they truly were. The people of the Star Realms had come here for one purpose. They had heard the ancient legends of the Sealed God, whispered stories passed down through generations. The temple was said to contain an ancient Protoss, a being of unimaginable power, slumbering within. Whoever lifted the seal would earn the god's favor, divine gifts, immeasurable strength, or perhaps a promise that could reshape their destiny. But now that they were in the presence of the god, every bold ambition melted away. Just standing under the weight of the Protoss presence was nearly impossible. It was a pressure that went beyond physical sensation. It pressed into their very souls, as if their existence itself was being judged and found wanting. Some contenders tried to speak, their mouths trembling as they struggled to form words. They wanted to call out to the god, to plead for its attention, but even this simple act proved impossible. Their bodies refused to obey, as if to speak in the presence of this being would be the ultimate sacrilege. Yet, not everyone was affected. In the midst of the frozen crowd, one figure stood apart. The Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, moved with ease, his green aura shimmering brightly as it pushed back the oppressive energy radiating from the Protoss. While others were paralyzed by fear, Hal floated upward, his posture relaxed and casual. He rose until he was eye level with the massive figure, his emerald force field effortlessly shielding him from the crushing presence. The stark contrast between Hal's nonchalant demeanor and the awe-stricken terror of the crowd could not have been more striking. Hal tilted his head slightly, giving the Protoss an almost playful grin. "Why'd you take so long?" he asked in a light-hearted tone, as though he were addressing an old friend. "I was starting to fall asleep waiting." The crowd gasped in unison, their fear palpable. Then Hal did something that sent shockwaves through the gathered audience. He raised his fist casually, without hesitation, and lightly tapped the Protoss on its massive forehead. The motion wasn't aggressive, it was more like the playful jab of an old companion, the kind of thing you do to tease someone. The silence that followed was deafening. This was a god, a true Protoss? Even if it had only just awakened and its powers were not yet fully restored, it was still an ancient being of unimaginable might. To the people of the Star Realms, the Protoss were entities so far beyond mortal comprehension that to challenge them in any way was considered suicide. Hal's actions seemed incomprehensibly reckless. To the crowd, it was as though an ant had dared to leap onto the face of a lion. What if the Protoss became angry? With a single flick of its finger, it could obliterate everyone in the temple, wiping them from existence without a second thought. The fear was so intense it was almost tangible. Many of the onlookers silently prayed, begging the god to spare them, hoping that Hal's audacity wouldn't bring its wrath upon them all. But then something unexpected happened. The Protoss lowered its head. The gesture was subtle, almost imperceptible, but to the stunned onlookers, it was unmistakable. The ancient being, this towering symbol of divine might, appeared to bow its head toward Hal as though in acknowledgement, or perhaps even submission. A murmur rippled through the crowd, disbelief spreading like wildfire. Was this truly happening? Many of the contenders rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have been hallucinating. Hal laughed, his voice breaking the heavy silence. "Relax, big guy," he said, his tone still light and teasing. "I was just joking around. Don't take it so seriously." And then, as if to further emphasize his lack of reverence, Hal reached out and placed his hand on the Protoss head. He patted it lightly, as though comforting a house pet. The crowd's terror deepened. Their hearts pounded, and some felt on the verge of fainting from the sheer tension. They could scarcely believe what they were witnessing. This behavior, so casual, so utterly disrespectful, should have been met with immediate retribution. Yet, the Protoss remained still, allowing Hal's hand to rest on its massive head without any sign of anger. The scene was incomprehensible. Invisible question marks filled the minds of everyone in the temple. Who is this guy? The Green Lantern had already shocked the crowd by effortlessly defeating the God King, a figure they had all viewed as nearly invincible. Many had speculated that Hal's strength must be connected to the Protoss. Perhaps he was a chosen warrior, sent to awaken the god and restore balance to the Star Realms. But this display shattered those theories. If Hal were a chosen servant of the Protoss, the relationship would have been clear, master and subordinate. Hal would have knelt, shown reverence, and treated the god with utmost respect. Instead, the dynamic playing out before them seemed entirely reversed. Hal acted as though he were the one in charge, his casual demeanor making the Protoss seem almost meek by comparison. Even the fallen God King, lying battered and bloodied on the temple floor, appeared utterly bewildered. Her face, once hardened with defiance, was now frozen in an expression of pure confusion. In truth, Hal's behavior was no accident. Charlie, the gamer controlling Hal, already knew the truth. Earlier, through his character Deadpool, Charlie had uncovered the secrets of the temple. The being now bowing before Hal was not the god everyone believed it to be. It was merely a guardian, a servant of the true Protoss. Its purpose was to watch over the temple until its master returned. The name of that master was Jaeger, the supreme god of the previous generation. This guardian, while imposing and powerful, was nothing more than a gatekeeper. Its loyalty to Jaeger was absolute, and its awakening was tied to the long-awaited return of its master. Jaeger's rebirth was a closely guarded secret. Long ago, after Jaeger's disappearance, a new incarnation of the god had been born in the Valley of Stardust, a child, hidden and protected by a small group of loyalists. These loyalists had dedicated their lives to safeguarding the child, ensuring that Jaeger's essence would one day be restored. But that process had been interrupted. Years ago, divine envoys, fearing the return of the old god, had attacked the Valley of Stardust, nearly destroying it. Though they failed to realize it, the child they spared was, in fact, the very being they sought to prevent from awakening. And now, through a series of extraordinary events, that child Jaeger had returned to claim his rightful place. Too many people here, Hal said, glancing at the crowd below. His tone was as casual as ever, as though he were discussing the weather. It's not exactly private. Let's find somewhere quieter to talk. The massive figure nodded, its movements slow and deliberate. Without warning, the air around them shifted. The walls and floor of the temple blurred, melting into an indistinct haze. A wave of dizziness swept through the crowd as reality itself seemed to twist and bend. For most people, the experience was like a flicker on a screen, a brief, unexplainable moment that left them feeling as if time had skipped. 1 second, they stood on solid ground. The next, an irresistible force pulled them into the air. It wasn't just strong, it was absolute. Like the force of gravity or the flow of a raging river, there was no fighting it. The pull came from a black vortex that had suddenly appeared in midair. Everyone, without exception, was swept into it like leaves in a current, helpless against this swirling power. Strangely, the process wasn't painful or even physically noticeable. No one felt the sensation of being lifted. Instead, they simply watched their own bodies and those of everyone around them float upwards and vanish into the vortex. Had they closed their eyes, they wouldn't have even known it happened. When the group opened their eyes again, they found themselves outside the temple, standing at its grand entrance. Aliens of various shapes and sizes, each from a different corner of the galaxy, exchanged wide-eyed glances. The shock was palpable in the air. The crowd, once filled with chatter and movement, was now silent, each individual trying to process what had just happened. But soon, confusion turned to awe. They had been in the presence of something greater than themselves, a god, perhaps, or a force beyond mortal understanding. The experience of being expelled from the temple only reinforced the vastness of the power they had witnessed. Yet, as wonder filled their hearts, realization struck. Someone was missing. The green guy, the one who had been with them just moments ago, wasn't among them. The crowd murmured and whispered, their voices growing louder as the realization spread. Why hadn't he been ejected like the rest? The answer seemed obvious. The ancient being inside the temple had deemed the rest unworthy of its attention. They had been dismissed to make way for a private conversation. Curiosity quickly turned into speculation. Who was this green-skinned figure? What made him special? Why had the ancient god chosen him over everyone else? And what about his companion, the armored figure with the glowing core? What role did he play in all this? The scene outside the temple erupted with chatter and excitement. For a gathering of beings from all across the galaxy, the event was unprecedented. Stories would be told and retold, passed down through generations. Today's events would undoubtedly become a defining moment in history. The green-skinned man and his metal-clad ally had become legends in a single day, their names destined to spread across the stars. Inside the temple, the atmosphere was entirely different. Where the hall had been crowded and noisy, it was now silent and still. The towering columns and shimmering walls gave the place an otherworldly quality. The space felt both ancient and alive, as though the very air carried the weight of countless centuries. Hal, the green-skinned man, stood face to face with Jaeger, the ancient god who had only just awakened. Jaeger's expression was unreadable, his gaze piercing as though he could see into Hal's very soul. Despite his youthful appearance, Jaeger carried an air of wisdom and mystery. Hal listened as Jaeger shared fragments of knowledge, stories and truths that spanned eons. The words should have been comforting, a sign of Hal's new role as one of the most powerful beings in the universe. But instead of feeling joy or pride, Hal felt something else entirely, emptiness. He walked to a stone pillar near the center of the temple and sat down, letting his legs dangle over the edge. With a deep sigh, he admitted, being a god isn't much fun. Jaeger tilted his head, watching Hal closely but saying nothing. Hal continued, his voice heavy with frustration. I thought being a god would mean I could do whatever I wanted. Isn't that the whole point? But here I am, and I still can't do the one thing I want the most. What's that? Jaeger asked, his voice calm and curious. Hal looked away, staring at the intricate patterns carved into the temple floor. I want my grandpa back, he said quietly. But I can't bring him back. No matter how much power I have, it's not enough. For a moment, there was silence between them. Hal's words seemed to hang in the air, heavy and unresolved. Then he spoke again, this time with a tinge of bitterness. Turns out, my grandpa wasn't a good person. Neither was the leader. I wanted to fix them, to make them better, but it looks like I can't even do that. So what's the point of all this power? Jaeger remained silent, his youthful face betraying no emotion. Despite his ancient origins, there was an innocence about him, a simplicity that made him seem more like a curious child than a god. Hal sighed again, his frustration clear. I don't feel free. Ever since I got this power, it's like something's pulling me, like I'm being told where to go and what to do. It's why I came here to this temple. I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to. Now that I'm here, I feel like I'm supposed to be somewhere else, doing something else. Do you ever feel that way? Jaeger's bright eyes focused on Hal, filled with curiosity. It's like, something's holding you, but you can't see it, he said slowly. You feel like you have a purpose, but you don't know what it is. Hal nodded. Exactly. For a moment, Hal was lost in thought. He wondered if this was what it meant to be a god in this universe. Were gods nothing more than tools of some higher force, driven by instinct to fulfill a purpose they didn't fully understand? Or was there still a choice, a way to forge their own path? This moment felt important, as if it would determine not just Hal's future, but Jaeger's as well. It reminded Hal of a decision point in a video game, where a single choice could lead to vastly different endings. Only this time, there was no save file to fall back on. He had one chance to get it right. He turned to Jaeger and asked, "Do you remember the story I told you?" Jaeger tilted his head, thinking, "The one about the pilot." Hal nodded. "That's the one." A small smile crossed Jaeger's face. "Yeah, I remember. That was your story, wasn't it?" Hal smiled back. "It was. Do you remember what I said about being brave?" Jaeger thought for a moment. "You said you weren't brave because you were strong. You were strong because you were brave." "That's right," Hal said. He leaned back, letting his gaze drift to the high ceiling of the temple. "When my dad's plane crashed, it changed my life forever. I couldn't stop thinking about it. For years, I was terrified of flying, of reliving that moment. There was a voice in my head telling me to stay away from planes forever." Jaeger listened intently, his youthful face serious. "But then I realized something," Hal continued. He held up his hand, showing the glowing green ring on his finger. "I didn't want fear to control my life. I decided to face it, no matter how hard it was. And that decision to fight my fear, to do what I thought was right, made me who I am today." Hal turned to Jaeger, his expression serious. "That's the thing about being brave. It's not about being fearless. It's about choosing to act, even when you're scared." Jaeger looked thoughtful, his bright eyes reflecting the light of the temple. "So, what should I do?" he asked quietly. Hal smiled. "That's up to you. The question isn't what you're supposed to do, it's what you want to do. You've got all this power, Jaeger. You can be anything you want to be. So the real question is, what kind of person do you want to be?" Jaeger's blank expression slowly shifted. His eyes lit up with understanding, as though Hal's words had sparked something deep within him. A small, determined smile crossed his face. "I think I know," he said softly. His voice was filled with quiet confidence, like someone who had just made an important discovery. Hal nodded. "Good. Hold on to that feeling. It's your path, Jaeger. No one else can walk it for you." The two of them sat in silence for a moment, sharing the small stone pillar in the vast, empty temple. Outside, the galaxy was changing, and their names would soon echo across the stars. But in that moment, nothing mattered except the choices they made and the paths they would take. No one truly knows what happened in the temple after that. The only thing all witnesses could confirm was that no one entered the temple again until it collapsed. Yes, the temple collapsed. It happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. The enormous, sacred structure cracked without warning, the sound echoing across the landscape. In a matter of moments, it crumbled into a pile of ruins, sending clouds of dust surging into the air. The crowd outside the temple was stunned. Most had assumed the temple was empty after being ejected. But with the collapse, questions arose. Where had the ancient god gone? What had become of the green-skinned man and his companion? Had they left with the god, or had they perished within the ruins? No one had answers. Adding to the mystery was the origin of the news that had summoned so many to the temple in the first place. Some speculated that the Kraffle Second Alliance was behind it, while others pointed to the Aval Alliance. A few even theorized that it was a ploy orchestrated by the mysterious Green Lantern and his armored companion. But in the end, no evidence surfaced to support any theory, and the questions were left to fade into rumors and myths. Leaving the astral void behind, Jaeger returned to Glen, the place of his origin. Though only a short time had passed for him, the world had changed immeasurably. When he stepped onto his homeland, Jaeger was no longer the boy he had once been. He was a god. But his return was not met with celebration, nor was it greeted with warmth. It couldn't be, because there was no one left capable of welcoming him. The last time Jaeger had been in Glen, his grandfather, the man who had raised him, had done something terrible. In an effort to hide their whereabouts, the old envoy had driven the entire population of Glen into madness. The people had lost their sanity, reduced to little more than animals operating on the basest instincts needed to survive. Over the years, travelers and investigators who had come to Glen searching for answers had left empty-handed, frustrated by the chaos and despair they found among the ruins of a once thriving society. Now Jaeger stood in the middle of it all, a god among the broken remnants of his people. It didn't take much effort for Jaeger to restore their minds. With his newfound powers, he breathed life back into their fractured spirits. For the first time in years, the people of Glen stood upright, their eyes clear and full of thought. Though the road to recovery would be long, Jaeger had taken the first step toward rebuilding his homeland. Meanwhile, Hal, known across the stars as Green Lantern, remained on Glen as well. He saw the potential of the planet as a strategic location, an ideal starting point to establish an interstellar stronghold. From here, the alliance he envisioned could grow, reaching across the galaxy to unite others in the fight for justice. For Charlie, things were less clear-cut. Stories had promised that those who unlocked the temple's seal would be rewarded with blessings from the gods. Yet Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't been blessed at all. If anything, he felt like the ancient god had tricked him. Charlie's immediate focus was on helping Glen develop. The planet had been isolated for so long that reintegrating it with the larger galaxy would take time and effort. Hal frequently ventured into interstellar space, gathering information and building connections while Charlie coordinated efforts on the ground. Together, they established a solid foundation, setting the stage for a new era of collaboration and strength. Hal's responsibilities grew as he solidified Glen's role in the interstellar community. He also used this time to hone his abilities, venturing into uncharted regions of space to collect experience and wisdom. In doing so, he not only strengthened himself but also laid the groundwork for a broader alliance of heroes. While Hal's focus remained on the stars, Tony Stark Iron Man returned to Earth. The planet, known as the Earth, to the interstellar community, had entered a period of cautious stability. After the last extraterrestrial attack, humanity's leaders had grown more vigilant. The people, too, placed their trust in the Avengers, who had stood as Earth's defenders in its time of need. Tony had been offered the role of director for the 9th Special Service Division. However, Charlie declined the position on Tony's behalf, citing the countless other projects Tony was juggling. Even without an official title, the Avengers' influence on Earth was undeniable. Their network of resources and connections extended into every corner of society, ensuring that nothing happened on the planet without their knowledge. Back on Earth, Charlie shifted his attention to technological development. Over the next few months, he expanded the drone network, achieving near-total coverage of urban areas. This allowed him to maintain a close watch on the planet while maximizing his efficiency in gathering resources and intelligence. During this time, he even extended his reach into the astral field, pushing the boundaries of what was possible with his technology. Meanwhile, Hal's activities in space continued to attract attention. He crossed star systems, enforcing justice and collecting valuable experience. His efforts inspired the rise of new heroes, adding to the ever-growing roster of protectors across the galaxy. On Earth, the hero scene flourished. Cities were assigned their own guardians, and the ranks of heroes expanded. Among the sea-level heroes, new names emerged in every major city, offering hope and protection to their communities. The B-level heroes included familiar faces like Hawkman, Stretchman, and Black Canary from the Justice League, as well as Wonder Man, Spider-Woman, and Namor from the Avengers. One notable development was the promotion of Batman, one of Charlie's earliest allies, to A-level status. After completing a grueling 10-mission streak, Batman's skills and equipment reached new heights. His upgraded armor, with its enhanced capabilities, made him a formidable force once again. While heroes rose to prominence, Charlie's own arsenal of equipment reached a plateau. Most of the new gear available couldn't compare to the customizations he had already implemented. His battle armor, refined through countless upgrades, was so advanced that finding superior technology was becoming increasingly difficult. One surprising addition to his resources was a shipment of vibranium, a rare and powerful material. The shipment, packed in hundreds of small bottles, provided enough vibranium to construct an entire fortress. With this new resource, Charlie reprioritized his projects, placing vibranium development at the top of the list. Future weapons and armor would be based on vibranium technology, ensuring the Avengers maintained their edge. As Charlie worked tirelessly to improve his resources, he noticed his progress slowing. His experience bar, which had once filled rapidly, now seemed like a bottomless pit. Despite pouring in vast amounts of effort and resources, he struggled to reach the next level. It was during this time that Charlie's caution proved invaluable. He had never considered himself infallible, and he knew that even with near-total control of Earth, complacency was dangerous. His vigilance paid off when an unexpected event disrupted the fragile peace. In a city long considered secure, a place where drones patrolled the skies and heroes kept watch, a sudden and unexplainable crisis unfolded. The disruption was unlike anything Charlie had encountered before, and it sent shockwaves through the entire planet. Though Charlie couldn't yet see the full scope of what was happening, one thing was clear: the battle for Earth and the galaxy was far from over. Grey City, Central Square. Grey City had long been a city haunted by fear. For as long as most people could remember, its streets were dangerous after sunset, plagued by crime and killers who operated without consequence. People avoided venturing out at night, locking their doors and waiting anxiously for dawn. But times had changed. The criminals who had once ruled the city's underbelly were being rooted out, one by one, and the streets were no longer shrouded in terror. Now, Grey City was alive, bustling with activity at all hours. Streetlights illuminated vibrant neighborhoods, and night markets hummed with energy. The people, free from their fear of the dark, seemed determined to reclaim the night. The transformation wasn't just visible, it was palpable. The city was becoming a beacon of hope, a place that never slept. Tonight, the central square was the heart of that energy. Even though it was well past 11, the square was packed with people. The streets were a blur of movement, filled with excited voices and glowing lights. Families, couples, and groups of friends filled every corner, and the air buzzed with excitement. Street vendors sold snacks and drinks, their carts lit by colorful lanterns. On the sidewalks, performers juggled or danced, adding to the festive atmosphere. Amid the crowd, a few dedicated cosplayers turned heads. A group of friends had painstakingly built bulky Iron Man suits by hand, sweating as they clanked their way through the streets. Their hard work earned cheers and applause from bystanders, who eagerly snapped photos. Kids wearing oversized Iron Man helmets laughed and posed, while others sported red and gold t-shirts, jackets, and accessories. Everywhere you looked, there was no mistaking the theme of the night: Iron Man. Though it had been only a few years since Iron Man had appeared on the world stage, his impact was undeniable. Under Tony Stark's leadership, the world had entered a technological revolution. Roads were now filled with sleek, silent Stark-designed vehicles powered by renewable energy. Holographic displays and Stark tech had replaced traditional smartphones, and subway systems used cutting-edge designs to transport people faster than ever before. In large shopping centers, shoppers could even summon interactive floating screens with a wave of their hand. But it wasn't just the convenience of Stark's technology that had changed the world, it was the hope it inspired. After the Avengers had defeated an alien invasion, Iron Man became a symbol of humanity's potential. People saw him not just as a hero, but as a pioneer leading the world into a brighter future. Detective Ivan Petrov leaned against a metal railing on the edge of the square, a cigarette in his hand. From his vantage point, he could see the throngs of people surrounding the black copper statue of Iron Man in the square's center. The statue was a masterpiece, its lifelike detail capturing Iron Man's strength and determination. It had been placed in the square 2 days earlier, and since then, it had become a focal point for photos and admiration. Ivan took a slow drag from his cigarette, his lips curling into a faint smile. The excitement of the crowd was infectious, and even a seasoned detective like him couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. Unbelievable, isn't it? Came a voice from beside him. Ivan turned to see an older man with white hair, standing tall despite his age. It was Professor Prince, the host of tonight's event. Though not officially part of the 9th Special Service Division, Prince was a prominent member of the Star Technology Committee and had worked closely with the organization. He was one of the first to embrace Stark's innovations, playing a pivotal role in reshaping the energy industry. Prince wasn't looking at Ivan. His gaze was fixed on the statue, his expression contemplative. I mean them, Prince continued, gesturing slightly toward the towering figure of Iron Man the superheroes. The ones from beyond the stars. They've changed everything. It's incredible, isn't it? The power of technology, our greatest tool. They showed us what's possible and gave us the confidence to push forward. This is the future. Ivan exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding slightly. Yeah, I've waited my whole life for the world to get its act together. Finally feels like it's moving in the right direction. Prince's lips curved into a knowing smile. And what is the right direction for you, Detective Petrov? Ivan hesitated. The question caught him off guard. He thought for a moment before replying, a world where people can walk outside at night without fear. Where justice is real, and no one gets pushed around. A place where everyone can live their lives in peace. That's what I'd call the right direction. Prince chuckled softly but didn't respond. Instead, he patted Ivan's shoulder. The opening's about to start. Enjoy the evening. With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Ivan shook his head, smirking as he lit a fresh cigarette. Cryptic old man, he muttered. The venue was packed to capacity. Every entrance was swarmed with eager attendees, and the event organizers struggled to manage the flow of people. Security guards, equipped with metal detectors and scanners, worked tirelessly to process the endless line of visitors. Despite their best efforts, the sheer volume of attendees left them overwhelmed. Among the crowd, a hooded boy moved unnoticed. His dark sweatshirt concealed most of his face, and he kept his head low, blending into the sea of people. As he approached the entrance, the metal detectors beeped occasionally, but the guards waved him through after a cursory scan. Additional devices, including infection and anomaly detectors, also returned safe results. The boy passed without incident. Above the venue, 2 drones hovered silently, their stealth technology rendering them invisible to the naked eye. They patrolled the crowd, scanning faces and identifying potential threats. When their cameras swept over the boy, his face appeared briefly on their monitors, marked with a green safe icon. Satisfied, the drones continued their watch. The boy weaved through the crowd, moving closer to the stage. He stopped near the front, his hood casting a shadow over his face. Though his posture was casual, his sharp eyes remained locked on the stage, watching and waiting. Professor Prince stepped up to the podium, adjusting the microphone. The crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement filling the square. Prince smiled warmly, waiting for the noise to settle before he spoke. Good evening, everyone, he began, his voice carrying across the square. It's wonderful to see so many enthusiastic faces tonight. I'm sure you all know why we're here. Tonight, we celebrate the incredible changes that have transformed our lives. He gestured toward the Iron Man statue behind him. Technology is a beacon of hope. From the moment our ancestors first harnessed fire, it has guided us, lighting the path to the future. And now, thanks to visionaries like Tony Stark, we stand on the brink of a new era. In the crowd, the hooded boy muttered something under his breath, his voice barely audible. No one noticed as his hands began to glow faintly, a soft blue light emanating from beneath his sleeves. The energy coiled around his arms like living tendrils, pulsing rhythmically. Then it happened. With a deafening roar, the roof of the venue exploded outward, sending shards of metal and concrete raining down. A shockwave rippled through the square, knocking people to the ground and shattering nearby windows. Dust and smoke filled the air, and screams echoed as the crowd scattered in every direction. Amid the chaos, the hooded boy remained still, standing at the center of the devastation he had unleashed. The faint blue glow around him intensified, casting an eerie light in the swirling dust. His glowing eyes pierced through the darkness, cold and unyielding. On stage, Professor Prince stumbled back, shielding himself from the falling debris. His expression was a mix of shock and disbelief as he stared at the destruction. Alarms blared in the distance, signaling the arrival of emergency responders. The square, once filled with excitement and celebration, was now a scene of chaos and fear. The boy raised his head slightly, his glowing eyes scanning the panicked crowd. Whatever his intentions, it was clear that the celebration was over and something far more dangerous had begun. Tony Stark landed in the middle of the wrecked venue, his battle armor gleaming even in the smoky haze. The remnants of the explosion painted a grim picture: shattered glass, scorched debris, and panicked voices echoing from a distance. Stark's eyes swept across the scene, and his frown deepened behind the Iron Man helmet. The head of venue security approached, visibly shaken. His uniform was singed, and he clutched a clipboard that looked more like a prop than a tool in the face of such destruction. "Mr. Stark," he began, voice trembling slightly, "we had security measures in place. Everyone entering was thoroughly scanned for weapons and infection levels. The faint but unmistakable smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, clinging to the wreckage like an unwanted guest." The security head continued, "We're still working to figure out what caused the explosion. It's..." "No," Stark interrupted, his tone clipped. "It's not about your team's work." He was more speaking to himself than to the man in front of him. "How did the attackers get around our safety nets?" Stark turned away, leaving the security head standing awkwardly. The man lowered his head, muttering apologies that Stark neither heard nor acknowledged. Across the city, Charlie leaned back in his chair, frowning at the screen displaying live drone footage of the venue. The attack had occurred in Grace City, a place he had worked tirelessly to secure. Every street, building, and corner was monitored by his drones, which tracked everything from illegal activity to signs of infection. The city was supposed to be a model of order. The idea that an explosion of this magnitude could happen under his watch was unthinkable. The city's gangsters, criminals, and infected had all been dealt with weeks ago. Any new infections or illegal activity would have been immediately flagged and eliminated. Or so he thought. Now, staring at the chaotic aftermath on his screen, felt an unfamiliar knot of doubt twist in his stomach. How had someone managed to evade his ubiquitous eyes? More importantly, how had they pulled off such a large-scale attack without raising even a hint of suspicion? Back at the venue, Stark moved through the debris, scanning the area with his helmet's advanced sensors. Not far from him, Batman worked methodically, using detective mode to reconstruct the scene. The Dark Knight's sharp eyes missed nothing, and his fingers moved quickly over the holographic controls of his gadget. "I didn't see anything," Agent Ivan Petrov said, standing nearby. His clothes were dusted with ash, but he looked otherwise unharmed. "The explosion happened so fast. I wasn't near the podium when it went off. I was far enough to avoid serious injuries, I guess." Batman didn't turn to look at him but responded in his usual low, gravelly tone. "It's fine, Agent Petrov. I'll figure out what happened." Petrov nodded, though it was clear he felt uneasy. Few people were comfortable standing near Batman when he was in full detective mode. His intense focus could make anyone feel like a suspect. Using his gadgets, Batman recreated the scene as it had been moments before the explosion. A blue holographic model of the podium flickered into view. Professor Prince stood at the center, addressing the crowd with a confident smile. The people below, a mix of locals and dignitaries, clapped and cheered. Charlie, watching from his drone feed, leaned forward in his seat. The reconstruction was eerily precise, showing every detail leading up to the blast. He rewound the playback, slowing it down frame by frame to analyze the moment of impact. The holographic model paused just before the explosion. Batman's eyes narrowed as he studied the release of the blast's force, tracing it back to its origin. His gloved hand hovered over a control, fast-forwarding and rewinding the scene from different angles. The 9th Special Service Division and the city's public security team had also arrived at the venue, led by Director Linton. The director's face was a mix of determination and unease as he surveyed the wreckage. It was his first time seeing Batman in person, though he had worked closely with Cassandra, another member of the Bat family. Cassandra was known for her silence and efficiency. She rarely spoke unless it was mission-critical, and she never shared personal details. Despite this, Linton had pieced together some clues. Her uniform, with its pointed ears and cape, was clearly inspired by Batman's. He couldn't help but wonder, was she his daughter? As Linton stood there, lost in thought, Batman moved past him, adjusting his perspective to better analyze the scene. The holographic model overlapped with the real-world ruins, creating an odd blend of past and present. Linton's thoughts were interrupted when Batman turned to glance at him. The caped figure's piercing gaze made the director's breath hitch. He quickly stepped aside, realizing he'd been standing in the middle of the reconstruction. Charlie, still controlling Batman remotely, noticed the interaction and found it odd. Normally, Linton was sharp and efficient, someone Charlie respected. Today, however, he seemed distracted, even clumsy. More than once, he had accidentally stepped into Batman's holographic models, disrupting the playback. Batman's hoarse, no-nonsense voice broke the tension. "If you're not feeling well, you should step back. We'll handle things here." Linton froze, then nodded quickly. He muttered an apology before retreating, his face flushed with embarrassment. Once outside, he leaned against a wall, his mind racing. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had ruined his first impression with Batman. Back inside, Ivan watched as Batman continued his work. "Anything yet?" he asked. Batman didn't respond immediately, his focus entirely on the holographic model. After a long pause, he spoke. "Yes." Ivan straightened. "What is it?" Batman's cold eyes shifted toward Stark, who had been scanning the scene from another angle. "We have a security breach." Stark's head snapped up at the words. "No kidding. The question is, how did it happen? So there really are attackers. How did they pull it off?" Ivan asked, leaning closer to the monitor. "Did they set up a bomb in advance? Or maybe it's someone with the ability to trigger explosions remotely." "No," Charlie replied. "He came in." Charlie paused the playback screen, freezing the moment right before the explosion. He moved Batman toward the rostrum on the digital model. The detective mode lit up the scene, showing a set of footprints embedded in the wreckage. Using these, the system reconstructed the figure of the suspect. Although Charlie wasn't entirely sure how Batman's system reached its conclusions, the details were clear. A young man, estimated height and weight included, appeared on the screen. Even the faint outline of his hood was visible. He was standing right here before the explosion, Charlie said, pointing to the highlighted figure on the projection. So close to the rostrum. Yvonne frowned. How did he do it? Explosives? Some kind of bomb hidden on him? Or, that's impossible, a voice cut in. It was Iron Man, speaking through the communication link. The metallic clang of Iron Man's suit echoed as he walked closer, his armored joints creaking slightly. His voice carried the unmistakable confidence of Tony Stark. If it was explosives or a weapon, my systems would have picked it up. There's no way it could have slipped past my tech. Tony's drones, equipped with advanced Stark-designed scanners, had been circling the venue during the event. He trusted his tech completely, and the suggestion that someone bypassed his surveillance didn't sit well with him. Clearly, they missed something, Batman said dryly, showing no interest in sparing Stark's ego. Yvonne furrowed his brow. So we're sure someone snuck in to cause the explosion? If that's the case, maybe the venue's surveillance cameras. Already checked them, Batman interrupted curtly. His tone carried just a hint of annoyance. The scene reconstruction shows a teenager at the center of the explosion, causing it in some form. I tracked his movements step by step. He came in through the main gate, moved through the crowd, and stopped here at the rostrum. I counted back from the moment of the explosion, pinpointed his location at each point in time, and pulled up all the camera footage. As Batman spoke, multiple camera feeds appeared on the screen, synchronized to match the timeline. He overlaid the reconstructed figure's path with the camera angles. Each time, the suspect's position visible in the reconstructed scene was completely empty in the surveillance footage. Yvonne crossed his arms. So what we're looking for is someone who doesn't appear on cameras. Exactly, Batman confirmed. Charlie, curious, also checked the footage from Tony's drones. The results were the same, nothing but blank spaces where the figure should have been. Maybe your system is buggy, Tony muttered. It's based on guesswork, after all. My system is based on scene analysis and hard evidence, Batman countered sharply. I can provide you with at least a dozen supporting points if you need them. Tony mumbled something under his breath but didn't push further. Charlie knew this wasn't about logic, it was just Stark's bruised pride. The rivalry between these two geniuses was as legendary as their skills, and neither ever backed down easily. The suspect stood here, directly in front of the stage, just before the explosion, Batman continued. And the only person facing him at the time was Professor Prince. If I can talk to the professor, I might get more information. This time, Batman didn't speak aloud. Instead, his inner monologue, part of the detective mode interface, appeared in text form. It often served as a hint or conclusion for players in similar investigative scenarios. Professor Prince survived? Charlie asked, glancing at Yvonne. Barely, Yvonne replied. He was close to the explosion's center but somehow lived. He's in the hospital now, critical but conscious. It's honestly a miracle. Or maybe the suspect showed mercy, Batman suggested. Yvonne blinked in surprise. Mercy? Why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. Before Yvonne could finish, Batman was already gone. Professor Prince sat propped up in a hospital bed when they arrived. Despite his frail appearance, his sharp eyes showed he was still alert. When he heard Tony Stark was among his visitors, he made an effort to sit a little straighter, though he winced with pain. Tony left his armor outside the room, where it stood sentinel-like in the hallway. Its sleek, imposing frame immediately drew the attention of passers-by, who stopped to admire it. Inside, Tony walked briskly to the professor's bedside. I'm sorry I can't greet you properly, Prince said with a weak chuckle. This is the best I can manage right now, but I've wanted to meet you, Mr. Stark. You're different. Different from anyone else, even your colleagues. Should I be flattered? Tony asked, his usual smirk in place. That depends on how you see yourself, Prince replied, his lips curling into a faint smile. Your inventions are astonishing. Some of them, I can only dream of understanding. In some ways, I feel like I might understand you. A brilliant mind, countless breakthroughs. But let me guess, your greatest invention isn't what most people think. He glanced toward the hallway, where Tony's armor stood. That, he said, nodding slightly. That suit of armor. It makes you Iron Man. It's what turns you into the most dangerous force in the room. What's your point, Professor? Tony asked, his voice cooling. Just an observation, Prince replied. Your greatest invention is a weapon. Why? Why is something designed to destroy your proudest achievement? Tony stared at him for a moment. Does this have anything to do with the attack? Maybe, Prince said thoughtfully. The attacker, the weapon they used, I recognize it. It wasn't random. It was armor. A classified project. Top secret. From me? Tony asked sharply, narrowing his eyes. Yes, Prince said with a heavy sigh. You showed the world what armor can do, what it can turn someone into. It's irresistible. People couldn't stop chasing that idea. Technology should be for improving lives, Tony said, his tone firm. And yet, we always push for more, Prince replied. We see the good it can do, but we also crave the power it brings. If you won't give it to us, we'll make it ourselves. Charlie frowned. For them to use something this advanced, it shouldn't be possible. Prince nodded grimly. It wasn't. The project was stolen. Professor Prince began explaining the situation, his tone serious. He mentioned that this was a confidential project, involving many secrets, so he couldn't share everything. Still, he felt it was necessary to reveal some details, as the dangerous situation was getting worse. For now, he only shared the parts that might help with tracking the stolen armor. He explained that the project was a top-secret experiment. 2 days ago, the project leader had died suddenly. The cause of death was unknown, but the circumstances were strange. The team hadn't even started looking into the incident when, the next day, the prototype armor they were researching was stolen. The timing of these two events, the leader's sudden death and the theft of high-tech equipment, was too close to be a coincidence. When the team sorted through the leader's belongings, they found signs that he had secretly sold the armor to someone. It looked like the leader was killed right after completing the deal, most likely by the buyer, to cover up their tracks. Now the armor was gone, and whoever had it was clearly dangerous. Even though he was weak, Professor Prince insisted on explaining how to track the stolen armor. As one of the project's main researchers, he knew some of the armor's unique features. He suggested using magnetic signal tracking and provided the specific signal parameters to look for. Before Stark left, the professor gave a final warning. "You might not think this is a big deal, Mr. Stark," he said, his voice faint but firm. "I know our technology might seem primitive to you, but trust me, this armor is different." The professor looked like he was about to collapse, so Stark reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll get it back. Rest for now, and we can talk more once it's done." Using Prince's information, they conducted a citywide scan and found a few magnetic signals that matched the description. Stark suited up as Iron Man and flew out, locking onto a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. It didn't take long for him to arrive. The warehouse looked abandoned. As Iron Man hovered above it, he used his suit's scanners to survey the building. The feedback showed no signs of life inside. At first, Stark thought he might have come to the wrong place. But he realized that if someone could avoid surveillance drones, they might also have ways to block the suit's sensors. It was better to be cautious. He landed near the large, rusted metal doors of the warehouse. The doors were locked tight, and the steel panels looked like they hadn't been opened in years. Of course, that wasn't a problem for the Iron Man suit. Stark grabbed the doors with both hands, his armored fingers digging into the steel. With a loud groan, the rusted metal bent and gave way as he forced the doors open. Inside, the warehouse was dark and silent. The sensors still didn't pick up anything. He stepped forward carefully, the glow of his suit's eyes and arc reactor casting faint light across the empty space. Then, out of nowhere, he heard the sharp rush of air. Before he could see it, a figure darted out from the shadows, moving so fast it was almost a blur. Stark had been expecting a possible ambush. He reacted instantly, firing the thrusters in his palms to propel himself sideways. Just as he moved, a bright blue energy beam shot past him, missing his suit by inches. The beam hit a pile of debris behind him, exploding into sparks and sending fragments flying. A mechanical figure emerged from the darkness. It was wearing armor unlike anything Stark had ever seen. The armor looked like a mix of machinery and organic material, glowing faintly with a blue light. The figure raised its arm, and another energy beam shot out, similar to Stark's repulsor blasts. Stark dodged again, his suit's thrusters allowing him to maneuver quickly. He counterattacked, firing a repulsor blast from his palm. But the figure was incredibly fast, dodging the beam and closing the distance in seconds. As they fought, Stark realized the figure wasn't just fast, it was skilled. The armor gave its wearer enhanced agility and strength, but the person inside clearly knew how to fight. Every movement was precise, almost as if the figure could predict Stark's attacks. Their battle continued, with both sides exchanging blows and energy blasts. At one point, the figure raised its arms, and the glowing blue light formed a shield. Stark's next repulsor blast hit the shield and, to his surprise, bounced back at him. The reflected energy knocked him back a few steps, though the suit absorbed the impact. "What the?" Stark muttered, confused. The armor's technology was beyond anything he'd expected. Great. Now even thieves have force fields. As Stark regained his balance, the figure rushed forward, aiming to land a heavy punch. But before it could connect, another shadow moved in the darkness. With a sharp kick to the head, Batman emerged, sending the armored figure flying. The enemy tumbled across the floor, sparks flying from its damaged suit. Batman landed gracefully, his cape swirling around him. He stood up, calm and unshaken, as if he'd been there the whole time. "Really?" Stark said, getting back to his feet. "I had this under control, you know. Don't you have a bat milkshake to drink somewhere?" Batman didn't reply, his expression as serious as ever. The fight wasn't over yet, but now they were facing the mysterious enemy together. Stark was visibly frustrated, his pride dented by the unexpected challenge. He wanted to dive back into the fight immediately, but Batman had already stepped forward, signaling Stark to stand down for now. It wasn't that Batman doubted Stark's ability, far from it. He knew Stark's armor was more than capable of handling most threats, and even this opponent's best attacks had barely scratched its surface. But Batman had observed something different. The opponent was not just strong but also skilled, and their reflexes were sharp enough to counter Stark's calculated strikes. For Batman, this was an opportunity. He hadn't faced a truly challenging opponent since upgrading to A-level status. In his early days, testing new skills was easy. A rookie C-level hero could take on a gang or low-level criminals to practice. By the time he reached B-level, opponents became tougher, like infected individuals or hidden bases of weapon smugglers. But A-level heroes operated on a completely different scale. At this level, heroes were caught in a gray zone between mortal and god. Opponents strong enough to challenge and survive a fight against an A-level hero were exceedingly rare. Batman wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Pulling his cloak tightly around him, Batman stepped into the fray. His dark silhouette melded with the shadows, and his cloak obscured his movements, making him unpredictable. The armored opponent let out a sharp cry, their energy-charged arm glowing brighter before firing a concentrated blue beam. Batman moved swiftly, sidestepping the attack with precision. The beam tore through the air, briefly illuminating the warehouse with a harsh, unnatural light. The shockwave rippled through the room, causing Batman's cloak to rise dramatically. The moment the attack passed, Batman activated the thrusters hidden beneath his cape. With a faint hum, they propelled him forward like a black arrow. His cloak spread wide like wings, adding to his menacing appearance as he closed the distance. He threw a solid punch aimed directly at the opponent's head. But the opponent was ready. They deflected Batman's fist with a sharp swing of their armored arm. The enhanced gauntlet carried immense power, and the energy coating it radiated intense heat. Batman pivoted to avoid the next strike, the gauntlet narrowly missing him and smashing into a nearby wall. The impact sent fragments of brick and metal scattering across the warehouse floor. The opponent retaliated with a barrage of strikes, their movements quick and relentless. Though their technique was rough, the armor enhanced their speed and strength to terrifying levels. Each punch was accompanied by a high-temperature energy blast, leaving glowing blue streaks in the air. The wide arcs of their punches forced Batman into evasive maneuvers, his HUD lighting up with red warnings for every incoming attack. For a moment, it seemed like Batman was on the defensive, constantly dodging and retreating. But his movements were deliberate. He was analyzing his opponent's patterns, waiting for the right opening. Then, he acted. Batman flicked his cloak outward, activating his thrusters once more to launch himself into the air. He feinted left, causing the opponent to swing wide, and then twisted midair, landing a spinning kick to the opponent's chest. The force of the kick was immense, amplified by Batman's thrusters. It was powerful enough to dent even tank-grade armor. The opponent was knocked off their feet, tumbling backward. But they recovered quickly, rolling twice before springing back up, the blue glow around their body intensifying. Batman wasted no time. Combat was all about maintaining momentum. Like a skilled fighter in a game, once he broke through the opponent's defense, he needed to follow up with a relentless combo. The bat symbol on Batman's chest and in his eyes suddenly lit up with a vibrant green glow. His armor's AI announced. Green light mode activated. Stretching out his right hand, Batman curled his fingers into a claw. In an instant, a massive green construct in the shape of a claw materialized in front of him. It reached out and grabbed the armored opponent, yanking them forward with surprising force. This was one of the advanced abilities of Batman's insider armor, a suit designed to mimic the powers of his Justice League allies. The suit could replicate Superman's heat vision, Wonder Woman's lasso, Flash's speed, and even Green Lantern's constructs. While the suit's theoretical power was unmatched, its limitations were severe. Each ability drained enormous amounts of energy and triggered a long cooldown period, preventing continuous use. As the green claw pulled the opponent toward him, Batman spun and delivered another devastating kick. This time, the green energy formed a massive spectral leg, striking the opponent with the force of a battering ram. The armored figure let out a muffled grunt as they were flung across the room, crashing into a pile of debris. Without hesitation, Batman extended his fist, firing a concentrated green energy beam. The blast roared toward the opponent, its destructive force undeniable. But then, something strange happened. Just as the blast was about to hit, the opponent raised their arms. The energy coating their gauntlets expanded, forming an eerie, shimmering force field. The green beam hit the field and, to Batman's surprise, bounced back toward him. Batman reacted instantly, grabbing his cloak and using it as a shield. The green light from his armor formed a protective barrier in front of him, absorbing the reflected blast. Though the impact forced him to stagger slightly, he emerged unharmed. Green light mode off, his AI announced. Green light mode cooling down. The opponent had already regained their footing. With a roar, they charged forward, their energy glowing brighter than ever. They've got some kind of energy reflection system, Batman's AI noted. I noticed, Batman replied calmly, switching modes. Let's see how they handle this. The glow in Batman's eyes shifted from green to gold, and electricity began to crackle across his armor. Powerful arcs of golden lightning danced along his suit, illuminating the dark warehouse. Overdrive mode activated, the AI announced. Overdrive mode activated. The calm, mechanical voice echoed inside Batman's armor, and in the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed. To Batman, time seemed to slow down to a crawl, like watching a movie in slow motion. Sparks of electricity danced across his suit, illuminating the dark warehouse as every movement around him appeared sluggish. The armored figure, who had been moving with incredible speed and precision, was now reduced to almost laughable slowness. Their punches, once fast enough to blur, now appeared clumsy, like a puppet moving underwater. Overdrive mode wasn't just a speed boost, it was Batman's answer to the legendary powers of the Flash, the Justice League's fastest hero. The Flash's speed was unparalleled, a symbol of his godlike abilities. Stories about him were everywhere, how he evacuated an entire city in the split second before a nuclear bomb detonated or outran cosmic entities faster than the speed of light. While Batman's suit couldn't replicate those godlike feats, it didn't need to. Against anyone else, this imitation was more than enough. The opponent swung their fist, releasing an orb of searing blue energy that exploded against the ground with enough force to shake the warehouse. But before the impact, Batman was gone, vanished into thin air. The armored man's sensors flared to life, alerting him to movement behind him. Without hesitation, he spun and unleashed another laser blast. The beam carved through the air, punching a clean hole through the warehouse wall and disappearing into the night sky. Yet again, Batman wasn't there. Panic began to set in. The man roared in frustration, twisting and firing blindly. Each punch and blast filled the room with chaos, smashing through walls and turning the warehouse into a battlefield of debris. Sparks flew, chunks of metal scattered, and shattered glass crunched underfoot. But no matter how hard he tried, his attacks hit nothing but air. The more he fought, the more desperate his movements became. His sensors screamed warnings of an enemy closing in, yet every time he turned, there was nothing there. What he couldn't see was the dark figure moving around him like a shadow, too fast for human eyes or even advanced sensors to track. Moonlight spilled through the broken windows and the gaping holes in the walls, casting shadows across the floor. Among them was a dark, ghostly bat that seemed to linger near the man. He couldn't see the source, but the shadow followed him, dancing alongside his movements no matter how he turned or attacked. "It's like fighting a ghost," he shouted, his voice cracking. From an outsider's perspective, the scene was surreal. Batman moved with such speed that he left faint afterimages in his wake. The giant, bat-shaped shadow on the ground was a trick of the light, a distortion caused by his rapid movements. Every step, every strike, was calculated to stay just outside the man's line of sight, constantly circling him and attacking from his blind spots. When the timing was perfect, Batman struck. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance and delivered a flying kick straight to the man's back. Golden electricity crackled around his leg, amplifying the force of the blow. The impact sent the armored man flying across the room, his armor sparking and groaning under the stress. Pieces of metal plating broke off, clattering to the floor as he crashed into a pile of debris. The man struggled to stand, but Batman didn't give him the chance. In a blur, he appeared in front of the man's path. Before the opponent could react, Batman spun 360 degrees in midair, his leg trailing golden lightning, and struck with a devastating whirlwind kick. The force of the blow launched the man skyward, sending pieces of armor scattering like shrapnel. To a regular fighter, such a move might seem flashy and impractical, but at supersonic speeds, there was no risk of counterattack. Batman followed up with a series of rapid strikes, each blow precise and unrelenting. The man could do little more than flail as he was battered midair, his armor cracking further with every hit. The man's thoughts raced in panic. If this opponent had better weapons, stronger armor, or overwhelming firepower, it would make sense. But this was something else entirely. It was like fighting an invisible predator, a ghost. Overdrive mode is over, Batman's AI announced calmly. Overdrive mode entering cooldown. The golden electricity surrounding Batman faded, and his movements returned to their usual speed. By now, however, the battle was all but decided. The armored man crashed to the ground, his once intimidating presence reduced to a heap of broken metal and flickering lights. The blue glow that had radiated from his suit dimmed, barely a faint shimmer now. Pieces of his armor littered the floor, and the warehouse, once standing, was now more rubble than structure. The man struggled to move, his breaths ragged. Even his armor's advanced systems couldn't compensate for the damage it had taken. Stark, who had been watching the fight from a safe distance, crossed his arms and let out a low whistle. "All right," he muttered, half to himself. "I'll admit it. The bat's got some moves. Guess it's not all just copying my tech after all." Batman, ever focused, ignored Stark's comment and approached the defeated opponent. He reached down with one hand, effortlessly lifting the battered man off the ground. His other hand flicked, and from his gauntlet shot a sleek, black metal rope that coiled tightly around the man like a serpent. "Mantra mode activated," the AI announced. The black rope shimmered faintly, tightening around the man's torso. Batman's voice was cold, commanding, and without a hint of mercy. "This is the lasso of truth. You can't lie now," he said, pulling the man closer. "And we have questions that need answers." The man groaned, the fight drained out of him. His armor, his tools, his confidence all shattered. He had no choice but to comply. The mantra lasso was one of the most iconic tools in Wonder Woman's arsenal. Blessed by the ancient Greek gods, the magical robe could compel anyone bound by it to tell the truth. Lying wasn't an option. Silence wasn't an option. Even the strongest wills in the universe couldn't resist its power. Batman's version wasn't magical. He didn't rely on gods or divine blessings. Instead, his use of mantra was a feat of technology, mimicking the effects of Wonder Woman's artifact through advanced neural feedback and polygraph technology. It wasn't perfect, but it didn't need to be. In Batman's hands, even this low-end imitation was a powerful tool. The insider armor, which housed the noose, was a technological masterpiece. It couldn't quite rival the full capabilities of the Justice League's members, but it simulated enough of their powers to make Batman a one-man army when the situation called for it. And this was one of those times. The man's armor was shattered, sparking, and useless. He lay on the ground, pinned by the dark silhouette of Batman looming over him. In one swift motion, Batman tore off the man's helmet, revealing a pale, youthful face beneath. The boy looked no older than his late teens, his features soft yet twisted with anger. His eyes burned with defiance as they locked onto Iron Man. The boy's anger was palpable. It radiated off him in waves, but there was something deeper, something darker beneath his hostility. He clenched his teeth, his glare unrelenting, and said nothing. Yet Batman wasn't concerned. The noose of mantra ensured that silence wasn't an option for long. Electric pulses ran through the rope, and the boy twitched, his muscles convulsing involuntarily. His defiance cracked under the pain, and after a long, tense moment, he finally spoke. "My name is Callie," he ground out through clenched teeth. His voice was rough and filled with venom, his eyes narrowing at Stark as if trying to bore holes into him. "You ruined my life. You killed my parents. You took everything from me." Stark tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable beneath the gleaming mask of his armor. "Why would I kill your parents?" he asked, his tone calm but tinged with exhaustion. This wasn't the first time someone had hurled such an accusation at him, and he doubted it would be the last. Batman remained silent, letting his systems analyze the boy's face. The results came back almost instantly. Callie was the son of the leader of Eagle's Nest, a notorious militant group that had been eradicated by Stark's Iron Legion just a month prior. Stark hadn't even been directly involved in the operation. It had been routine cleanup, handled entirely by his automated systems. To Stark, it was a footnote, hardly worth remembering. To Callie, it was the day his world ended. The pieces clicked into place for Stark. He sighed softly. Another casualty of war. Callie, meanwhile, continued to seethe. "If you're going to kill me, just do it," he spat, his voice trembling with rage. "You've already taken everything. What are you waiting for?" Batman tugged the noose of mantra tighter, and the rope responded with another electric pulse. Callie's defiance faltered again, and he let out a gasp of pain. He squirmed against the bindings, his face twisting with frustration and agony, but he couldn't resist the noose's power. "It was, someone, gave it to me," he admitted finally, his words shaky but truthful. "Who?" Batman asked sharply, his voice cold and commanding. Callie shook his head weakly, his pale face drenched in sweat. "I don't know," he stammered. "After the attack, after you killed them all, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't stay at home. Your machines, your disgusting machines were everywhere. So I ran. I wandered through the desert, days without food, without water. I thought I was going to die." His voice broke for a moment, but he swallowed hard and forced himself to continue. "Then this man appeared. He said he could help me, that he could give me strength. He told me I could take revenge on the man who killed my family, on Tony Stark." Callie's words trailed off, his anger giving way to a mixture of bitterness and shame. He glanced at Batman, his expression darkening. It was clear he felt betrayed. Whoever had given him the armor had promised him power, but now, in the face of Batman and Stark, he saw how useless it truly was. The boy's confidence had been shattered along with his armor. Batman interrogated him further, but it quickly became apparent that Callie knew little else. He couldn't describe the mysterious benefactor. He couldn't remember a face or a name. All he knew was that the man had saved him when he was on the brink of death and sent him on this mission of revenge. The news ensured he was telling the truth. As much as Batman hated loose ends, it was clear Callie didn't have the answers they needed. With a quick motion, Batman stripped Callie of the remains of his armor, restrained him further, and called for the authorities to take him into custody. The boy didn't struggle. His defeat was complete. As the authorities arrived, Callie's rage resurfaced one last time. He yelled after Stark, his voice raw with hatred. "You think you're a hero," he screamed. "You're no better than us? You're a murderer? A terrorist? The only difference is that your gun is bigger." Stark didn't respond. He didn't even glance back. With a quiet hum, the thrusters on his boots flared to life, and he shot into the night sky, leaving Callie's words to fade into the chaos of the ruined warehouse. Back at the hospital, Stark stood in the doorway of Professor Prince's ward, his armor gleaming in the soft fluorescent light. The old man lay in bed, looking just as calm and composed as when Stark had left. He didn't seem surprised by Stark's return. "So," Prince said slowly, his voice raspy but steady, "you've figured it out." "Of course I have," Stark replied, his voice hard and laced with irritation. "Nothing stays hidden from me when I decide to dig." He stepped closer, his glowing eyes locked on Prince. "No one stole the armor, did they? The project was terminated. The higher UPS shut you down, pulled your funding. So you decided to keep going on your own." Prince sighed deeply but didn't deny it. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "They were fools to stop. They didn't see the potential. I had to prove its value." "And the project leader?" Stark pressed. "The sudden death. I didn't kill him," Prince said quickly. "But the rest of it? Yes, you're right. I had to act. This project is too important." Stark's eyes narrowed. "It's not even your research, is it? Earth doesn't have the tech to create armor like that." Prince's lips curled into a faint smile. "No," he admitted. "It's not ours. Its origin is similar to yours, Stark. We believe it's alien technology." Stark's face remained impassive beneath the helmet, but his mind was already racing. Alien technology. Stark's voice was skeptical, his tone clipped as he considered Professor Prince's statement. If someone had made such a claim a month ago, Stark might have believed it without hesitation. After all, Earth was barely scratching the surface of its technological potential, and equipment of this caliber seemed far beyond human reach. But now, with his experiences in the star realm, Stark knew better. There was no such thing as technology out there, not in the way Earth understood it. Earth's technological progress was a rare anomaly, a fluke in a universe dominated by divine forces. Most advanced civilizations were barred from developing technology independently. The star gods enforced this rule with an iron fist, punishing any society that dared to create weapons or machinery outside their divine blessings. Those who tried were wiped from existence, leaving Earth as an isolated exception. Here, technology flourished in ignorance. And now, someone was claiming alien technology had been introduced? It didn't add up. Have you seen these aliens? Stark asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Professor Prince shook his head, his face pale and drawn. Not directly, he admitted. But they contacted us, sent messages from beyond the stars. They transmitted schematics and instructions. That's how we built this device. The equipment arrived through a dedicated receiver in a secure lab. He hesitated, his voice dropping to a murmur. No one's ever seen them in person. We don't even know if they're real. But if you want to see the lab, I'll give you the address. There's no point keeping it secret now. Stark crossed his arms, his expression hardening. You built all of this based on messages from something you've never seen. Professor Prince's gaze shifted downward, guilt flickering across his face. We argued about it, he said quietly. Some of us thought you should know. You've proven yourself. You've saved this planet more times than I can count. Some of us trust you completely. But you didn't tell me, Stark said flatly. Prince nodded, his lips tightening. No, the vote decided otherwise. He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his words. It sounds foolish now, but we were afraid. You have power, more power than any of us could ever hope to understand. And while we're grateful for everything you've done, relying on you feels like handing over the keys to our survival. Can you imagine what it's like to live with that fear? You wanted your own army, Stark said sharply. Your own source of power. But I warned you, Earth isn't ready for this kind of technology. You're playing with something you can't control. Prince's face darkened. We knew that, he said bitterly. But the temptation was too great. The potential was too great. You wouldn't understand. Stark took a step closer, his tone colder now. I understand better than you think. You wanted power you could control, but you let fear cloud your judgment. You're not the first. Prince's expression shifted. He straightened slightly, his eyes narrowing as he fixed Stark with a piercing gaze. Tell me something, mister, he said, his voice low and deliberate. You have resources beyond anything we can imagine. You've invented technology that could revolutionize the world, clean energy, advanced medicine, prosthetics that could give amputees their lives back. His voice grew sharper, more accusing. You could have become a savior, a visionary. But instead, you built weapons. You built a suit of armor to fight and kill. You turned technology into a tool for destruction. Prince's lips curled into a thin, bitter smile. You made yourself Iron Man, just a bigger gun. Stark didn't flinch, his face unreadable beneath the glow of his suit's visor. The silence stretched between them until, finally, he spoke. Maybe, he said simply. At that moment, the doors to the room swung open, and agents from the 9th Special Service Division entered. Their footsteps echoed on the tiled floor as they moved in to detain Professor Prince. The old man didn't resist, his shoulders slumping as they cuffed him and prepared to escort him out. Stark watched for a moment before turning away. But as he reached the door, he paused. Maybe I am just a bigger gun, he said softly, almost to himself. But at least now, I can look at myself in the mirror every day. The so-called laboratory was easy to find. Stark's AI guided him through its hidden defenses, which were far more advanced than anything Earth should have been capable of building. Even his systems struggled to fully decode them. When he arrived, most of the data had been wiped clean. Files had been deleted, systems erased, and even the physical equipment showed signs of tampering. This wasn't the work of human hands. Whatever had built this technology had also destroyed it, ensuring no traces remained. Stark examined the ruins, frustration bubbling beneath his calm exterior. In a universe where technology was forbidden by the gods, who or what could create something this advanced without being annihilated? His thoughts turned to the astral planes. Green Lantern was still wandering the star realm, and he might have answers. But that was a question for another time. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Charlie received a notification from his system. His experience bar, which had been sitting at max capacity for what felt like forever, had finally leveled up. S-Class Hero Pool unlocked. The words sent a thrill of excitement through him. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to summon heroes with unmatched power. His roster was about to reach a whole new level. But S-Class heroes came at a price. Each draw cost 3,000 hero points, 6 times more than the A-Class pool. Charlie had saved enough for 2 draws, but the stakes were high. All right, he muttered to himself, taking a deep breath. Let's do this. He initiated the first draw. The screen lit up with dazzling special effects as the pool spun, and then bang. A massive figure emerged from the light. Standing over 3 meters tall, with green muscles that rippled like steel cables, was the Hulk. The strongest Avenger, Charlie murmured, a grin spreading across his face. Though Hulk's reputation had taken a hit in recent years, his raw strength and durability remained legendary. He was a powerhouse, capable of leveling entire battlefields with a single blow. But Hulk wasn't the S-class hero Charlie had hoped for. He was strong, unbelievably so, but still rated A-class. One more shot, Charlie whispered, his heart pounding. He initiated the second draw. This time, the special effects were even more elaborate, lightning crackling across the screen as the pool spun faster and faster. A streak of red and gold flashed through the light, and a figure emerged slender, vibrant, and crackling with speed. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. His first S-class hero, the Flash. Charlie had noticed something strange while playing his game. Whenever his hero pool was low, the heroes he unlocked were more often from the Avengers than the Justice League. At first, it seemed like pure coincidence, but after thinking it through, he realized there was a logical explanation. Heroes could appear in multiple pools because their strength and abilities changed a lot depending on the storyline they were in. However, even with these changes, each hero had an upper and lower limit to their power. For example, Hawkeye and Green Arrow, the iconic archers from their respective universes, had a ceiling that didn't go past sea level. Even at their best, they wouldn't get anywhere close to B level. On the other hand, the Hulk had a lower limit of A level, no matter how bad things got for him. Unless Bruce Banner was in control, the Hulk would never fall to sea level. This showed a key difference between the two superhero teams. Both the Avengers and the Justice League had moments where their members performed extraordinary feats. However, the Justice League heroes had a much higher floor for their powers. Other than Batman, whose lack of superpowers made him an exception, heroes like Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern never dropped below A level. Because of this, Justice League heroes were harder to unlock in the early stages of the game, when weaker characters were more likely to appear. Charlie's first S-rank Justice League hero was Barry Allen, the second-generation Flash. Known as the fastest and strongest speedster in history, the Flash was a fan-favorite hero who had been a core member of the Justice League for decades. While the Flash wasn't as iconic as Superman, Batman, or Wonder Woman, he was still one of the most powerful members of the team. The Flash's speed had always been a hot topic among fans. Some calculations suggested he could run at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light during certain storylines. However, those numbers didn't mean much in practice since the Flash's speed was always as fast as the plot required. In moments when he didn't need to perform universe-breaking feats, his default speed was still at least 5 times the speed of sound, an incredible feat in itself. Eager to try him out, Charlie immediately tested the Flash in the game. The hero had a variety of special moves that made him stand out. These included phasing through walls, vibrating his molecules at a high frequency to pass through solid objects effortlessly, tornado creation, running in circles around enemies to generate powerful cyclones that could knock them off their feet, high-speed arm swings, moving his arms rapidly to create wind blasts that could overwhelm opponents, lightning projection, building up energy from the speed force and launching it as a deadly bolt of lightning. While his special skills were impressive, the Flash's general combat mechanics were equally unique. They included 2 modes. One normal mode. This mode conserved energy while allowing the Flash to perform short sprints or quick dodges using directional controls. The game also slightly sped up the player's reaction time to help them keep up with the Flash's movements. 2 Speed Force mode. This mode was where the Flash truly shined. When activated, the screen slowed down in a bullet time effect, where everything except the Flash moved in slow motion. Even in this slowed down world, the Flash moved faster than anyone else. He left behind streaks of lightning and after images as he zipped through enemies. The visuals were stunning, and the gameplay felt like controlling pure power. However, this mode had a cooldown period, so it couldn't be used continuously. After just a few minutes of gameplay, Charlie was convinced that the Flash was overpowered. As an S-rank hero, he was easily one of the strongest characters in Charlie's roster. The Flash also had unique abilities that made him more effective than most speed-based characters. Thanks to his Speed Force body shield, he didn't suffer from the usual problems of super speed, such as recoil or self-damage. This allowed him to hit enemies with devastating force without injuring himself. Charlie recalled how the Flash had once knocked out Wonder Woman with a kick at half the speed of light in the comics. It was clear that, for the Flash, the phrase "only speed is unbreakable" was completely true. What made the Flash even better was how well he worked with other heroes. Within the Justice League, the Flash and Green Lantern were often paired together as the red-green duo. This partnership made them ideal for team missions, especially those set in outer space. The game update also introduced a new feature called skill duplication. This allowed Charlie to copy all of a hero's abilities instead of relying on random skill extractions. Unfortunately, the feature was limited to 1 use per upgrade, so Charlie had to choose carefully. While the Flash was tempting, Charlie ultimately chose Thor. Thor's balanced skill set, which included strength, speed, ranged attacks, and mastery of magic, made him an excellent choice. The only downside was that Thor's hammer couldn't be copied, which slightly reduced his effectiveness. Meanwhile, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, returned to the planet Glen after completing a patrol mission in his designated starfield. The planet had changed dramatically since Hal last left. A massive green building resembling a lantern now stood at its center. Jaeger, the Protoss Charlie had unlocked earlier, had constructed this building as his new home. It was also becoming the headquarters of what would eventually be the OA Corps. Jaeger, who still preferred to appear in the form of a youthful boy, greeted Hal with his usual enthusiasm. "Uncle, you're back," Jaeger said, zooming out of the building at a speed that rivaled the Flash. "Someone's here to see you." "Me." Hal asked, surprised. Following Jaeger into the lantern, Hal saw a familiar figure waiting inside, the God King he had fought before. This time, however, the God King wasn't hostile. Green Lantern, the God King said with a smile, that's what the astral world calls you, right? Relax. I'm not here to fight. Then why are you here? Hal asked, still wary. I'm here on behalf of my Supreme Master, the God King explained. They want to meet you. Charlie had not expected this. The ruler of the Star Realm, the mastermind behind the God Kings and their envoys, had finally taken an interest in Green Lantern. Charlie had always known this meeting would happen someday. He had imagined epic battles and deadly confrontations, the kind you'd find in the climax of a blockbuster movie. Yet, reality proved far different. Instead of a challenge or a demand, the God King showed up with a polite invitation, as though Hal Jordan were an old friend being asked over for tea. Despite the unexpected civility of the gesture, Charlie didn't hesitate to make his decision. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you'll never catch its cub, he thought. The strength of controlling heroes remotely was the complete lack of personal risk. Even if this invitation turned out to be a trap, the chance to meet the ruler of the Star Realm and gather intelligence was too valuable to pass up. The encounter could provide critical insight for future plans, and Charlie couldn't resist the opportunity to learn what the God Lord was scheming. More than anything, Charlie was curious. Ever since the Battle of the Temple, rumors had spread across the astral world that Green Lantern shared a special connection with the ancient god Jaeger. This connection was undoubtedly why the God King had sought Hal out, but what did it really mean? What was the plan? Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, agreed to the meeting without hesitation. He prepared to leave with the God King, but before he could take off, Jaeger grabbed his arm. I'm coming with you, Jaeger insisted, his youthful voice sharp with determination. No, you stay here, Hal said firmly but kindly. Don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Charlie agreed with Hal's decision. Jaeger might be powerful, but he wasn't immortal or invincible like Hal. If things went south, Jaeger's safety could complicate matters. The God King, silent throughout the exchange, took to the air. In an instant, she shot into the sky, a streak of light trailing behind her. Hal wasted no time following, his body glowing with green energy as he rocketed after her like a blazing comet. For the God King, this wasn't just about delivering Hal to her master. She had her own reasons for pushing the limits of her speed. Their last battle had been a bitter defeat, her first since being blessed with divine power. She wasn't here to challenge Hal to a rematch, but she couldn't resist the urge to test her speed against his. Even if she couldn't defeat him in strength, she hoped to prove herself superior in raw speed. The God King pushed herself to full throttle, her divine energy surging as she broke free from the atmosphere and into the silent expanse of space. Her divine power allowed her to survive the harsh vacuum, a feat few beings in the astral world could achieve. Glancing back, she expected to see Hal struggling to keep up, but to her frustration, he was right behind her, flying effortlessly through the void. She scowled and increased her speed, pushing her powers to their absolute limit. Yet no matter how hard she tried, Hal remained on her tail, his movements casual, almost lazy. So, Hal called out, his voice clear despite the vacuum, did your master tell you why they want to see me? The God King was stunned. Speaking at this speed was nearly impossible for her, as it required every ounce of her focus just to maintain her velocity. Yet Hal seemed completely unaffected, chatting as if he were on a leisurely flight. In truth, Charlie was growing bored. Hal's Green Lantern ring was capable of far greater speeds than the God King, so he had to hold back constantly to avoid overtaking her. It felt like driving a sports car behind a slow truck on the highway. The only thing keeping him engaged was the promise of what lay ahead. The God King, unable to respond, pressed on in silence. After a long flight, they arrived at a stargate, a glowing portal hovering in the endless void. Without hesitation, she dove through it, and Hal followed. On the other side, another stargate awaited, its presence curiously absent from the star maps stored in the Green Lantern ring. Charlie immediately pieced the puzzle together. The universe was vast, and locating a hidden stargate in the infinite expanse of space was almost impossible unless its location was shared. This particular gate led to the domain of the Star Realm's ruler. Its location was deliberately omitted from the maps to ensure that only the chosen ones could find it. The fact that the God King was openly leading Hal to this secret gateway was unusual, even suspicious. Beyond the second stargate, the scenery changed dramatically. Unlike most stargates, which opened into familiar starry skies and distant galaxies, this one led to a strange, alien world. Giant structures filled the landscape, their shapes twisted and grotesque, frozen in unnatural poses. At first glance, they resembled living sculptures, but up close, it was clear they were buildings. The atmosphere was heavy and silent, the kind of silence that felt alive. There were no signs of movement, no signs of life. The God King led Hal through this eerie maze, eventually stopping in front of a massive structure that loomed like a shadow over the rest of the alien city. The Great Lord is waiting for you inside, she said. I am not permitted to enter. Hal nodded, encasing himself in a glowing green force field before stepping inside. The interior was pitch black, so dark that even the Green Lantern's light struggled to illuminate it. As Hal ventured deeper, a pair of glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, their gaze heavy and unblinking. A massive figure began to take shape, a being so large that its details were hard to comprehend. It reclined lazily on a throne-like chair, its posture slouched and almost careless. You're here, the figure said, its voice low and emotionless. I've been waiting for you. I'm flattered, Hal replied, his tone cautious but polite. What does the Great Lord want with me? Nothing so great, the being said, its voice flat and unassuming. I heard what happened with Jaeger. You're his closest ally. I thought it would be wise for us to talk. The God Lord's demeanor surprised Charlie. It wasn't intimidating or commanding, as he had expected. Instead, the figure seemed tired, even apathetic. Its voice lacked the grandeur or sharpness that one might expect from a god. Of course, Hal said, his expression unreadable. I'd be happy to talk, preferably without fists. For the first time, the God Lord smiled faintly. No fists, it said. I promise. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. But I believe we can clear it up with words. Charlie couldn't help but feel intrigued. This encounter was nothing like what he'd imagined. The God Lord's strange, casual attitude left him with more questions than answers. What did this being really want? And what did it mean for Hal and the astral world? First of all, I have no intention of being your enemy, or Jaeger's enemy, the master said calmly, his voice thin and weak, as if it would disappear at any moment. I can feel hostility from you, but I assure you that it is unnecessary. I have no reason to be hostile toward you. Hal's eyes narrowed. Really? Jaeger might not feel the same way. Just in case you're unaware, the previous generations of gods chosen, those who swore loyalty to Jaeger, met their end because of you. The former envoys brought that upon themselves, the master replied, his voice steady but tired. They broke the rules on their own and faced the punishment they deserved. It was not my will that determined their fate. The chosen are drawn from various starfield races, and occasionally, some fail to see the bigger picture. Their actions were meaningless in terms of the astral world and, in some cases, even worked against the natural order. Hal crossed his arms. It sounds like you didn't agree with what they did. Are you saying you have no issue sharing this astral world with another ancient god? The master seemed to consider this before speaking again. They say you might be Jaeger's new chosen, but from our conversation, I see you don't yet understand how the laws of the astral world operate. I'm new to all this, Hal admitted, clasping his hands. Maybe you can help me understand. The master's tone became even, almost rehearsed, as he explained. There is no competition or conflict between the gods. We exist because the universe requires us to exist. We act according to the laws of nature, nothing more. Even concepts like death, destruction, and rebirth are simply parts of this law. We listen to the voice of nature and act as it dictates. There is no room for conflict among us. When Jaeger fell, I appeared and took over this star realm. That was the natural course of evolution. Now, as my time nears its end, Jaeger's return to reclaim this realm is equally natural. These laws are immutable. It is not my place to resist them. Hal frowned, absorbing the explanation. You're basically saying you're puppets. The master did not seem offended. Instead, he nodded slightly. That is a vivid way to put it, though it doesn't quite capture the truth. We see ourselves differently. Fulfilling these laws is our mission, the reason we exist. I understand why it's hard to comprehend. Even among my envoys, those closest to me, only a few fully grasp this reality. But at this point, it hardly matters. The master's voice grew weaker, his words slower, and Hal couldn't help but sense a strange sadness. Charlie, watching from the other side of the screen, thought the master resembled a dying elder, worn down by time and fate. I am dying, the master said at last. Charlie blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden admission. He leaned closer to the screen, trying to make out more details of the master through the dark, blurry mass that obscured him. Even with high-resolution filters, the master appeared as nothing more than a shifting shadow. Yet, Charlie's gut told him the master wasn't lying. What happened? Hal asked, his voice steady. It's nothing shocking, the master replied, his tone almost casual. New gods often emerge when the old ones are nearing their end. It could be coincidence, or perhaps it's the self-correcting mechanism of the astral world. I was attacked unexpectedly, caught off guard by a weapon I couldn't counter. I've managed to hold on, but I know my time is short. When I heard Jaeger had returned, I became even more certain my end has come. Charlie and Hal exchanged glances. Attacked. Charlie muttered under his breath. The thought was staggering. From what little they knew, even Jaeger just awakening at a fraction of his full strength was overwhelmingly powerful. The master before them should have been far stronger. Who, or what, could overpower him? This is why I sought you out, the master continued. To give you a warning. You must beware of something called technology. It is the greatest taboo of the astral world. Charlie tilted his head slightly. He had heard whispers about this, but the reasoning had never been clear. Long before the histories of your species or any other species still surviving, this was not forbidden, the master explained. In fact, it was once seen as a natural development of intelligent life. Some galactic races began developing the ability to create and innovate. They used this creativity to build their own ways of understanding energy and matter, pushing their civilizations forward. That doesn't sound so bad, Hal said, shrugging. The master's tone hardened slightly. At first, the gods thought so too. We watched and allowed them to advance, thinking it was simply part of their growth. But we were wrong. As civilizations advanced, they became unsatisfied with using their technology for creation. Instead, they began using it to destroy. They built weapons, starting wars that spread chaos across the galaxies. They didn't just harm themselves, they attacked others, stealing resources, conquering planets, and leaving destruction in their wake. The astral world was dragged into this endless cycle of war and suffering. By the time the gods realized the danger, it was too late. Technology had become a seed of destruction, something that intelligent beings could not use responsibly. Hal was silent now, processing the gravity of what he'd just heard. The gods reached a conclusion: technology could not be allowed to exist. It was banned, across all star realms and all galaxies. This is why the astral world enforces such strict prohibitions. Charlie's expression darkened. So you wiped out every civilization that developed it. The master sighed. That was the plan. But even we failed. Some civilizations developed their technology so far that they surpassed our expectations. They were able to survive our efforts to destroy them, going underground and forming a coalition. These remnants of different galaxies came together to create an organization. They share knowledge, advance their forbidden science, and hide from the gods. They call themselves the Church of Technological Truth. And now, they've come to this astral world. I was unprepared for their weapons, and their attack is what will soon kill me. The master's voice remained calm, as though describing his own death was nothing more than stating the weather. My warning to you is simple: beware the Church of Technological Truth. If I fall, their next target will be Jaeger, the new god of this star realm. The meeting with the Divine Master didn't go the way Charlie had imagined. The information he got was shocking, completely different from what he expected. Even though he wasn't sure if the Divine Master's story was entirely trustworthy, he knew that if even part of it was true, then the so-called technological truth was a real threat that couldn't be ignored. Charlie suspected that this group might try a sneak attack on Jaeger. Jaeger had only recently awakened and hadn't yet fully recovered his divine power. He was still far from being in top shape, and even though his strength had returned, his mind was sluggish and slow to react. That made him vulnerable. If these people targeted Jaeger, his situation could end up worse than the God Lord's. The God Lord, after all, had been attacked and was now barely alive. If Jaeger became their next target, things could take a turn for the worse very quickly. To make matters worse, Earth itself might already be on their radar. At first, Charlie's main concern was hiding Earth's coordinates from the God Lord and his organization, the Eagle Claw. But now, his priorities had shifted. The technological truth seemed to have found Earth before the Chosen Ones, which made things even more dangerous. From what had happened recently, it looked like they had already tried to reach out to Earth, though their true motives were still unclear. Charlie didn't want to make a hasty judgment about whether they were friends or enemies, but he also knew he couldn't assume the best. He had to stay cautious. If what the Divine Master said was true and the Church of Science and Technology had developed tools that could rival the power of the gods while avoiding detection from the Chosen Ones, then their level of advancement was terrifying. Charlie realized he needed to upgrade Earth's monitoring systems immediately. The current setup wasn't enough if they had to face enemies this advanced. But before Charlie could even begin making those improvements, the second contact happened. This time, it wasn't subtle. It was a quiet night in Riverton City. The streets were lit by rows of streetlights, casting a warm glow on the pavement. A tall, thin man dressed in a loose black suit walked along the sidewalk, moving slowly and deliberately. His sharp eyes scanned the bustling city around him. A street vendor was busy at his food cart, the smell of grilled snacks filling the air. A small speaker next to the cart played a recording to attract customers. The tall man stopped near the cart, drawing the vendor's attention. The vendor, noticing the stranger, greeted him cheerfully. "What can I get for you?" the vendor asked with a smile. "Stark," the man said in an odd, flat tone. His pronunciation was slightly off, as though he wasn't used to the language. "Tony Stark. Iron Man." The vendor blinked, clearly caught off guard. Then, with a laugh, he replied, "Tony Stark? Iron Man? You've got the wrong place, buddy. This is Riverton. Stark doesn't hang around here. If you're a fan, you've got the wrong city." He chuckled and added jokingly, "Now, if you're looking for Batman, you might have better luck." "Batman?" The tall man tilted his head, as if seriously considering the idea. "How?" The vendor laughed again, thinking it was all a joke. "Oh, that's easy. Just cause a little chaos. Stir up trouble. If the police and the 9th Special Service Division can't handle you, you might just meet him eventually." The tall man nodded slowly, as though he were carefully thinking it over. Simple but logical. I'll try that." Before the vendor could say another word, the tall man reached down and grabbed the cart with one hand. Without warning, he hurled it into the air with an unbelievable amount of force. The cart spun several times before smashing into the hood of a nearby car, the loud crash echoing down the street. The vendor stood frozen in shock, his jaw dropping as he stared at the destruction. The tall man wasn't done. He strode into the middle of the street and punched the air in front of him. Somehow, an invisible force shot forward, hitting a parked car several meters away. The car flipped over, tumbling end over end, before slamming into the front of a shopping mall. The sound of shattering glass and panicked screams filled the air. Several cars collided in the aftermath, honking horns and crunched metal creating chaos on the road. The vendor could only watch, wide-eyed and speechless. "I was just kidding," he mumbled to himself. The man's actions didn't go unnoticed. A drone flying overhead immediately captured the scene, identifying it as a high-level threat. Instead of alerting the local authorities or standard agencies, the drone sent the report directly to Charlie. But it wasn't Batman who showed up first. Tonight, someone else was on duty in Riverton. Another car soared into the air, sent flying by the man's invisible power. It spun several times, passengers screaming inside. Just as it seemed the car would crash to the ground, a white line shot through the air. A web stretched between two buildings, catching the car gently and holding it like a trampoline. There, a passerby shouted, pointing upward. A white figure swung into view, speeding toward the chaos on a thin strand of webbing. It was Spider-Gwen. She swung down toward the tall man, muttering, "Let's calm down and talk this out," as she dived into a flying kick. The kick was perfect, fueled by Gwen's superhuman strength and speed. It was a blow that should have been impossible to dodge, but the tall man didn't even flinch. He didn't move a muscle, and somehow, Gwen's attack missed entirely. Instead, her kick smashed into a mailbox on the sidewalk, reducing it to a pile of twisted metal. Gwen landed and quickly fired webbing at the man, but he dodged with ease, moving faster than her webs could reach. In a blur of motion, he was suddenly right in front of her. Gwen's spider senses screamed a warning. She barely had time to raise her arm in defense before the man's punch connected. The force sent her flying backward, slamming her into the side of a building with a thunderous crash. Charlie, watching through the drone feed, was stunned. Gwen's reflexes were fast enough to dodge bullets, but this man's punch had been even faster. "Who is this guy?" Charlie muttered, his voice full of disbelief. Meanwhile, the tall man frowned slightly, watching Gwen recover. He seemed almost impressed that she'd managed to block his attack at all. He said softly, his smirk fading into a cold, calculating expression. The tall, thin man felt a flicker of surprise as he watched Gwen recover from the powerful punch he had delivered. On one hand, he hadn't expected her to react fast enough to block his strike. On the other, even though the blow had sent her flying, she didn't seem seriously injured. She had taken the hit better than most. Spider people were known for their unique physiology. Despite their slim builds and small frames, they were unbelievably durable. Their strength and resilience often allowed them to survive extreme situations like being hit by a train and walk away as if nothing had happened. Gwen, like the others, had this same gift. Even though the punch had been strong enough to flatten most opponents, she had stood back up, ready to continue the fight. Still, her performance had caught him off guard. Gwen was known for her agility, but he hadn't expected her to keep up with his speed. Very few could match him in movement and reflexes, yet she had managed to react to his punches. No wonder they said this planet was interesting, the man muttered to himself, a faint smile curling his lips. His figure blurred for a split second, and then he was standing directly in front of Gwen again. To an average observer, it would have looked like he teleported. A sharp boom erupted as the force of his movement broke the sound barrier, and a visible shockwave rippled outward. Yet before the shockwave had even spread, he was already standing in Gwen's face, reaching out with an open hand. Gwen's spider sense flared like an alarm in her head, slowing everything down as it heightened her awareness. She could see his hand moving toward her, each finger stretched wide like claws. Even with her enhanced reflexes, the speed of his attack left her only milliseconds to react. If Charlie, monitoring her through his interface, had been even slightly slower to press the dodge command, she would have been caught. But Charlie's experience shone through. Gwen twisted her body at the last possible moment, just enough to let his hand pass by her. His arm brushed against her hood, the force of his strike whipping the fabric. She landed gracefully on one hand, her palm flat on the pavement, and used the momentum to kick her leg upward in a counterattack aimed directly at his face. The move wasn't planned, it was pure instinct, a reaction born from years of fighting experience. Yet it was executed perfectly. Gwen's kick was fast, precise, and fluid, like a dance move, and it used his own speed against him. It was a classic spider fighting move, agile, creative, and unexpected. Her leg arced upward like a scythe, perfectly positioned to intercept him mid-charge. Spider people were known for their ability to predict attacks rather than purely outrun them. Thanks to their spider sense, they could anticipate the trajectory of even the fastest projectiles and react accordingly. This ability had helped Spider-Man himself defeat speedsters in the past. Although a speedster might move faster than the eye could follow, they often relied on their momentum, making it easier to predict their movements and intercept them. For a moment, it seemed like Gwen's kick would land. It was perfectly timed and positioned. But the tall man wasn't just fast, he was also highly skilled. He twisted his body mid-stride, defying the laws of physics, and released a burst of energy that propelled him sideways. His movement created an afterimage, and Gwen's kick sliced through empty air. Before she could recover, he used the momentum of his dodge to shoulder check her with incredible force. The impact felt like being hit by a speeding car. Gwen's body was launched into the air and sent tumbling across the ground. She rolled several times before coming to a stop, but to her credit, she quickly stood up again, brushing dust off her suit. "All right, speedster," she muttered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're good, but don't get cocky." The man tilted his head, amused by her resilience. "You're not bad yourself," he admitted, his voice calm and confident. "It's been a long time since anyone's reacted to me like that." He paused, smiling faintly. "But let's not kid ourselves. I'm the fastest being in the universe. No one comes close to my speed, not here, not anywhere." Gwen raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Fastest in the universe, huh? Bold claim. You might want to hold off on that until you've actually seen the whole universe. Just saying." The man chuckled, his confidence unshaken. "The universe isn't as big as you think. But fine, I'll say this, if anyone on this planet is faster than me, I'll..." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crack echoed through the air. His pupils shrank, and his head instinctively turned to the source of the sound. But he wasn't fast enough. A red fist, trailing a streak of electricity, slammed into his face. The punch landed with devastating force, snapping his head to the side and launching him across the street. His body tumbled through the air before crashing into a nearby wall, leaving a deep crater in the concrete. Standing in his place was a new figure, dressed in red and gold, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning. The Flash had arrived. Gwen let out a relieved sigh and walked over to her new ally. Nice timing, she said. Thanks for the assist. The Flash kept his eyes on the downed enemy, his expression wary. That guy's fast, he said, his voice cautious. When I punched him, it felt like he was about to dodge. If I'd been even a fraction slower, he might have avoided it entirely. His reflexes are insane. Gwen raised an eyebrow, folding her arms. Yeah, great. Let's focus on the fact that you did hit him and maybe stop giving him so much credit. The Flash chuckled sheepishly but didn't look away from the rubble. Fair enough. But stay alert. I don't think he's done yet. Bishop pushed himself up slowly, his movements stiff and shaky. The punch had sent him flying across the battlefield like a rag doll, yet it wasn't the pain that consumed him, it was disbelief. He wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, staring at the red-suited figure standing calmly in the distance. His thoughts were swirling with confusion and frustration. How did that happen? Was I ambushed? His mind struggled to piece it together. He hadn't even seen the punch coming, let alone prepared for it. For someone who prided himself on being untouchable because of his speed, the situation felt absurd. It was as if everything he believed about himself had been flipped upside down. Bishop's specialty, after all, was speed. His abilities were a unique blend of natural talent and advanced technology. The high-speed battle armor he wore was crafted by the top scientists of the Science and Technology Truth Cult, designed specifically to enhance his already impressive abilities. Together, his natural speed and the armor's enhancements allowed him to move faster than most people could even comprehend. His entire career had been built around this strength, and until now, no one had come close to matching him. The question the girl had asked earlier gnawed at him. Is there anyone faster than you? At the time, he had dismissed it without a second thought. Of course, no one was faster. Speed was his domain, his pride, and his unshakable advantage. But now he wasn't so sure. He clenched his fists, shaking his head to clear the doubt. No, this wasn't about someone being faster. He had been arrogant, distracted, and careless. That was all. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. As anger burned through him, Bishop's armor hummed with energy. A faint, translucent ripple spread across his body as the suit shifted into full combat mode. Gray-black plates slid into place, covering him from head to toe. His visor sealed over his face, giving him the appearance of a sleek, metallic predator. The crowd, which had been watching from a distance, gasped and retreated further, though a few curious onlookers remained, holding up their phones to capture the fight. Bishop smirked, his voice cold and sharp. You think you're fast, he called out to the man in red. Then you'd better keep your eyes open. Without waiting for a response, Bishop launched himself forward. There was a loud crack as he broke the sound barrier, his figure disappearing into a blur of motion. He reappeared in an instant, right in front of the Flash, his hand reaching out to grab him. This time, Bishop wasn't taking any chances. He didn't expect his grab to land, it was a setup. He had already activated a concealed weapon within his armor, a special device designed to unleash a devastating attack the moment his opponent tried to dodge. But the Flash didn't dodge. Instead, there was another red blur, and before Bishop could comprehend what was happening, something slammed into the side of his helmet. The impact was so sudden and so powerful that it shattered his visor and sent him spinning through the air. He crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, skidding several feet before coming to a stop. Bishop groaned, his head pounding as he pushed himself up. His mind raced. What just happened? He replayed the moment in his head, but it didn't make sense. He hadn't seen the punch coming. He hadn't even seen the man move. For the first time in his life, Bishop felt doubt creeping in. If the first punch could be blamed on arrogance or distraction, this one couldn't. He had been fully alert, his armor running at maximum capacity. Yet he had been hit again faster than he could react. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. His sensors lit up, detecting movement behind him. Without hesitation, he spun around and threw a punch. But just as his arm began to move, there was another crack. A red streak appeared in front of him, and he felt a fist slam into his helmet again, right in the center of his faceplate. This time, the punch sent him tumbling even further. He landed in a heap, his armor dented and scratched. Blood trickled from his nose as he staggered to his feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The Flash stood calmly a few feet away, watching him with a relaxed yet focused expression. To the crowd, Bishop's movements looked impossibly fast. His punches and kicks created afterimages that filled the air, making it seem as though he were fighting an army. But to the Flash, it was like watching someone move in slow motion. Every swing, every step, was predictable and easy to avoid. Bishop growled in frustration, launching into a flurry of attacks. His fists blurred as he threw punch after punch, his kicks slicing through the air with deadly precision. From the perspective of the bystanders, it was a chaotic storm of motion, an overwhelming assault that no human could hope to survive. But the Flash wasn't human. He dodged every strike with ease, weaving through the barrage as if it were a game. When he countered, his punches and kicks landed with pinpoint accuracy, each one hitting Bishop's armor with enough force to dent the high-tech plating. A punch to the ribs, a jab to the shoulder, a kick to the back of the legs, each hit sent Bishop stumbling, his frustration growing with every passing second. Finally, after landing a particularly sharp kick to the back, the flash sent Bishop tumbling across the pavement again. The speedster straightened, crossing his arms as he watched his opponent struggle to get up. Bishop roared in frustration, his anger boiling over. Enough, he shouted, his voice echoing through the street. He charged forward again, his armor glowing with energy as he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. This time, the flash didn't dodge. He raised one arm, spinning it in rapid circles. The motion generated a powerful whirlwind, a spiraling column of air charged with golden lightning. The tornado grew in size and strength, pulling debris and dust into its vortex. Bishop tried to stop, but it was too late. The storm caught him, lifting him off the ground and hurling him into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the flash redirected the tornado, sending it crashing into a nearby building. Bishop was thrown free, slamming into the side of the structure with enough force to leave a crater. He slid to the ground, his armor sparking and battered. As he lay there, gasping for breath, his mind reeled. They told me I was the fastest. They told me no one could match me. Bishop flew through the air and hit the ground hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The crowd sat in stunned silence, too shocked to react. Then, after what felt like forever, a wave of cheers and shouts erupted, filling the air with a mix of awe and disbelief. What they had just witnessed was beyond imagination. Flash had unleashed a dazzling display of speed and skill, combining it with an unarmed, tornado-like fighting style. It wasn't just fast, it was unreal, as though they were watching something out of a science fiction movie rather than a real fight. His movements were so sharp and precise that it felt like they had transcended human limits. Some people cheered wildly, while others shouted insults at Bishop, taunting him for losing so badly. Those who had been terrified of Bishop earlier, cowering under his ghost-like speed, suddenly found courage. They laughed and jeered now that Flash had revealed himself as the dominant force, their backs straighter and their voices louder. Meanwhile, Bishop struggled to recover. Golden stars danced in front of his eyes as he tried to steady himself. His body was out of balance, his breathing ragged. He knew his opponent was incredibly fast, faster than anything he'd ever encountered. Wasting even a second to rest could give Flash the chance to finish him off. Gritting his teeth, Bishop forced himself to stand. Pain shot through his chest, and the world spun as he tried to move forward. He managed a few shaky steps, but his movements were unsteady and awkward. The once confident warrior, who had dazzled everyone earlier with his incredible speed, now looked like a drunken man stumbling after a wild night. His legs tangled, and before he could regain control, his left foot caught on his right. He fell with a loud crash, his helmet dragging along the ground and sending up a shower of sparks. For a moment, the crowd froze. Then, like a dam breaking, laughter and jeers erupted. "Is he begging for mercy now?" one person shouted. Another laughed, "That dirt-eating trick must be his secret weapon. I'm laughing so hard it hurts." Bishop lay on the ground, his body still and his mind racing. A loud buzzing filled his head, making it hard to focus. What was happening to him? Speed was his specialty, the thing he was most proud of. Even blindfolded, he could move faster than most people could comprehend. Yet here he was, tripping over himself like a clumsy fool. Shaking his head, he turned toward Flash, who stood calmly nearby. Bishop's eyes widened as he shouted, What did you do to me?" The crowd fell silent, confused by the strange, alien language coming out of Bishop's mouth. Someone in the back muttered, "What's he even saying?" Another person laughed, "Looks like he's gone crazy. Or maybe he's pretending to." It hit Bishop like a punch to the gut. His suit's translation system wasn't working. In fact, nothing about his suit was working. This wasn't just any suit. It was specially designed for high-speed combat, powered by a unique engine that enhanced his movements. Without it, even simple actions like walking or standing became difficult. The suit, which had always been his greatest advantage, was now a useless, heavy burden weighing him down. Bishop quickly pieced together what had happened. Flash's blows weren't just physically devastating, they carried some kind of strange energy, something completely unfamiliar to him. This energy had overwhelmed the suit's systems, shutting everything down. It wasn't ordinary damage, it was like his entire suit had been hacked by an invisible force. Every function, from his engine to the translation software, had crashed. Without the suit, Bishop was helpless. Flash stood nearby, calm and unbothered. "Alien language, huh?" he said to himself, his tone casual. "Yes, sir," a voice in Flash's earpiece replied. It was Friday, his AI assistant. "Iron Man is deploying translation software now. It should be ready soon." Flash smirked. He didn't need translation to know he had already won. Before anything else could happen, a deep voice cut through the air. "Impressive." The crowd froze again, their heads snapping toward the sound. A new figure had appeared out of nowhere, standing just behind Flash. The alien was massive, almost as large as the Hulk, his body clad in bulky armor that looked like a mix of metal and living flesh. The armor seemed stretched to its limit, barely containing the alien's powerful physique. Even more shocking was how the alien had arrived. He hadn't teleported or snuck in, it was like he had simply appeared, unnoticed, as though he had erased himself from everyone's awareness. The alien's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an air of authority. "Enough," he said. "You've proven yourself, warrior. You've earned the right to speak with us. Let's talk." Flash didn't even flinch. His back still turned to the alien, he smirked. Talk? That's flattering. His voice grew cold, sharp. But I don't think you have the right to talk to me. Before the alien could respond, Flash disappeared. It wasn't a normal movement, it was so fast that the air seemed to ripple around him. The afterimage of Flash standing in front of the alien vanished as the real Flash reappeared behind him in the blink of an eye. The alien stiffened, feeling a surge of energy against his back. His instincts screamed at him, but it was already too late. Now, Flash said, his tone calm but firm. Let's talk. The moment the Flash moved, it was almost too fast to comprehend. His blur of motion left no time for the towering alien to react. Even though the alien had been staring directly at him, it didn't matter, there was simply no time to respond. Despite this, the alien didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled calmly, his demeanor cool and confident. I understand your caution, he said, his voice deep and steady, but I assure you, it's unnecessary. In fact, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A sudden whirlwind erupted, sending powerful gusts swirling through the area. The air pressure shifted, and for a moment, it was difficult to breathe. Then, something massive materialized in the sky. It was a sleek, black object with an unusual shape, hovering as though suspended by invisible strings. It didn't take long for everyone to recognize what it was. An alien spaceship. The crowd gasped collectively, stunned by the sight. Spaceships weren't something you encountered every day, and this one looked especially advanced. Those with quick reflexes scrambled to take out their phones, snapping pictures and recording videos. Some whispered in awe, while others simply stared, frozen by the sight. Flash, or rather Charlie controlling him from afar, wasn't particularly surprised. He had already known the ship was there. Earlier, Friday's scans had detected the spaceship cloaked high above the battlefield. The technology hiding it was far beyond anything on Earth, a kind of blurring effect that made it almost impossible to see or detect. Friday had also warned Charlie about the ship's unstable energy readings. The entire craft seemed to be coated in some kind of reactive energy, almost like a layer of bombs waiting to detonate. A reckless attack could have catastrophic consequences, so Charlie decided to wait, observing the situation instead of acting impulsively. Now, the ship had revealed itself, its presence confirmed. Charlie guessed the two aliens confronting him were advanced scouts, sent from the ship to test the waters. Boarding the craft might be the fastest way to get answers, and luckily, the aliens were making that easier by extending an invitation. The ship's hatch opened with a hiss, revealing a glowing interior. The taller alien gestured toward it with a sweeping motion, inviting Flash aboard. Charlie didn't hesitate. Through Flash, he stepped forward with confident strides. This might have been a trap, but Flash was the perfect hero for the job. With his nearly infinite speed, ability to phase through solid objects, and resistance to most physical harm, there were few scenarios where he couldn't escape. The spaceship began to lift off as Flash entered. The roar of its engines filled the air, and the crowd below scrambled to capture the moment on their phones. For many, it was the most extraordinary thing they'd ever seen. But as the ship rose higher and disappeared into the sky, confusion spread through the spectators. When people checked their photos, they found nothing. The spaceship wasn't in any of the pictures or videos. Instead, their screens showed only clear skies, fluffy clouds, and cracked streets. The ship's technology not only cloaked it from human eyes but also made it invisible to digital recording devices. Its capabilities were far beyond human understanding. Inside the ship, Flash followed the two aliens down a long, dimly lit corridor. His steps were calm and measured, his body language relaxed. To an outsider, it looked like he wasn't worried at all. But Bishop, the alien he had defeated earlier, couldn't hide his unease. He kept glancing at Flash, his expression tense and uncertain. Bishop had been thoroughly humbled. His title as the fastest in the universe was now in question, and he knew it. Yet what impressed him even more was Flash's composure. Here was someone who had just walked into enemy territory, completely alone, and yet he seemed utterly unbothered. What Bishop didn't realize was that Flash wasn't truly alone. Charlie controlled him remotely, knowing full well that Flash's abilities made him nearly untouchable. There wasn't much to fear when you were practically invincible. The captain is ready to see you, the taller alien announced. The group entered a large chamber at the heart of the ship. In the center stood the captain, a blue-skinned alien whose face was covered in ridges and bumps. His appearance was unsettling, almost grotesque, like something out of a nightmare. In dim lighting, he could easily terrify anyone who wasn't prepared for the sight. Apologies for my subordinate's actions, the captain said, his voice deep and commanding. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling the two other aliens to step back. I simply wanted to speak with you. Me? Flash asked, his tone light and casual. Yes, you, the captain replied. On behalf of my union, I wish to discuss matters with your planet. Flash raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he leaned slightly to one side. You've got the wrong guy, he said with a shrug. I'm not a leader here. Just an ordinary guy who happens to be fast. If you want to talk to someone important, you'll need to contact Earth's actual leaders. The captain shook his head, his expression unreadable. If you mean the so-called world leaders, then no, we have no interest in speaking to them. We've observed Earth for some time and know they hold no true power. Your planet is governed by something much greater, and we believe you represent it. Flash tilted his head, intrigued but cautious. You've been watching us. For a long time, the captain said. But your true leader has made themselves difficult to reach. We had no choice but to use this strategy to draw you out. If someone with greater authority would prefer to speak with us, we would be happy to wait. Otherwise, Flash held up a hand, cutting him off. No need. I'll pass along your message. So, what is it you want to say? It seems you've been observing us for quite some time, Flash said, his voice cold and steady. I've had friends deal with your kind before. Controlling Flash remotely, Charlie already had his suspicions confirmed. These beings were from the so-called Church of Technology, a faction long rumored to have meddled with Earth through clandestine contacts and mysterious technology. It was clear now that the advanced extraterrestrial tech whispered about in conspiracy theories had come from them. This wasn't a random encounter. They had been watching Earth for a long time, carefully studying its civilizations, its progress, and its limitations. They had analyzed humanity's technology, cultural values, and even its potential for growth. Everything about their approach suggested meticulous preparation. The alien captain didn't deny this. If anything, he leaned into it, nodding with a calm and open expression. Yes, we've been observing you. I hope you don't take offense, but it was necessary. We had to know who we were dealing with before making contact because... He paused, and for a brief moment, his confident demeanor faltered. A shadow of weariness crossed his face, a glimpse of something heavy weighing on his mind. Because this is a lesson we've learned from a long, bloody war, he finished, his tone grim. Charlie didn't fully understand what the captain meant, but he had a pretty good idea. The Church of Technology had clearly been on the run for a long time, hiding from a galaxy ruled by the so-called gods. While their mastery of advanced technology gave them an edge, carving out a place for themselves in a universe dominated by divine forces wasn't easy. The reality was harsh. For generations, the Church had been hunted, forced to live in the shadows, always on the move. Their technology was a double-edged sword, powerful enough to ensure survival but not strong enough to overcome their enemies outright. If they ever attracted the full attention of the gods, they would be wiped out. That fear drove their caution. Every new world they approached was scouted carefully, every risk calculated. One day, during one such exploration, their scouts stumbled upon Earth. A civilization untouched by the gods, the captain said, his voice carrying a note of wonder. Uncontrolled, uninfluenced, and allowed to grow naturally. Do you know how rare that is? The captain's tone shifted, growing more animated. When we discovered your world, it was like finding a diamond in the void. In a galaxy where most civilizations are shaped or outright dominated by divine beings, here was a planet developing on its own, hidden in the shadows of the gods' domain. Naturally, our leaders were intrigued. So, you started making contact, Flash interjected, his tone sharp. Yes, the captain admitted without hesitation. We tested your world's capabilities, your technology, your attitudes toward progress, and your willingness to embrace change. The process took time, but we learned what we needed. Or, at least, most of what we needed. The captain's piercing eyes locked on Flash. It was as though he were trying to read something hidden in the speedster's expression. Of course, his effort was pointless. Charlie, controlling Flash from miles away, watched through a screen, safe and detached. There was nothing for the captain to uncover. This planet is fascinating, the captain continued, his voice thoughtful. The more we studied it, the more we realized how dependent its people are on external forces, whether for military defense, technological advancement, or economic growth. That's when we became aware of you and your kind. He gestured toward Flash, his expression softening into what seemed like a smile. Individuals who make a difference through technology. You're just like us, aren't you? Charlie leaned back in his chair, processing the implications of that statement. The Church had made a critical assumption. To them, Flash and Earth's other superheroes were outsiders, beings who had harnessed advanced technology from beyond the stars. In their eyes, the heroes weren't just protectors, they were kindred spirits, fellow rebels in a galaxy ruled by oppressive gods. It explained the Church's mixed approach. While some of its leaders likely saw Earth's heroes as potential allies, others viewed them as a threat. The captain, judging by his tone, seemed to fall somewhere in the middle. We don't need anyone's charity to grow stronger, the captain said, his voice firm. Every species has the ability to innovate and evolve on its own. Technology is that power. His voice grew sharper, almost defiant. The so-called gods think they can take that from us. They've shackled us, told us we're too dangerous to be free, claimed their control is for our own good. But it's not control, it's fear. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. They're afraid of people like us. People who don't kneel. People who refuse to follow their rules. We've built weapons that can kill even them. That's why they suppress us, why they strangle our progress at every turn. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. But they can't stop us. Not as long as we stand together. Charlie, through Flash, listened carefully. The captain's words weren't entirely unfamiliar. Across human history, the theme of rebellion against oppression had played out countless times. And even in stories of gods and heroes, the idea of using technology to surpass divine power wasn't new. Iron Man's godkiller armor came to mind, an ancient weapon designed by a long-dead civilization to annihilate celestial beings. That civilization had nearly succeeded, wiping out most of the gods in their time before succumbing to internal strife. The parallels were striking. After a moment of silence, Flash finally spoke. What do you want from us? The captain didn't hesitate. This planet, he said bluntly. Flash's eyes narrowed. This world is untouched by the gods, invisible to their sight. It's fertile ground for technological growth, a place where we can thrive without interference, the captain continued. His tone darkened, his voice growing heavier with conviction. We will turn this planet into a fortress. And from here. He paused for effect, his expression hardening. We will declare war. Declare war. The words seemed simple enough, but Charlie, controlling Flash from afar, understood the heavy weight behind them. War was never a straightforward matter. It came with destruction, loss, and suffering, no matter who claimed victory. Even the winners often bore scars too deep to forget. For this world Earth in this fragile universe, a war of this scale would be catastrophic. Unlike the Earths of Marvel or DC, this Earth hadn't grown accustomed to battles with cosmic forces or planetary crises. It wasn't hardened by centuries of warfare or near-apocalyptic events. Its people lacked the experience and strategies forged in the fires of intergalactic conflict. The Earth Charlie came from had endured World Wars I and II, where humanity learned brutal lessons about the cost of battle. Those wars shaped the course of history, forcing humans to innovate and adapt. They gave rise to technological advances, military tactics, and resilience. By contrast, Marvel's and DC's Earths were practically veterans of cosmic chaos. They dealt with alien invasions, world-ending threats, and godlike beings on a regular basis. Entire universes had been destroyed and rebooted around them. Their people were so accustomed to existential threats that survival seemed second nature. But this Earth Polar Star, as the aliens called it, was untouched by such chaos. Its nations lacked the strategies and experience needed for large-scale wars. It had no historical foundation for interstellar combat. Starting a war here would be like throwing a group of elementary school students into a college-level physics exam. What worried Charlie most wasn't just the immediate risk. The captain's words revealed a larger plan. They intended to use Earth as their base of operations. For years, maybe decades, or even centuries, this planet would become the core battlefield. It would draw attention from every corner of the universe, eventually bringing the wrath of the gods themselves to this fragile world. Flash's voice was calm, but his words carried a sharp edge. So, I assume you've got this all planned out. What happens after the war? You think you can negotiate with the gods? Get them to recognize your independence and leave you alone? The captain shook his head, his face dull but his eyes alight with an unsettling determination. No, he said firmly. The astral gods aren't the kind to negotiate. It's not in their nature. Do it or don't, it's a one-way path. Once we make our move, there's no going back. Flash's tone remained steady. Then what's your plan? The captain's expression hardened. The only way forward is to overturn everything as it exists now. The gods are stubborn and unyielding. They cling to their rules, their so-called order, and they'll do whatever it takes to protect their power. No matter what we say or do, they'll never compromise. His voice grew colder. So we'll destroy them. We'll kill their chosen, tear apart their influence, and dismantle the structure they've imposed on the universe. Flash's brow furrowed. You realize what you're talking about, right? If everything runs on their systems, you're not just challenging them, you're ripping apart the entire universe. Kill one chosen, and they'll replace them. Destroy one planet, and they'll have 10 more waiting. You're fighting a battle with infinite pieces on the board. The captain didn't blink. That's why we destroy the board. Everything. Our people have already accepted this reality. We knew from the beginning there would be no compromise, no middle ground. This is the only way forward. Charlie, listening through Flash, stayed silent for a moment, weighing the captain's words. There was a grim logic to what the Church of Technology was saying. They had been pushed to the brink, hunted by gods who refused to let them grow. Their only option was to fight, even if it meant tearing down the universe to rebuild it. But Charlie knew where he stood. He had no problem with their fight, he had no love for the gods, either. He didn't want to be controlled or limited by them. But he couldn't let this war happen on Earth. If the gods came to reclaim this world, they wouldn't hold back. Earth would burn, and its people would suffer. Helping from a distance was one thing. Charlie could send machines or even heroes to assist in battles far from Earth. But allowing Earth to become the battlefield? That was out of the question. If gods started falling out of the sky, one of them might land right on his base. That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. The Church didn't realize the full truth. They thought Charlie's alliance of heroes and advanced technology made him an outsider, someone like them, a wanderer seeking refuge on Earth. They believed they were recruiting a kindred spirit. They couldn't have been more wrong. Charlie made his decision. He would refuse their offer. Not immediately, he wanted to gather more information first. But when the time came, he'd make his position clear. Before he could respond, the captain smiled faintly, a cold edge to his expression. It's a shame we couldn't come to an agreement, he said. But, of course, we prepared for this possibility. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The polite, diplomatic tone vanished, replaced by something darker and far more hostile. Charlie's screen flickered. The figures surrounding Flash shimmered and blurred, their appearances shifting. When the distortion cleared, 13 identical versions of the captain stood in the room, encircling Flash. Each one was poised for combat, their presence suffocating. Charlie frowned. Projections? No, avatars. Clever, but not clever enough. It's unfortunate, all 13 captains said in unison, their voices echoing ominously. But even without your aid, our plans will move forward. In 24 hours, we'll begin transforming this planet into a fortress. And you? Their voices grew colder, more sinister. You won't leave here alive. Flash smirked. That's where you're wrong. In the blink of an eye, Flash moved. His body blurred into streaks of red and gold lightning, splitting into 12 afterimages. Each one targeted an avatar. By the time the echoes of the captain's voices faded, the avatars were collapsing to the ground. Flash came to a stop in front of the original captain, his expression calm but confident. "Looks like there's only one person who won't be leaving this room alive today," he said with a grin. "Spoiler alert, it's not me." The scene unfolding before him changed Bishop's expression drastically as he watched from the back row. Before anyone could process what had just happened, the captain's dozens of clones lay crumpled on the ground, defeated. Even Bishop, who was notoriously slow to react in situations like this, hadn't seen how it all occurred. It was as if the clones had simply dropped out of existence. In reality, the Flash had attacked each of the 12 clones in an order that seemed random, but the sheer speed of his movements made it impossible for anyone to follow. Even if someone could measure time in the smallest fractions, the Flash appeared to split into 12 blurry afterimages, striking all the clones simultaneously. To the untrained eye, there was no pattern, no order, just chaos. But one clone remained standing, not because the Flash had chosen to spare it, but because something unexpected happened. When he struck the final target, his fist didn't meet its mark. Instead, it collided with an invisible barrier midair. The punch didn't land on the clone but on something unseen, sending shockwaves through the air. Ripples of force shimmered briefly, marking the presence of the barrier, and a powerful recoil threw the Flash back a few steps. He wavered but quickly steadied himself. This, too, happened so fast that to everyone else watching, it looked like the Flash hadn't moved at all. The captain's smirk widened. He wasn't a fool. He realized that his life had been saved by the invisible barrier he'd set up earlier. "Impressive," he said, his voice calm and mocking. "I always thought we had the undisputed title of fastest in the universe. Seems like I was wrong." Bishop, standing behind, looked uneasy. He didn't like hearing his superior admit defeat, even slightly. But it wasn't a lie. What they had witnessed was beyond anything they'd expected. "Well played," the Flash said, his tone just as calm, though his eyes were sharp. He was staring directly at the captain through the transparent barrier. "I guess you planned this little trick before I even boarded your ship." "Our invitation was genuine," the captain replied with a sigh, though there was a hint of pride in his voice. "But considering your abilities and the power of your companions, we had to take precautions. We hoped this wouldn't be necessary, but your organization has left us no choice. If you won't seriously consider our proposal, we'll have to take extreme measures. You're fast, no doubt about that. But even you can't outrun the repulsion cage." The Flash didn't react, but the captain's words revealed the truth. The entire command room had been a trap from the start. Every person present was a disguised clone of the captain, and the room itself was surrounded by a high-tech, invisible force field. The barrier known as the repulsion cage had been activated long before the Flash arrived, ensuring that he was already caught, no matter how the negotiations went. Inside the cage, his speed was useless. There was nowhere to go. "You've misunderstood something," the Flash said suddenly, taking a step forward. The crew tensed, their expressions turning grim. They knew the barrier was still active, and walking into it would be like hitting an unbreakable wall. They braced themselves for him to collide with it or worse, be thrown back violently. But that didn't happen. As the Flash moved, his body seemed to shimmer and distort, as though the barrier was struggling to process him. There was a faint crackling sound, like overloaded electricity, and in the blink of an eye, he had walked straight through. He now stood in front of the captain and his clones, unharmed. The crew froze in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. The repulsion cage was one of their most advanced technologies. It was designed to withstand attacks from powerful interstellar weapons and hold even the strongest beings captive. Breaking through it with sheer force was supposed to be impossible. And yet, the Flash had walked through it like it wasn't even there. Before anyone could react, the Flash lashed out with a kick. It was sloppy, almost casual, as though he hadn't put much thought into it. Yet, when his foot connected with the captain, the impact was devastating. Sparks and streaks of electricity lit up the air as the captain, despite wearing advanced combat armor, was launched backward. He flew through several barriers, his body tumbling like a rag doll before finally coming to a stop far away. The room fell silent. The crew stared in stunned silence at the space where their captain had been standing. Now, the Flash stood there instead, calmly lowering his leg as if nothing had happened. There were no fancy techniques, no tricks, just speed. Pure, overwhelming speed. The demon had escaped its cage. He was unstoppable. "Attack!" Bishop shouted, finally gathering enough courage to act. He charged forward with everything he had, though his battlesuit damaged earlier had been removed. Now, he was relying solely on his natural abilities, which were pitifully slow compared to the Flash. Without even looking, the Flash swatted him aside with a backhand punch, shattering Bishop's nose in one clean motion. Then, as Bishop stumbled, the Flash grabbed him by the shoulder and threw him effortlessly across the room. More reinforcements poured in, aliens armed with strange weapons designed specifically for this fight. The first two attackers moved in unison, their weapons raised and ready to fire. But the Flash didn't wait to understand their methods. His instincts, honed by the Speed Force, activated automatically. Time slowed to a crawl as he dodged with precision, moving faster than they could perceive. He zipped across the room in a blur, reappearing meters away before their attacks even landed. The spot where he had stood erupted with a violent gravitational pull, creating a swirling vortex. The force was so intense that the floor, surrounding air, and nearby equipment were dragged toward the center, only to collapse in on themselves moments later. It didn't matter. As long as they couldn't hit him, their weapons were useless. The Flash had dodged Darkseid's Omega Beam's attacks feared across the multiverse for their ability to hunt and destroy targets on a conceptual level. He had outrun the Black Lantern ring, flames that would burn endlessly unless they consumed their target. And here, in this room full of enemies, he was proving once again that as long as he could think, as long as he could move, he was untouchable. The crew realized too late that their efforts were futile. The Flash was unstoppable, a force of nature. The spaceship's alarm blared, the sound echoing through every corridor as red warning lights flashed. Outside the room, squads of reinforcements gathered, armed with advanced weapons and heavy armor. When they realized the situation inside was spiraling out of control, the troops stormed in, determined to neutralize the intruder by any means necessary. However, these troops were never meant to be the main plan. They were a fallback, a safety net in case the real trap, the force field cage, failed. The force field wasn't some last-minute idea hastily thrown together. The captain had anticipated this scenario long before the confrontation. His plan had been meticulous: lure someone from the mysterious alliance aboard, someone high-ranking and dangerous. If diplomacy failed, they would trap the individual using the force field and overwhelm them with other specialized weapons. The force field was supposed to be foolproof. It was strong enough to restrain even the most powerful beings. Earlier, when the Flash demonstrated his incredible speed in his skirmish with Bishop, some of the ship's officers had suggested re-evaluating the plan. The Flash's performance had been terrifying, his movements so fast that he seemed more like a phantom than a person. But the captain, confident in the trap he had designed, refused to change the strategy. No need to panic, he had said. Speed won't matter if he's locked inside the cage. Even if the Flash somehow avoided stepping into the force field, the captain believed their army of well-equipped soldiers would eventually overpower him. After all, no matter how fast someone was, they were still just one person. What the captain failed to understand was that the Flash wasn't just fast, he was something else entirely. The crew's only point of comparison was Bishop's speed, which, while impressive, was still measurable and understandable. The Flash, however, operated on a level they couldn't even begin to comprehend. Now, as the reinforcements charged into the room, they moved with purpose, each wielding weapons specifically designed for combat against high-speed threats. Two soldiers in the lead carried strange devices that looked like launchers, their barrels glowing ominously as they prepared to fire. But the Flash didn't wait to find out what those devices did. In the blink of an eye, he was moving. His red suit blurred as he dashed forward, weaving through the soldiers like a gust of wind. The air seemed to crackle with energy as he struck, delivering precise punches and kicks. Before the troops even realized he was there, they were down. The two with the glowing weapons were sent sprawling, their devices clattering uselessly to the ground. Others were left groaning, their armor dented and shattered from the force of the Flash's blows. The room fell silent except for the faint hum of energy lingering in the air. The Flash stood in the center, his golden lightning arcing across his body. Without hesitating, he turned and dashed out of the room, leaving behind a trail of destruction. His goal was simple: take over the entire ship. If anyone stood in his way, they would be dealt with just as easily. The plan forming in his mind was straightforward: disable every enemy and leave just enough survivors to interrogate later. As he raced through the corridors, two more squads appeared ahead. But they didn't even have time to react. By the time they registered the red blur closing in, the Flash had already moved through them. He struck with devastating precision, and one by one, they dropped to the floor, unconscious. Their weapons never even had a chance to fire. Suddenly, a massive shadow filled the passageway, blocking his path. The figure was enormous, standing tall enough to nearly scrape the ceiling. It was Dewan Stone, the fleet's strongest warrior. His presence exuded power, and his heavily armored body shimmered faintly, protected by an advanced force field. The Flash didn't hesitate. He charged forward, his fist cocked back, ready to deliver a blow powerful enough to shatter steel. His punch connected squarely with Dewan's chest only to be met with an unexpected resistance. Dewan didn't budge. Instead, a ripple of energy spread across his armor, absorbing the impact and deflecting the Flash's attack. The recoil sent the Flash flying backward. He crashed into the metal wall behind him with a deafening clang, sparks showering the air around him. "Huh? You thought you could just waltz through here?" Dewan's voice boomed through the corridor. "You've met your match. I'm Dewan Stone, the strongest in the fleet." He raised one massive hand, summoning a wave of distorted energy that shot toward the Flash. The attack was fast, but the Flash was faster. Before the wave could hit, he darted to the side, moving like a streak of lightning. The energy blast struck the wall behind him, tearing a massive hole through the ship's hull. The Flash skidded to a stop, assessing his opponent. Dewan wasn't just strong, he was heavily armored, protected by layers of reinforced plating and a powerful force field. His strikes were destructive enough to tear through the ship itself. The Flash realized he couldn't rely on brute force alone. Dewan charged, his fists swinging like wrecking balls. The narrow passage left little room to maneuver, but the Flash ran up the wall, defying gravity. He sprinted parallel to the floor, his movements so fast that he seemed to vanish and reappear. As Dewan swung again, the Flash phased through the wall, disappearing completely. For a moment, the passage was silent. Then, on the outer surface of the spaceship, the Flash reappeared. He sprinted along the ship's hull, his golden lightning leaving a streak of light against the darkness of space. In a split second, he phased back into the corridor, re-entering from a different angle. This time, he landed directly in front of Dewan, his fist inches from the alien's face. Duan froze, his wide eyes filled with shock. The Flash's speed wasn't just physical, it was tactical, strategic, and unstoppable. For the first time, Duan felt fear. This man isn't just fast, he thought, his body trembling. He's a ghost. Duan Stone's massive body crumpled to the ground with a thunderous crash, the sound echoing through the devastated corridor. Even as his life faded, his wide-open eyes reflected utter confusion, as if his mind was stuck in its final thought. What just happened? The red blur had moved in ways Duan could neither predict nor comprehend. His ultimate area of effect attack, designed to destroy anything within its range, should have annihilated the intruder. But somehow, the Flash had evaded it effortlessly. The alien giant hadn't even seen him phase through the wall to escape and return. One moment, his victory seemed certain. The next, the red streak had reappeared, standing directly in front of him. Duan had been shocked but still confident. His armor was the pinnacle of defense technology, capable of withstanding massive blows and energy blasts. Even at close range, he believed nothing could penetrate it. But his faith in his armor became his downfall. The Flash didn't rely on brute strength. Instead, his mastery of the Speed Force allowed him to vibrate his molecules at incredible speeds, transforming his right hand into a devastating weapon. As his hand blurred with electric energy, it became sharper than any blade, cutting through Duan's armor as though it were made of paper. Duan's mind raced as the hand sank into his chest, bypassing every layer of his high-tech defenses. For a fleeting moment, he felt no pain, only the cold realization that everything he had relied on, his armor, his strength, his reputation, meant nothing to this red phantom. Then, like a tidal wave, the pain came, searing and unbearable, before fading into nothingness. His consciousness flickered and went dark as his massive body collapsed with a sickening thud. The corridor was silent, save for the faint crackle of electricity dancing around the Flash. Duan Stone's defeat was more than just the fall of a single soldier, it was a declaration. The crew members still alive on the ship realized, with growing dread, that their strongest warrior had been felled in seconds. Their minds raced with one thought: we invited a monster onto this ship. In the command center, one of the senior officers watched the chaos unfold on the monitors. His hands trembled as he realized that the entire ship's defenses had been rendered useless. Every trap, every weapon, every strategy, all of it had failed. Duan Stone, their last hope, was gone. The officer took a shaky breath, his eyes darting to the glowing red button on the console. It was the ship's self-destruct mechanism, a failsafe designed for situations exactly like this. Pressing it would ignite the ship's core, causing a massive explosion that would destroy everything aboard, including classified technology, weapons, and data. It was a last resort, meant to prevent their enemies from gaining any advantage. With grim determination, he pressed the button. The console beeped, and a robotic voice began counting down. Self-destruction initiated. 10 seconds remaining. The officer leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He had no illusions about survival. The explosion would engulf the ship, erasing everything including the terrifying red blur. Even if they couldn't defeat the Flash, they could ensure he didn't leave alive. The seconds ticked down. Heat began to radiate through the walls as the ship's core destabilized. The officer felt the air around him grow hotter, the metal beneath him starting to melt. For a brief moment, he thought about the sacrifice. It's worth it, he told himself. Even if we fail, at least this nightmare will end. But then, something impossible happened. The suffocating heat vanished. The explosion he had braced for never came. Instead, he felt a rush of freezing air, sharp and biting, as if the flames had been blown away. What's going on? He shouted, his eyes snapping open. He wasn't on the ship anymore. The burning wreckage was now far below, a fiery explosion lighting up the sky like a miniature sun. Pieces of the spaceship scattered across the horizon, glowing red-hot as they plummeted toward the ground. The officer, now thousands of meters above the surface, realized he was falling. His body, still clad in armor, was cradled in the arms of none other than the Flash. It took several moments for his brain to catch up. This can't be real. The Flash had somehow grabbed him and escaped the ship before it exploded. Not only that, but he had outrun the blast itself, moving faster than the heat wave, faster than the shockwave, faster than anything the officer could comprehend. The officer's mind raced. How could anyone be this fast? He thought of Bishop, their own speedster, who relied on a custom-made suit to reach his top speed. Bishop's armor was a marvel of engineering, designed not only to enhance his speed but also to protect his body from the strain of moving so quickly. Yet the Flash had achieved something far beyond Bishop's capabilities, and he'd done it with no visible assistance. No armor, no tech, just his body. How strong must his body be to survive this? The officer wondered, a chill running down his spine. As they continued falling, a streak of silver shot through the sky. A distant roar of engines grew louder, and moments later, Iron Man appeared, his armor gleaming as the thrusters on his boots lit up the air around him. Flames trailed behind him as he closed the distance, his arms outstretched. In one fluid motion, he caught the Flash and the officer, halting their descent. His suit hummed as the thrusters adjusted, stabilizing the three of them midair. Right on time, Stark, the Flash said, grinning as he leaned back casually. Iron Man's voice, tinged with dry humor, came through his helmet. Timing's kind of my thing. You know that. The officer, cradled in Iron Man's cold, unyielding grasp, looked up at the glowing eyes of the golden red mask. Stark tilted his head slightly, the faint whir of his servos adding to the tension. So, Stark said, his tone light but menacing, what do we have here? A survivor. The Flash shrugged. Figured we could have a nice chat with him later. Get some answers. Stark's lips curled into a smirk beneath his helmet, though the officer couldn't see it. Lucky you, he said, his tone sharp and sarcastic. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. The officer shuddered, his earlier bravado gone. As the heroes carried him away from the burning wreckage, his thoughts spiraled into panic. These aren't men, he thought. They're monsters. And we never stood a chance. The alien officer was escorted back to Earth and immediately placed into a high-security interrogation room. Charlie, better known as the Flash, wasted no time organizing the operation. He ensured that everything was set up efficiently while Iron Man contacted the nearby mothership of the 9th Special Service Division, often called the 9th Office. Stark, now an influential command-level figure in the organization, had authority that ensured no one dared question his orders. As he flew through the sky, agents on the ground opened every door without hesitation. Upon landing, Stark gave instructions, and the 9th Division quickly assigned interrogation rooms and assembled their best team. Agent Luo, a seasoned investigator, led the effort, bringing with him a squad of skilled interrogators. Every precaution was taken, as they expected the alien officer to be difficult, possibly resistant to questioning. They braced for hours of effort to get any useful information out of him. But to their surprise, the alien aided with little resistance. Shackled to a chair, he sat with a smug expression, his demeanor cold and unbothered. His sneering gaze made it clear he didn't see himself as a prisoner. In his mind, he still held the upper hand. It doesn't matter if I tell you anything, he said in a condescending tone. Nothing will change. The room fell silent as the agents exchanged uneasy glances. Then, the alien began to speak, his voice calm but filled with malice. The planetary terraforming program begins today, he declared. Even as we speak, terraforming machines are descending on your planet. Soon, Earth will be reborn from the inside out. It will serve as the foundation for the Church's fortress. His words sent a ripple of unease through the agents. Some glanced at each other, unsure of what to make of his declaration. On the surface, it sounded like Earth would become more fortified, a potential benefit in an era of interstellar conflict. But no one in the room believed for a second that this alien's plans were for the benefit of humanity. Professor Miyazaki, standing in the observation room behind the one-way glass, was the first to break the tension. His voice came through the intercom, sharp and questioning. So, let me guess. You plan to make yourselves the rulers of this planet. The alien chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rulers? You misunderstand. Rulers require subjects. We have no interest in governing the humans of this planet. Miyazaki's expression darkened. Then what happens to the people living here? The alien's grin widened. Dispose of them? No, he said mockingly. There will be no need for disposal. When the terraforming is complete, everything on the surface will be wiped away. Perhaps some survivors will remain enough to be of use to the Church, perhaps as laborers or new converts. But the predicted number of survivors will not exceed 50 million. His words struck like a thunderclap. The agents in the room froze, their faces pale with disbelief. The alien was calmly describing an event that would all but wipe out humanity, reducing the population to a fraction of its current size. It wasn't just an invasion, it was near total annihilation. Do you really think we'll let that happen? One agent snapped, his voice trembling with anger. The alien burst into laughter, the sound echoing off the walls of the small room. When he finally stopped, his eyes burned with condescension. Let? What gives you the right to let or not let anything happen? The order has already been given. The process is inevitable. He paused, his gaze shifting to the one-way glass. Though he couldn't see through it, he locked his eyes on Stark's silhouette, as if he knew exactly where the Avenger was standing. You superheroes, the alien continued, his tone suddenly colder, have proven more resourceful than we anticipated. I will admit that. But let me be clear, your individual abilities mean nothing in a war like this. There's no benefit in us fighting each other. Why not join us? This planet means nothing to you, after all. Asian would serve your interests far better than resistance. The room tensed. Behind the glass, some of the agents shifted nervously, glancing at Stark. The alien's words planted a seed of doubt. What if the Avengers decided to abandon humanity? What if they chose self-preservation over protecting the Earth? But Stark's ironclad suit revealed nothing. The glowing eyes of his helmet remained fixed on the alien, betraying no emotion. Before anyone could respond, Stark's AI, Friday, interrupted through his comms. Sir, I'm detecting an incoming object entering the atmosphere. It's massive and moving at an incredible speed. Stark straightened, his attention immediately shifting. What's the trajectory? Friday replied, it's heading for the northern hemisphere. The estimated landing point is remote, but I've marked the closest hero. It's Green Lantern. Charlie frowned, glancing at the monitor. Green Lantern, one of their strongest allies, had returned to Earth only recently and was thankfully near the projected impact site. If anyone could investigate quickly, it was him. The monitors displayed a fiery streak slicing through the atmosphere, glowing brighter as it approached. The object tore through the sky like a burning meteor, creating a deafening roar as it approached its destination. When it struck the ground, the resulting explosion was catastrophic. Fire erupted in all directions, creating a massive crater that stretched for miles. Shockwaves shook the earth, and cracks spread like veins across the surface. Fortunately, the object had landed in an unpopulated area. If it had struck a city, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Green Lantern arrived moments later, his ring glowing brightly as he descended through the smoke and ash. He scanned the scene, but the object that caused the destruction was nowhere to be seen. Instead, at the center of the crater, he noticed a figure struggling to move. The figure groaned, his body battered and bruised, as he attempted to climb out of the pit. Hal Jordan approached cautiously, his ring ready to protect him if necessary. As he got closer, he realized who it was. Jaeger. Hal said in surprise, recognizing the Protoss warrior. He knelt beside the injured figure, his concern growing as he took in the extent of Jaeger's injuries. Jaeger, who was usually strong and seemingly invincible, now looked fragile and broken. Hal gently helped Jaeger sit up. What happened? How did you get here? And who did this to you? Jaeger groaned, his voice weak. They're here, he muttered, his eyes barely able to focus. The church, their ships, too powerful. You need to be careful. Before Hal could ask more, another explosion rocked the ground. This time, it struck the middle of a bustling city. The shockwave flattened buildings, sending debris flying in all directions. When the dust settled, a massive metal column was embedded deep into the Earth's surface, radiating energy. Stark's voice cut through the comms, his tone grave. That's it. Planetary terraforming has officially begun. Giant steel pillars fell from the sky, 7 or 8 of them landing in different regions of Earth. These massive structures, glowing faintly with energy, struck with such force that they left craters in their wake. By Friday, drones were deployed to investigate the mysterious objects. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that each pillar contained an immense, otherworldly energy source that continuously funneled its power deep into the Earth's core. The plan was to send the drones closer for a detailed investigation. However, this proved impossible. Surrounding each pillar was an energy force field unlike anything seen before. The force field wasn't just strong, it was unbreakable by conventional means. Brute force wasn't an option. Worse still, the consequences of tampering with the pillars were unknown, raising fears of catastrophic repercussions. But brute force wasn't the only way forward. From the ground, the pillars appeared randomly placed, scattered across the planet. However, when observed from space, their positions formed a distinct and deliberate pattern of formation. At the very center of this formation lay Riverdon City, marking it as the core of the mystery. At that moment, Batman, one of Earth's greatest tacticians, was already active in Riverdon City. Operating under automated protocols, Batman's advanced systems allowed him to take action without direct intervention. By the time Charlie, the person controlling him, took over, Batman had already reached the location of the pillar. Unlike his usual attire, Batman was wearing a unique suit designed for combat against overwhelming odds. This armor wasn't activated yet, as stealth was still the priority. Charlie maneuvered Batman to the perimeter of the giant pillar. Once there, Batman engaged his Allen system, a sophisticated infiltration tool, and passed through the energy barrier with ease. The force field was undoubtedly advanced, emitting a strange glow as Batman breached it. Once inside, Batman switched to stealth mode to avoid detection. Outside, the drones continued to scan but could only detect the energy levels of the pillar. What lay within was a complete mystery, making Batman's mission of reconnaissance critical. After passing through the barrier, Batman found himself inside the colossal metal structure. The interior was a dark, eerie chamber. Twisting metal vines and tentacle-like structures covered the walls, pulsating faintly with energy. They stretched endlessly into the shadows, giving the space an unsettling, alien feel. Activating detective mode to analyze his surroundings, Charlie was surprised when the system faltered. The screen flickered with static before displaying an error message. This was unexpected. Detective mode had never been disrupted before. It reminded Charlie of certain scenarios in the Arkham games where villains used specialized equipment to block Batman's scanners. In those cases, the solution was to hack the system or eliminate specific enemies. But here, the interference felt different, more powerful. Despite the setback, Batman pressed on. His movements were silent, his form cloaked in stealth. Suddenly, from the darkness, a shadowy figure darted toward him at incredible speed. The attack came without warning, a whirlwind of movement aimed directly at Batman. Most would have been caught off guard, but Batman's advanced suit gave him a 6-fold boost in reaction time. Charlie, anticipating a surprise, activated the Allen system. Batman's body shimmered momentarily, turning into a ghostly afterimage. The attacker passed through him harmlessly. The figure landed, surprised at having missed. Batman countered immediately, hurling 2 bat darts with precision. But the enemy was no ordinary fighter. Moving with lightning-fast agility, the attacker dodged the darts in a zigzag motion. The darts exploded midair, their fiery blasts lighting up the chamber briefly before fading. This wasn't going to be a simple infiltration. As Batman prepared for the next move, another threat emerged. From the shadows, a liquid-like substance surged toward him, rippling and flowing like a tidal wave. Batman rolled to avoid the attack, narrowly dodging the strange material. However, before he could regain his footing, more of the substance erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare him. It wrapped around his boots, threatening to immobilize him completely. Reacting quickly, Charlie reactivated the Allen system. Batman's body trembled as he phased through the substance, escaping just before it solidified. The liquid retreated, returning to its source, a figure standing nearby. This individual's entire suit seemed to be made of the same flowing, light blue material, shifting and swirling as if alive. Things only got worse. A heavily armored figure stepped forward, its bulky frame and mechanical arms creaking with each movement. It was joined by two others, both slimmer and more agile. These two were near identical in appearance, one adorned with glowing blue lines and the other with dark red. Each carried a sleek, high-tech cannon, their symmetrical designs striking an almost artistic balance. 5 enemies in total surrounded Batman. It was clear that these weren't ordinary soldiers. Their coordinated movements and advanced gear marked them as elite fighters. Batman had stumbled into the first line of defense for whatever force had brought the pillars to Earth. The odds were daunting, 1 against 5, each opponent clearly formidable. But Charlie had planned for this. Without hesitation, he activated Batman's specialized armor. A gray-black mech descended from the shadows, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The force of its landing sent dust and debris flying in all directions. Batman leaped into the cockpit as the mech powered up. The hatch closed with a hiss, sealing him inside. The mech's form was imposing, rising like a predator from hibernation. Its eyepieces glowed icy blue, and a massive black bat symbol was emblazoned across its chest. Every movement of the mech exuded raw power and precision. "Execute code, Fenrir," Batman's voice echoed coldly from the cockpit. The mech responded instantly, its systems roaring to life. "Meet the Justice League Destroyer," Batman declared, ready to face the 5 enemies surrounding him. The Justice League Destroyer, also known as Fenrir, is one of the most legendary suits in Batman's arsenal. Its name comes from Norse mythology, where Fenrir, the Great Wolf, brings about Ragnarok, or the end of the gods. Batman had carefully designed the armor to counter the superhuman abilities of each member of the Justice League, whom he compared to mythical gods. Fenrir wasn't built to just fight, it was built to win against unbeatable opponents, earning it the title of Justice League Destroyer. Among comic fans, this armor is often compared to Iron Man's Hulkbuster. But unlike the Hulkbuster, which relies on raw power and an array of high-energy arc reactors, Fenrir doesn't try to overpower its enemies. Instead, it uses precise countermeasures to neutralize their strengths. While it isn't the strongest or toughest armor in existence, its ability to strategically exploit the weaknesses of others is what makes it so dangerous. Even though it only appeared once and was eventually destroyed by Superman, it left an unforgettable legacy by temporarily defeating the Justice League. As Batman's Justice League Destroyer activated in the alien stronghold, the 5 enemies surrounding him paused briefly. The imposing figure of the mech, with its glowing eyepieces and massive bat symbol on its chest, was enough to make even these elite warriors hesitate. However, their training kicked in almost immediately, and they launched a coordinated assault. The first to move was the heavily armored soldier. His massive frame acted as both a shield and a weapon, designed to draw attention while blocking Batman's vision and movement. With each step, the ground seemed to shake, and his armor gleamed with a faint blue energy. As he advanced, a beam of light shot from a hidden weapon on his arm. It streaked through the air, fast and deadly. Batman reacted instantly. With a quick movement of his right arm, Fenrir deployed a transparent energy shield. The beam hit the shield, but instead of causing damage, it dissipated harmlessly, leaving not even a ripple. The armored soldier let out a grunt of surprise but didn't stop. With a loud roar, he charged forward and swung a massive fist toward the mech's chest. Despite the soldier's size, Fenrir wasn't outmatched. After all, Batman's armor was designed to handle superhuman strength. As the punch came down, Batman raised Fenrir's hand, meeting the attack head-on. The two collided with a deafening clang, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the room. Both combatants staggered back, their metal feet digging into the ground for balance. The heavy soldier realized something crucial: they were evenly matched in strength. While the two giants clashed, the blue and red fighters moved into position on Batman's flanks. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, showing years of teamwork. The blue fighter fired a concentrated beam of freezing energy from his cannon, capable of turning solid steel into brittle ice with a single touch. Simultaneously, the red fighter unleashed a wave of scorching heat, hot enough to melt through reinforced armor. Their combined attack was a trap. If Batman dodged one, he would be hit by the other. But Batman didn't dodge. Fenrir's advanced systems quickly identified the threat. Transparent plasma shields rose on either side of the mech, absorbing both attacks. The freezing beam hit the left shield, while the heat blast struck the right. Both attacks were neutralized, their energy dissipating in harmless waves. The two aliens stopped in their tracks, their confidence shaken. They had always relied on their specialized weapons, which represented the height of their faction's technology. The blue fighter's freezing energy could stop tanks, and the red fighter's heat blast was unstoppable against anything short of starship-grade armor. Yet here was this strange human mech, deflecting their attacks as though they were nothing. What the aliens didn't know was that Fenrir's plasma shields were specifically designed for such situations. The shield system had been built to counter Superman's two iconic abilities, his heat vision and freezing breath. Superman's powers far surpassed anything the aliens could muster, yet Fenrir had been engineered to withstand them, even if only for a limited time. Batman didn't just defend, he counterattacked. The plasma shields rotated, drawing the cold and heat into a swirling vortex of energy. Using Fenrir's advanced energy converters, Batman redirected the combined power toward the attackers. The blue and red fighters tried to react, but it was too late. The freezing energy blasted the red fighter, encasing him in solid ice, while the redirected heat overwhelmed the blue fighter's low-temperature armor. His suit melted away, leaving him exposed and writhing on the ground, scorched and screaming. The 3 remaining enemies froze in place. Their allies, the best specialists in their faction, had been taken down in a matter of seconds. The heavy soldier, blue fighter, and red fighter were supposed to be unstoppable, but they were no match for Batman's precision and ingenuity. The Justice League Destroyer wasn't just armor, it was a carefully crafted weapon designed to exploit weaknesses and turn strengths into vulnerabilities. As the remaining enemies regrouped, their earlier confidence was replaced with fear. They had faced powerful opponents before, but this was different. For the first time, they realized they were up against an enemy who was not only stronger but also smarter. For them, this was no longer a battle, it was a nightmare. The 3 remaining aliens froze for a moment, stunned by how quickly their team had fallen. But as seasoned fighters of the church, they didn't allow fear to paralyze them. They had trained for moments like this, facing overwhelming odds and doing their duty regardless of the cost. Protecting this post was their mission, and even if the enemy was 1,000 times stronger, they wouldn't back down. The heavily armored soldier, their tank and strongest melee fighter, let out a ferocious roar and charged forward again. His strategy was simple but effective: keep the enemy's attention on him so his teammates could find an opening. He closed the distance quickly, raising his enormous fist and swinging it at Batman's Justice League Destroyer. The armored mech moved just as swiftly. With a calculated motion, Batman slapped the soldier's fist aside using the mech's massive metal hand. Then, in a counterattack, the mech delivered a powerful uppercut straight to the alien's helmet. Sparks erupted from the impact as the 2 giants clashed, their strength evenly matched. But the alien wasn't deterred. If anything, the blow seemed to fuel his resolve. He channeled all of his armor's energy into raw power, focusing solely on attacking. Each punch came faster and harder, creating shockwaves that echoed through the chamber. The halos of energy around his fists glowed brighter with every strike, and the sound of air being ripped apart followed each blow. The alien had realized something important: this wasn't a fight he could win without taking risks. If he wanted any chance of victory, he would need to give everything he had, even if it meant sacrificing himself. His fighting style became reckless but devastating. Trading defense for offense, he threw punches at a furious pace, each one landing with enough force to dent Batman's armor. Sparks flew like blood from the battered mech, and small explosions erupted as circuits overloaded. Batman fought back fiercely, but the Justice League Destroyer's armor began to give under the relentless assault. Deep dents formed in the plating, wires snapped, and after one particularly brutal blow, the mech's left arm was torn off. The alien soldier roared triumphantly and delivered a final, crushing punch that sent the mech crumpling to the ground in a heap of broken metal. The alien stepped onto the wreckage, his chest heaving as he looked down at his defeated opponent. Pride swelled within him, and he threw back his head, letting out a triumphant laugh that echoed through the chamber. But his victory was short-lived. As he laughed, a strange sensation crept over him. His throat felt dry, and his body suddenly felt heavy and weak. His vision blurred as golden stars danced before his eyes, and he stumbled backward, disoriented. When he tried to steady himself, a loud whoosh filled his ears. Before he could react, a massive punch slammed into his helmet, sending him reeling. When the alien regained his focus, he was stunned by what he saw. The Justice League Destroyer, which had been nothing more than a pile of wreckage moments ago, was standing again fully intact and rushing at him with terrifying speed. The alien soldier's instincts kicked in, and he fought back with everything he had. The 2 titans clashed again, exchanging devastating blows. The battle was brutal and chaotic, with sparks flying and chunks of armor being torn away. Once again, the alien soldier managed to bring the mech down, leaving it in pieces at his feet. And once again, the strange sensation overtook him. His chest tightened as though a massive weight had been dropped on him. When he looked up, the Justice League Destroyer was standing once more, as if it had never been damaged. The alien staggered back, his mind racing. Was the enemy invincible? Did it have unlimited regeneration abilities? Or was this some kind of trick? He glanced at his teammates for support, but they were staring at him with confusion and frustration. From their perspective, the alien wasn't fighting at all. He was standing completely still, unresponsive, no matter how much they shouted at him. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to one of Batman's most unique tools, the Rope of Deception. The Rope of Deception, an artifact crafted by the gods Vulcan and Hephaestus, was a counterpart to Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. While the lasso of truth compelled honesty, the Rope of Deception created illusions so powerful that the victim believed them completely. The alien was trapped in a false reality, convinced he was fighting and defeating Batman over and over. In reality, he was standing frozen, disconnected from the actual battle. TL note, Genjutsu. With him neutralized, only 2 enemies remained. The speedster darted around the battlefield like a blur, circling the Justice League Destroyer. He fired energy blasts and projectiles at rapid speed, but every attack was absorbed by the mech's plasma shields. Frustrated, he switched tactics, using his high speed to search for a weak point. But as he ran, his footing suddenly gave way. The speedster slipped and tumbled forward uncontrollably, rolling across the floor like a spinning top. He slammed into a wall with a loud crash, disoriented and dazed. Unknown to him, the floor had been coated with a near-frictionless substance. Developed using Batman's black technology, this special coating was designed specifically to counter speedsters. Without traction, their movements became uncontrollable. The faster they moved, the harder they fell. It was a tactic reminiscent of how the Flash often stumbled when dealing with his old nemesis Captain Cold. The speedster struggled to get up, but before he could, a clay-like substance shot out from the Justice League destroyer, exploding on impact. The sticky material expanded, pinning him to the wall. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Cowardly tactics, he yelled, thrashing in frustration. But it was no use. He was immobilized. Now only one enemy remained. The final alien, clad in liquid armor, prepared for his turn. His armor shifted and rippled across his body, constantly changing shape to adapt to the battle. It was both a weapon and a shield, making him a formidable opponent. Batman advanced cautiously, using the Justice League destroyer's plasma shields to block the alien's attacks while firing laser-guided missiles to force him to move. The alien dodged skillfully, but Batman was patient, waiting for the perfect moment. When the opportunity came, Batman launched a foam-like projectile. It hit the alien squarely, expanding rapidly and trapping him in place. At first, the alien didn't panic. He activated his armor's liquid state, confident it could slip through the foam's gaps. But something went wrong. The foam absorbed the liquid armor, breaking it down molecule by molecule. No matter how much the alien tried to resist, the foam consumed every drop of his armor, rendering it useless. What did you do? The alien shouted, panic clear in his voice. Batman didn't answer. The Justice League destroyer stepped forward and delivered a heavy iron punch, knocking the alien out cold. The foam, a specialized tool nicknamed the Neptune Happy Bomb, was designed to neutralize liquid-based threats by absorbing and destabilizing liquid molecules. With this final weapon, Batman had defeated the last enemy. The Justice League destroyer stood victorious, its weapons smoking but its resolve unshaken. Despite overwhelming odds, Batman's careful planning, ingenuity, and unmatched strategy had turned the tide, proving once again why he was one of the greatest tacticians of all time. Charlie expected the defenses inside the alien cylinder to grow stronger as Batman advanced. Yet, after breaking through the first line of elite soldiers, there were no more significant obstacles. The interior was filled mostly with technicians and operators managing the fortress's systems. The absence of combatants made the rest of the mission much easier. Switching Batman out of the Justice League destroyer armor and into his standard stealth suit, Charlie continued the operation. Batman quickly incapacitated the non-combatants, taking control of the cylinder's systems. With the shields disabled, the massive structure lost its primary defense, becoming vulnerable to Earth's military firepower. Within moments, intercontinental missiles struck the cylinder, reducing it to rubble in a fiery explosion. Realizing the pattern, Charlie divided the remaining objectives between Batman and the Flash. Batman, relying on stealth and precision, infiltrated and dismantled the defenses of the remaining cylinders. Meanwhile, the Flash, with his unmatched speed, destroyed fortifications before the enemy could even react. Together, they dismantled the network of terraforming devices scattered across the planet. The alien automated turrets, while powerful, were ineffective. Batman's stealth systems rendered him invisible to sensors, while the Flash's speed rendered targeting systems useless. The station soldiers, though skilled, were no match for the combined ingenuity and power of Earth's defenders. In under 30 minutes, nearly all the alien cylinders were destroyed, leaving only 2 operational. By this point, the enemy's terraforming plan had already failed. The system required all cylinders to function in unison. With the network broken, the remaining devices posed only minor threats, capable of causing localized weather anomalies but nothing close to planetary transformation. As Batman prepared to teleport to the next site, Charlie began scanning for the enemy's mothership, knowing it had to be nearby. Such an extensive operation required a central command, and the Avengers stood ready to strike as soon as the coordinates were located. Before the final 2 cylinders could be dismantled, the aliens made their next move. A blazing object streaked across the sky, leaving a fiery trail as it entered Earth's atmosphere. At first, it appeared to be another terraforming device, a massive, angular structure descending rapidly. But when it struck the ground, it began to change. The object unfolded, expanding rapidly as metal appendages extended and anchored into the Earth. Rails stretched outward, forming a massive, skeletal frame. Its body grew larger and larger, defying logic as it doubled, tripled, and continued to expand. By the time it stopped growing, the machine stood over 700 meters long, resembling a massive steel reptile with countless legs digging into the Earth. Its back, armored with overlapping plates, loomed like an impenetrable wall. Around the world, people stared in disbelief as the monstrous machine dominated the horizon. Its sheer size and ominous presence filled onlookers with dread. In a distant medical bay, Jaeger, a wounded expert in alien technology, struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast. "It's here, the resetter," he muttered, his voice weak but urgent. The medical staff rushed to his side, trying to keep him calm, but he continued, pointing at the machine on the screen. "That's their ultimate weapon. It's designed to wipe out everything on a planet's surface: ecosystems, life forms, structures. It transforms everything to suit their needs." Meanwhile, Charlie received a report from Friday. "Its energy readings are spiking, sir. It's building power for something significant. Get the team ready," Charlie said. A teleportation array activated near the resetter, releasing a bright light as the Avengers emerged, ready for battle. Thor charged forward, his hammer crackling with lightning. Finally, A worthy opponent. Thor roared. He leapt toward the resetter, summoning a massive storm. Tornadoes swirled, and lightning bolts rained down, striking the machine's reinforced armor. Despite the barrage, the resetter's plating absorbed the attacks, holding firm. Iron Man flew in next, circling the massive machine while firing precision blasts. His attacks didn't aim to destroy but to gather data on the resetter's defenses. His onboard systems quickly analyzed the results. The armor's layered with a reactive force field, Tony reported. It responds to impacts, redirecting the energy back. The stronger the hit, the stronger the rebound. Thor grinned. Then let's test its limits. Tony smirked. Hulk, Thor thinks he can crack it first. You gonna let him have that win? A massive green blur shot forward as Hulk leapt into action, roaring as he raised his fist and brought it down on the resetter with all his might. The impact echoed like a thunderclap as the battle against the ultimate weapon truly began. The Avengers were in the heat of battle, and the teamwork or lack of it between Thor, Hulk, and Tony Stark reached a boiling point. Charlie, who was controlling their actions, watched as their raw power and clashing personalities turned the fight into a chaotic struggle. Despite their strengths, the team's dynamic was messy at best, especially when Thor and Hulk teamed up. Thor and Hulk were undeniably strong, but they weren't exactly known for their brains. While Thor might have been a bit stronger than Hulk at his calmest, Hulk's strength grew exponentially with his anger. However, their combined intelligence didn't do much to help their situation. Still, when these two unleashed their full might, the results were destructive. The tension earlier had triggered Hulk's anger buff, a power boost fueled by his rage, and this meant his punches carried even more devastating force. From Hulk's perspective, his enormous green fists pounded against the machine's shell. His first punch landed with the force to shatter mountains, but something strange happened. It was as if he hit water. The impact made a dull, muted sound, like punching a thick stone wall. The machine barely flinched. Hulk's punches were known to pack hundreds of tons of force, sometimes even more when his rage hit its peak. Yet, the machine didn't react the way it should have. It wasn't torn apart or even pushed back. Instead, it absorbed the hits, leaving Charlie confused. After a few more attacks, Charlie noticed something unusual. For a brief moment after one of Hulk's punches, the machine's shell seemed to dent slightly, as though it was made of some kind of elastic material. But the dent vanished almost instantly, and the shell bounced back to its original shape. It became clear to Charlie that this machine had some kind of advanced technology that could neutralize force. Hulk kept attacking, his fist smashing into the machine like a hammer striking a wall of water. Suddenly, the machine retaliated. Without warning, it released a powerful invisible shockwave. The force hit Hulk square in the chest, sending him flying backward. He roared in frustration as he smashed through trees, rocks, and mountains, disappearing into the distance. Charlie quickly swapped control to Thor. As Thor stepped into battle, the air crackled with tension. A mechanical arm shot out from the machine like a silver snake, moving faster than Thor could react. He barely managed to dodge by using Mjolnir, his enchanted hammer, to pull himself sideways. The mechanical arm retracted just as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no sign of where it had come from. The machine was full of tricks, and its attacks were impossible to predict. Meanwhile, Ant-Man was trying a different approach. He shrank down to his smallest size and zipped around the machine, searching for a weak spot or an entrance. But no matter how closely he examined it, the machine's surface was seamless, with no gaps to exploit. Even his PIM particle darts, which could shrink or enlarge objects, failed to make a dent. The machine seemed impervious to every attack. Realizing he couldn't sneak inside, Ant-Man decided to go big. He transformed into a giant, towering over the battlefield, his footsteps shaking the ground as he marched toward the machine. But before he could strike, another mechanical arm lashed out. This one moved with terrifying speed and precision, wrapping around Ant-Man's neck and slamming him into a nearby mountain. Rocks tumbled down as the mountain shook under the impact. Desperate to escape, Ant-Man shrank back to his smallest size. While this freed him from the arm's grip, he found himself trapped in an invisible force field that the machine had deployed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Thor roared in frustration and summoned a thunderstorm. Lightning crackled around him as he hurled Mjolnir with all his might. A powerful tornado wrapped in lightning spiraled toward the machine. But just as the attack seemed unstoppable, the machine released a strange burst of energy. The tornado unraveled midair, its winds and lightning scattering harmlessly. Thor was caught in the backlash and sent flying backward, slamming into the ground with a loud crash. The machine had taken on Hulk, Thor, and Ant-Man all at once, and it had defeated each of them with ease. It hadn't even moved from its spot, as though it didn't consider them a real threat. Its defenses were so advanced that it seemed to repel every kind of attack without effort. Charlie tightened his grip on the controls. For the first time, he realized just how powerful this opponent was. The Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes, were being outmatched. He knew they would have to use every bit of their strength, skill, and teamwork to stand a chance against the machine. This wasn't just a battle, it was a fight for survival. After several exhausting rounds of confrontation, Charlie understood just how powerful the enemy was. The massive resetter had already proven itself to be a nearly indestructible opponent. Even with the Avengers working together, they couldn't gain the upper hand. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but it was clear that victory would require an enormous amount of time and effort. And time was something they didn't have. The resetter's unique abilities, combined with its tough outer shell, meant that it could withstand almost anything thrown at it. Whether it was finding a weakness to exploit or wearing it down bit by bit, this was shaping up to be a grueling battle. Charlie knew they couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Reinforcements were the only option. Are Bat and Lightning available? Charlie asked, switching his view to Iron Man, who was in the middle of firing repulsor beams at the enormous machine while dodging its attacks mid-air. The last round of improvements just finished, and they're both ready, sir, Friday responded. Good. Activate the teleportation system and bring them here. We need more firepower on this battlefield. But before Friday could confirm, her voice shifted into an alert. Sir, multiple new objects are approaching. The radar on Charlie's display lit up with warnings. Moments later, his view filled with massive shapes descending from the sky. They looked like meteorites as they crashed into the ground with earth-shaking force. When the dust settled, Charlie saw what they were: 3 more resetters, identical to the first. Each one was enormous, their hulking forms stretching hundreds of meters. The sounds of energy humming and machinery grinding filled the air as they activated, their presence loud enough to be heard for miles. 3 additional resetters detected. Friday said urgently. I can see that, Charlie replied, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the screen. Mark their locations on the map. In a moment, 3 markers labeled A, B, and C appeared on his tactical display. Charlie quickly formulated a plan. Send the Iron Legion to sectors A and B to slow them down. For Sector C, activate the satellite and deploy Iron Man 6. The orders weren't designed to eliminate the resetters. Charlie knew that the Iron Legion wasn't nearly strong enough to deal with enemies of this caliber. Their job was to stall, buying time to prevent the machines from causing more destruction while Charlie prepared for a decisive move. 4 resetters now loomed over the battlefield, their sheer size and impenetrable armor making them nearly invincible. Conventional weapons had already proven useless. It was clear that only the heroes Charlie controlled could make a difference. If they were going to win, he would need to take a risk. Friday, how many hero points do we have? 12,000, sir, Friday answered. Charlie didn't hesitate. Use them all. Every last point. This was the moment he'd been saving for. Hero points, which took a long time to accumulate, were meant for situations like this. Each draw cost 3,000 points, meaning he could summon 4 new heroes or pieces of equipment. What he drew now would decide whether the rest of the battle was winnable or impossible. Switching to the summoning interface, Charlie let the Avengers hold the line on autopilot. He focused all his attention on the screen. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button for the first draw. First draw, Valkyrie. A strong but somewhat underwhelming result. Valkyrie was a powerful warrior from Asgard, chosen by the gods themselves, but she wasn't a game changer. She was skilled in combat and tough to beat, but in a fight like this, her abilities wouldn't tip the scales. Charlie frowned but didn't let it discourage him. He pressed the button for the second draw. Second draw, Venom Symbiote. This was classified as equipment rather than a hero. The symbiote would bond with Charlie himself, giving him Venom's powers. While the symbiote was incredibly strong in the early stages, it didn't scale well against tougher opponents. It wouldn't make a huge impact on the current battle. Now, only 2 draws remained. Charlie could feel the pressure mounting. He needed something extraordinary, an S-rank hero who could completely shift the tide of battle. Taking another deep breath, he pressed the button for the third draw. Third draw, Superman. Golden light exploded from the screen, filling the room with a dazzling brilliance that seemed to light up everything around him. Charlie's jaw dropped as the legendary S emblem appeared. Superman, the ultimate superhero, was here. For a moment, Charlie could hardly believe what he was seeing. His breathing quickened as he read through the hero's description. Superman's abilities had changed throughout the years, depending on the era of the comics. This version was from the Black Iron Age, a modern and slightly weaker iteration of the hero. While not as overwhelmingly powerful as his Silver Age counterpart, this Superman was still an incredible force to be reckoned with. During the Golden Age, Superman was only faster than a bullet and stronger than an engine. His strength was impressive but limited. By the Silver Age, his powers became nearly godlike. This Superman could drag planets across space, sneeze away galaxies, and perform feats so outrageous they defied all logic. The Black Iron Superman, however, was a more balanced version. His abilities were still extraordinary. He could survive planet-destroying explosions and fly across the solar system in seconds. In one notable example, he heard a gun being fired at Lois Lane in the Middle East from Metropolis and managed to block the bullet before it hit her within a fraction of a second. Though this version wasn't the strongest Superman in history, Charlie was more than satisfied. This was exactly the kind of reinforcement he needed to turn the tide. The final battle was about to begin. Deep inside the cockpit of the first resetter, the air was filled with a cold sense of efficiency. The operators monitored their stations, their faces lit by the glow of countless screens displaying data from the battlefield. The protective force field integrity is at 40%, one of the operators reported, his voice calm. All combat systems are fully operational, and the resetter can continue to fight without any loss of performance. Another operator chimed in, core calculations predict an 83.3% chance of victory. The probability of eliminating the Avengers entirely is nearly certain. Sitting in the command chair at the center of the room, the officer in charge let a smug smile tug at the corner of his lips. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes gleamed with confidence and ambition. He was not merely a soldier but a tactician. He oversaw every action of the massive war machine, from coordinating attacks to deploying its unique abilities. Victory wasn't just a goal for him, it was an opportunity to secure glory for his division. These resetters, deployed by the church, were not ordinary machines. They were the pinnacle of the church's technological might, capable of conquering entire planets single-handedly. However, the 4 resetters sent to Earth weren't just here for a mission, they were also part of an internal rivalry. The divisions within the church often competed for dominance, and this operation was no exception. Whichever resetter performed the best in this battle would earn its team favor and influence within the church's hierarchy. The commander couldn't help but feel pleased. His team had been the first to enter Earth's atmosphere, and they had successfully engaged the Avengers head-on. If they could eliminate these so-called Earth's mightiest heroes, the credit would belong to his division. It was the perfect chance to prove their superiority over the other resetters. At the start of the battle, the Avengers had been a formidable force. Their attacks came fast and heavy, forcing the resetter to allocate all its systems to defense and counterattacks. But as the fight dragged on, the situation shifted. The superheroes seemed to lose their momentum. Their attacks became fewer and weaker, and they spent more time dodging and defending than retaliating. The commander's confidence grew. They're running out of energy, he thought, watching as the resetters' weapons battered their defenses. He saw no need to hold back. Finish them, he ordered. The operators activated the resetters' full arsenal. Beams of energy and explosive projectiles rained down on the Avengers, carving craters into the battlefield. The massive machine's systems worked at maximum efficiency, determined to end the fight quickly and decisively. But something wasn't right. Unknown to the resetters' crew, the Avengers' apparent weakness wasn't due to exhaustion. Their operator, Charlie, had stepped away from direct control to summon reinforcements. While the heroes continued fighting on autopilot, the lack of strategic precision gave the illusion of fatigue. The resetters' crew had no idea they were underestimating their opponents. The commander was already celebrating his perceived advantage when a scout's voice shattered the calm. "Sir, something is approaching from the southwest," the scout called out, his voice high with urgency. "Its speed is unbelievably fast." The commander's eyes narrowed. "What is it?" he demanded. Before the scout could answer, the resetters' automated defense system sprang into action. Designed to react faster than any human, the system identified the threat and activated the giant cannons mounted on the machine's frame. Beams of purple energy surged across the sky, lighting up the horizon as they streaked toward the incoming object. The target appeared on the radar, and the crew watched as the cannons hit their mark. A massive explosion followed, echoing like thunder and shaking the cockpit slightly. The display showed the target had been struck, and for a moment, the crew relaxed, thinking the danger had been neutralized. Then the resetter shook violently. An unimaginable force slammed into the massive machine, far greater than anything the crew had anticipated. Warning sirens blared as the integrity of the force field dropped to zero in an instant. The cockpit lights flickered as the giant war machine system struggled to recover from the shock. The impact sent the resetter crashing to the ground. The colossal machine, which had stood tall and imposing, now fell onto all fours with a deafening crash. The ground beneath it cracked and caved in, creating a massive crater. Dust and debris billowed into the air, and the resetter's once mighty form now looked battered and vulnerable. The commander gripped the armrests of his chair, his smugness replaced by alarm. "What just happened?" he barked, his voice sharp. The operators scrambled to analyze the data. Screens flashed with streams of information, but the readings didn't make sense. Whatever had hit them was beyond anything the resetters' systems had encountered before. It had not only bypassed their defenses but completely overwhelmed them. One of the operators turned, pale and shaken. "Sir, the force was off the charts. We have no explanation." The commander's confidence evaporated. He stared at the radar, which now showed no trace of the incoming object. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. The battlefield had changed, and the resetters were no longer in control. Something or someone had entered the fight, and it was clear that the game had just shifted in a way they weren't prepared for. Far beyond the Earth, an enormous alien mothership floated in the silent vastness of space. Inside its command deck, tension buzzed like an electric current, the crew scanning monitors and adjusting controls as they coordinated their fleet's movements. "Sir," began the soldier at the monitoring station, his voice unsteady, "one of our resetters has been eliminated." The captain, seated in a high-backed chair at the center of the room, barely reacted. He raised an eyebrow, his expression more annoyed than alarmed. "Oh," he said, his voice even. He had already received reports that a group of unknown forces on Earth's polar star might pose a threat. While losing a resetter was unexpected, it wasn't entirely shocking. After all, resetters were powerful, but not invincible. The captain glanced at the monitoring soldier. The man's shaky voice and hesitant demeanor grated on his nerves. A soldier panicking over a single loss was unacceptable. The captain made a mental note. After this mission, the soldier would be reassigned to a less critical position. For now, though, there were more pressing matters. "How are the remaining resetters?" the captain asked, his tone sharp but measured. "What's their status?" The soldier hesitated again, his face pale. He swallowed hard before stammering, "Sir, all 4 resetters have been destroyed." The captain froze. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. His calm demeanor cracked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "All 4 resetters, the entire fleet, destroyed," the soldier repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. The captain leaned forward, gripping the arms of his chair. That's impossible, he snapped. Even if the enemy had some advanced weapon, they'd need to exhaust every resource just to take down one. How could all four be eliminated so quickly? Before the soldier could respond, another voice shouted from across the room. Sir, it wasn't a weapon, it's a person? A single person took down all four resetters, and now they're coming straight for us. The captain's mind reeled. A person? Shoving his disbelief aside, the captain snapped into action. Prepare for a full-scale counterattack, he barked. All ships, engage the intruder. The command spread like wildfire. Lights flickered to life across the mothership as its weapon systems powered up. Outside, in the vast darkness of space, hundreds of alien warships came to life, their sleek forms glowing with energy as they aligned into a defensive formation. These weren't ordinary vessels, they were top-tier interstellar warships, each armed with devastating firepower. They had been lying in wait, encircling Earth's polar star, ready to ensure the Church's complete dominance. Until now, the fleet had remained undetected, avoiding Earth's advanced radar systems. But somehow, their hidden presence had been exposed. What the captain and his crew didn't realize was that Superman's enhanced perception had already scanned the entire area. After destroying the resetters, Charlie, controlling Superman, had directed him straight toward the alien fleet. From Charlie's perspective, the Earth's polar star was a distant memory, fading into the black void behind him. Superman soared through space at unimaginable speeds, the stars stretching into lines of light around him. Charlie's interface displayed every detail with crystal clarity, and even though it was just a screen, he could feel the sheer power and precision of Superman's movements. Time seemed to slow as Superman accelerated, every frame of his surroundings captured in perfect detail. Friday, Charlie said, his voice calm but laced with anticipation. As the alien fleet appeared ahead, a grin spread across his face. Hundreds of warships hung in formation, their glowing weapons bristling with readiness. Before Friday could respond, Superman surged forward, his red and blue form becoming a streak of light against the black backdrop of space. The alien ships reacted instantly, unleashing a storm of plasma bolts, missiles, and energy beams. The void lit up with explosions as weapons filled the battlefield with deadly light. But Superman was already gone, moving too fast for their systems to keep up. The fleet's computers scrambled to calculate his trajectory, but his speed was overwhelming. Superman was moving as fast as their starships at full warp, a speed no humanoid being should ever reach. To make matters worse, he wasn't just fast, he was indestructible. The first warship, a colossal vessel bristling with weapons, loomed ahead. Superman didn't slow down. He barreled straight into it, piercing through its reinforced hull like a bullet through glass. The ship groaned under the impact, internal systems sparking as Superman ripped through its core. Seconds later, it erupted into a massive fireball, pieces of the ship scattering into the void. Superman didn't stop. With a sharp turn, he targeted the second ship. This one had activated a protective energy shield designed to withstand the firepower of interstellar cannons. But to Superman, the shield might as well have been paper. He tore through it effortlessly, punching a hole through the ship from bow to stern. The shield remained intact until the ship exploded moments later. The fleet tried to adjust. Ships scattered, their weapons firing in every direction, but Superman was too small, too fast, and too powerful. To the Church's soldiers, it felt like they were fighting a ghost. Every time they thought they had him pinned down, he appeared somewhere else, leaving destruction in his wake. In minutes, Superman destroyed 7 warships, each one reduced to debris floating lifelessly in space. The fleet, once a symbol of the Church's might, now resembled a graveyard of smoldering wreckage. The surviving ships scrambled to regroup, but panic spread among their crews. They had never faced an enemy like this, an unstoppable force that defied all their tactics and weapons. Inside the mothership, chaos erupted. Officers shouted over one another, their calm shattered by the sight of their once mighty fleet falling apart. The captain stared at the monitors, his mouth dry and his thoughts scattered. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. For the Church, this mission had been a guaranteed victory. Their fleet was supposed to dominate, to subdue Earth's defenses with ease. At worst, they had expected a hard fight. But no one had imagined this, a single being tearing through their forces like a storm. The realization hit hard, they weren't just losing. They were being hunted. The 30th battleship erupted into a massive fireball, its destruction accompanied by the panicked screams of its crew. Superman emerged from the inferno, his body unharmed, and without hesitation, he shifted direction, locking onto the next target. His red and blue streak cut through the darkness of space like a comet, faster than any tracking system could follow. To the remaining fleet, Superman was an unstoppable force. His speed rendered him invisible to the naked eye, his movements so precise and rapid that he seemed like a ghost weaving through the formation. The fleet's advanced sensors caught fleeting glimpses of him, a blur, a distortion in the void, but nothing they could lock onto. What made their fear even worse was the simplicity of Superman's attacks. This wasn't some advanced weapon or technological marvel tearing their fleet apart. It was just him, a lone figure in a cape, using nothing but his fists to dismantle warships designed to withstand interstellar combat. To the soldiers on board, the sight was nothing short of nightmarish. Superman's presence was a mockery of their training, their technology, and everything they believed about warfare. Yet, not even Superman's seemingly invincible momentum was unstoppable forever. He shot toward the next battleship, ready to strike. His fist, glowing faintly with the kinetic energy of his flight, crashed forward. But instead of tearing through the hull like before, he hit something invisible, a barrier that seemed to stretch across the vacuum. A loud, clear sound echoed in his ears, like glass shattering. The barrier fractured into shimmering shards, scattering into the void like broken mirrors. Superman powered through it, breaking apart the floating fragments as his red and blue form streaked toward the ship. But as he turned to check the damage, his brow furrowed in surprise. The ship was still there, untouched. It floated calmly in formation, as though nothing had happened. Superman stopped in place, scanning his surroundings. Everything was silent. That silence was unnatural. For Superman, the vacuum of space was rarely quiet. His superhearing extended across unimaginable distances, picking up the faint hum of starship engines, the mechanical whirs of weapons systems, and even the distant voices of soldiers issuing commands. He could hear the soft vibrations of Earth below, its surface alive with sound. But now, all of that was gone. His ears detected nothing but emptiness. And then, from the void, something began to emerge. At first, it was barely perceptible, a faint ripple in the darkness. Then, like a painting taking shape, intricate structures began assembling themselves. Two long, spiraling tails curved outward, forming a circular arc that expanded and twisted. Metallic lines wove through the space, tracing a complex web that grew larger by the second. Sheets of metal unfolded like petals, connecting the lines and forming strange, translucent shapes. Spheres, wires, and plates floated into place, their surfaces glowing faintly as they locked together. Within moments, the entire scene transformed. The stars behind the fleet became a kaleidoscope of reflections, distorted and fragmented by the massive structure now taking shape. The galaxy itself seemed divided, each piece reflecting off the strange machinery like a hall of mirrors. On the mothership, cheers erupted. Soldiers who had been paralyzed with fear moments before now celebrated, their hope rekindled. The bishop had arrived. The bishop wasn't just a leader of the church, he was its creator, the being who had founded its empire. Long ago, he had been a scientist, born into a civilization on the brink of destruction. Physically frail and without any special abilities, he had been overshadowed by the warriors and leaders of his time. But while others fought to survive, he turned to technology, seeking a way to transcend his limitations. In time, he succeeded. The bishop abandoned his mortal body, replacing it with an advanced, self-sustaining machine. His consciousness became one with the technology he created, allowing him to surpass the boundaries of mortality. Over the centuries, he had erased all traces of his former self, his name, his face, his weaknesses, until only the machine remained. Now, he claimed to be a god of technology, untouchable and immortal. Dimensional shifting detected. Friday's voice broke through the tension. He's using advanced spatial manipulation to trap Superman in a localized dimension. Can Superman break out of it? Charlie asked, his voice calm but focused. If he flies fast enough, yes, Friday replied. Alternatively, he could target the source. The manipulator, the bishop, should be nearby. Charlie activated Superman's supersensory system. The interface displayed a burst of information, but Superman's senses weren't limited to the visuals on Charlie's screen. Superman's vision extended beyond human comprehension. He could see at the microscopic level, detect wavelengths invisible to the naked eye, and process energy signatures across vast distances. It didn't take long for him to find the target. Hidden within layers of metallic constructs, a faint, irregular object flickered, almost invisible. But Superman's eyes locked onto it instantly. There, Charlie muttered, his lips curling into a determined grin. Time to end this. Superman moved, his body bursting forward with a surge of speed that rippled through the void. The air around him seemed to warp and bend as he accelerated, closing the distance in seconds. His fist shot forward, colliding with the hidden figure in a devastating blow. The impact unleashed a shockwave that rattled the floating machinery, sending fragments flying in all directions. The bishop reacted quickly. The machinery around him shifted, forming a defensive wall of spinning plates and energy fields. He retreated, his mechanical form glowing faintly as he unleashed an invisible counterattack. The strike was faster than light, a weapon capable of piercing planets and reducing them to dust. The attack hit Superman head-on, knocking him backward in a spiraling arc. For a moment, Charlie's screen shook as the impact registered, but Superman recovered quickly, his cape rippling as he stabilized himself mid-air. The bishop hesitated, his confidence shaken. His weapon, designed to destroy worlds, had barely left a mark on the intruder. Worse still, Superman's counterattack had breached his defenses. This was no ordinary enemy. You're not getting away, Charlie growled, his voice echoing through Superman's resolve. Superman surged forward again, faster than before. The bishop's machinery shifted into new shapes, creating barriers and weapons to slow him down. But Superman plowed through them all, his fists smashing apart every obstacle in his path. The bishop's retreat grew desperate as he unleashed his final weapon, a single point of starlight, small but impossibly bright. Antimatter, Friday warned. If it detonates. Superman didn't hesitate. His hand shot out, swatting the particle away like a speck of dust. The antimatter exploded harmlessly in the distance, its energy dissipated before it could cause harm. The bishop, for the first time in centuries, felt something he hadn't experienced since abandoning his mortal form. Fear. The bishop barely had time to react as the figure closed in. Superman's fist hurtled toward him with unimaginable force. As the punch landed, something strange happened. A light blue ripple spread across the bishop's body, absorbing the full force of Superman's attack. The impact that should have caused an earth-shattering explosion instead resulted in a faint, almost quiet sound. Even more bizarre was the visual effect. It was as though Superman's fist had struck water. The incredible strength behind his attack seemed to vanish into the ripple. Then, the backlash came. It wasn't a physical force but something far stranger, tied to time itself. The energy rebounded into Superman, splitting him into 7 or 8 copies of himself. These weren't ordinary duplicates, each one looked slightly different. Some wore dark blue suits, others light blue. Some had black emblems on their chests, others red. Even their capes varied, with some showing a golden S. These versions of Superman were fragments of him from different timelines, pieces of his existence scattered across space and time. For a brief moment, the duplicates stood separate, each one distinct. But just as quickly as they appeared, they merged back into the original Superman, their timelines aligning once more. The bishop stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he muttered, "What are you?" He had used a weapon that manipulated time itself, a temporal field designed to counter overwhelming power. The harder someone hit it, the stronger the backlash would be. In theory, it should trap its target in chaotic timelines or tear them apart completely. But Superman defied logic. His timeline was unlike anything the bishop had ever encountered. It felt as though Superman had lived countless lives, each one overlapping and intertwining in a tangled, incomprehensible mess. While the bishop stood frozen, trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed, Superman moved again. He spread his fingers wide and grabbed the bishop. With a single motion, he crushed the small figure in his hand. But instead of dying, the bishop dissolved into glowing blue particles that scattered into the air. Those particles quickly reformed into multiple copies of the bishop, each one identical. Around them, the metallic battlefield shifted and reformed, creating new weapons and defenses. Superman stopped and listened to the voice in his ear. Friday, his AI companion. "Superhuman senses should help locate the real bishop," she said calmly. "But there's a better option available." "What is it?" Superman Charlie asked, his tone sharp but curious. Friday replied, "Your experience bar has reached its limit. You can upgrade, sir. And if you do, you'll gain access to abilities that could change the outcome of this fight entirely." Charlie's eyes lit up with excitement. "You mean I can use that? Let's do it." Without hesitation, Charlie changed tactics. He shot into the sky, abandoning the fight with the bishop. For a moment, the bishop hesitated, confused by Superman's sudden retreat. Then, realizing his opponent was escaping, he unleashed his full arsenal of weapons, sending waves of attacks after him. But Superman moved too quickly. He tore through the battlefield, heading straight for a massive space battleship hovering above. Superman slammed into the ship with the force of a meteor, reducing it to a ball of fire in seconds. The enormous structure crumbled and burned, its destruction adding to the chaos of the battlefield. But Charlie didn't stop there. He moved on to the next ship, and the next, dismantling them one by one with incredible speed and precision. Each time he destroyed a ship, he absorbed the experience it provided. His experience bar, which had been stuck at its maximum, finally began to shift. By the time he destroyed the 6th battleship, the bar had filled completely. Charlie brought up the upgrade interface, his mind racing with anticipation. Without hesitation, he selected the ability upgrade module. His choice was clear: he would copy the full powers of the hero he had unlocked during his last upgrade. The interface opened, and Charlie made his selection, Dr. Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan was no ordinary hero. He was a being of godlike power, capable of bending reality, time, and space to his will. Charlie had unlocked Dr. Manhattan in a previous upgrade, but until now, he hadn't been able to use his abilities directly. This upgrade would change that. "Upgrade complete," Friday's voice announced. As the process finished, Charlie felt the transformation. A surge of power coursed through him, unlike anything he had experienced before. He was no longer just Superman. With Dr. Manhattan's abilities added to his arsenal, he had become something far greater. Time and space bent around him, the battlefield shifting as his newfound powers took hold. The fight wasn't over, but now, Charlie had the upper hand. The bishop and his army of clones would soon learn the true meaning of unstoppable. Charlie closed his eyes for a moment, and a sensation like rebirth flooded over him. When he opened his eyes again, his skin glowed with a faint, unusual blue, and his irises had disappeared, leaving his eyes pure white. He examined his transformed body and couldn't help but marvel. It felt entirely different from anything he'd ever experienced. Dr. Manhattan, often nicknamed the Big Blue D, was famous for transcending human limitations and performing acts of godlike power. However, he was also known for his unconventional choice to forego clothing, viewing such concepts as beneath him. Charlie decided not to imitate that particular trait, finding it too awkward and indecent. He didn't need to strip to feel the difference in this new form. This transformation wasn't like his past upgrades, which had given him immediate boosts of strength, speed, or agility. Those changes felt like a flood of energy pouring into his body, making him feel stronger and faster. This time, it wasn't about strength at all. It was like a light had been turned on inside his mind, illuminating everything he had never been able to see or understand before. It was as though his senses, once dulled by limitations, had been sharpened to a degree so extreme that they reached beyond the natural world. For the first time, Charlie felt he could truly see and understand his place in the vastness of the universe. He didn't just look at the stars, he felt them, as though their light pulsed directly through his being. He could hear the subtle hum of the cosmic background and even sense the vibrations of particles dancing at the quantum level. Even compared to the powers of Superman, which he had experienced before, this was something else entirely. Superman's abilities gave him superhuman perception. He could see molecules, hear whispers across vast distances, and observe things invisible to the human eye. But what Charlie felt now went far beyond just seeing and hearing. It wasn't just an observation of the universe, it was the ability to interact with it, to reshape it, to control it. Dr. Manhattan was widely considered one of the most powerful beings ever portrayed in superhero stories. His abilities included seeing the past, present, and future simultaneously, manipulating time and space, disintegrating matter, creating objects out of thin air, rewriting reality, and even controlling the thoughts of others. These were just the abilities shown in movies and comics. The full extent of his power was left to the imagination. In DC's Doomsday Clock, Dr. Manhattan's power grew even more absurd, allowing him to erase entire characters from history, manipulate timelines, and casually traverse multiverses as if they were playgrounds. As the transformation completed, Charlie stood quietly for a moment, adjusting to this overwhelming sense of control and awareness. Friday, his trusty AI assistant, finally broke the silence. "I'm afraid I won't be much help to you in this fight, sir," she admitted. "Dr. Manhattan's abilities are beyond my calculations." Charlie smiled gently. "Don't worry, Friday. Just wait here. I'll handle it." For the first time, Charlie was stepping onto the battlefield himself, leaving the comfort of commanding from behind the scenes. He took a deep breath, and with a single thought, the world around him changed. The scene shifted abruptly. One moment he was in his command room, and the next, he stood in the void of space. He was surrounded by the wreckage of countless warships, their broken remains floating silently like a graveyard of destruction. Bits of metal and debris hung frozen in the darkness, illuminated only by the faint light of distant stars. Charlie realized he hadn't consciously decided to teleport. His new abilities had done it instinctively. Unlike traditional teleportation, where someone moves from one place to another, this was different. Charlie hadn't moved at all. Instead, he had shifted the universe around him. It was as though he had turned the universe like a giant wheel until the battlefield was placed directly under his feet. The realization sent a chill down even his own spine. He hadn't just gained new abilities, he had become something entirely beyond human comprehension. Every breath he took, every small movement of his thoughts, now had the power to alter reality itself. The enemy forces quickly noticed his sudden arrival. The remnants of their fleet, still reeling from their earlier losses, reacted with panic and overwhelming force. Beams of energy, kinetic missiles, and strange alien weapons lit up the darkness as they fired everything they had at him. The starry void became a dazzling display of light and power, every shot aimed directly at Charlie. Yet, he stood calmly in the center of the chaos, unmoving. As the firepower closed in on him, Charlie raised his hand. Everything froze. The energy blasts, projectiles, and invisible forces aimed at him halted mid-flight, suspended in the void like a painting frozen in time. Scientists aboard the enemy ships screamed in confusion and disbelief. Every law of physics they had relied on was being shattered before their eyes. Charlie wasn't just deflecting their attacks, he was dismantling them at a fundamental level, rewriting the rules of reality to suit his will. He looked at the swirling chaos of destruction and waved his hand. The suspended weapons and energy beams disintegrated into harmless particles, scattering into the void like dust in the wind. The enemy forces stared in stunned silence. No one could comprehend what they had just witnessed. For centuries, they had mastered advanced weaponry, building tools of destruction that had conquered entire galaxies. But none of it mattered here. Against Charlie, armed with Dr. Manhattan's powers, their technology was nothing more than toys. Charlie spoke softly, but his voice carried a weight that made it feel as if the entire universe was listening. "Science," he said, "is whatever I decide it to be." With that, he stepped forward, leaving the wreckage of their attacks behind as he prepared to deliver judgment. Charlie floated in the dark void of space, his body surrounded by a faint blue glow that radiated power. Despite appearing small and fragile compared to the massive enemy warships around him, he was untouchable, invincible. Any weapon, law, or technology that came against him was simply erased, as though the universe itself refused to act against him. With a single thought, Charlie could make energy vanish, matter dissolve, and even fundamental laws cease to exist. The very idea of harming him was laughable. He raised his hand, aiming his palm toward a battleship far to the left, barely visible in his peripheral vision. With the faintest motion, he waved his arm, as though brushing dust off a canvas. The effect was instantaneous. The battleship began to collapse in on itself, piece by piece. The outer deck, the heavy artillery, the intricate inner workings, all of it broke apart. Metal twisted, machinery crumbled, and then everything disappeared entirely, leaving nothing behind but empty space. Charlie continued his sweeping motion, and the next battleship disintegrated, followed by another, and another. Each ship, no matter how advanced or reinforced, vanished with ease. The enemy fleet, once a symbol of their civilization's power and technological brilliance, crumbled like fragile sand castles swept away by a rising tide. It wasn't just destruction, it was erasure. Every ship was wiped clean from existence, as if it had never been built. No debris remained, no explosion marked their end. The enemies aboard those ships felt no pain or fear. Their annihilation was so swift and complete that they simply ceased to be. The void of space, once filled with hundreds of glowing warships and bustling activity, was growing quieter, emptier, as the fleet disappeared one ship at a time. The enemy's most advanced technology, created over centuries, was reduced to irrelevance. Their mighty weapons and defense systems, hailed as unstoppable, proved useless against the power Charlie wielded so effortlessly. The remaining invaders didn't even attempt to resist. They couldn't. Unlike when they had fought Superman, where at least a shred of hope had kept them moving, here there was none. They realized, deep in their hearts, that running was pointless. Even if they fled to the furthest edges of the universe, Charlie could reach them. To someone like him, the very concept of distance was meaningless. In moments, the fleet was gone. All that remained was silence and the faint glimmer of cosmic dust floating where the ships had once been. The bishop, the leader of the invaders, watched from his command center. He had tried everything, deploying every weapon in their arsenal, from conventional missiles to their most secret and experimental technologies. None of it had made the slightest difference. Still, he hadn't expected it to. From the moment Charlie appeared, the bishop had known they were doomed. Yet he wasn't ready to give up entirely. There was one final move to make. The bishop activated the church's most dangerous and mysterious weapon, the time-space wave. It wasn't just a weapon, it was their ultimate creation, a force that could warp the fabric of reality itself. The wave erupted with terrifying energy, expanding outward in a swirling vortex that bent time and space, dragging everything into its chaotic center. Charlie, standing at the epicenter, felt himself being pulled in. The force of the wave was immense, like a raging river carrying him into its depths. For a moment, it seemed as though he was spinning uncontrollably, caught in a torrent of time and space. Images began flashing before his eyes, faster than he could process. He saw temples floating in the starry void. He saw Green Lantern battling armies of aliens, their clashing lights tearing across the heavens. He saw the Avengers fighting on a field of floating islands against a horde of unstoppable enemies. Then the images shifted. He saw himself sitting at his computer, clicking on a game icon. Time seemed to rewind and loop, showing scenes from his past, present, and future in an endless stream. It was as if the entire history of his existence was being played back to him, faster and faster, until it became a blur of moments. But even as the wave swirled around him, Charlie felt calm. He realized he wasn't truly trapped. Instead, he was standing outside it all, watching as though it were a movie. The time-space wave, for all its power, was nothing more than a ripple in the vast ocean of his reality. Beneath his feet, he could see the river of time flowing endlessly. Each droplet in the river shimmered, carrying a story, a possibility, a version of himself. Some versions were familiar, others strange, but none of them truly defined him. He realized now that he was beyond them all. With a thought, he reached out and touched the river. Time itself bent to his will. He could change any moment, rewrite any story, or erase any event. Even if he were destroyed in every timeline and every universe, it wouldn't matter. He was no longer bound by such things. The river disappeared, and the vortex collapsed. The starry void returned, calm and silent as if nothing had happened. The bishop, still watching from his ship, bowed his head. "I lost," he said simply. There was no bitterness in his voice, only a quiet acceptance. "To be defeated by someone like you," he continued, "is an honor. You are what we always aspired to become, a true god of technology." As he spoke, the bishop's body began to dissolve into light. In seconds, he was gone, leaving no trace behind. The church's fleet, their weapons, and their legacy vanished completely. Charlie floated alone in the vast emptiness, the faint blue glow of his body the only light in the darkness. He looked down at his hands, the power radiating from them so immense that it felt unreal. After all the challenges, all the struggles, he had finally reached the pinnacle. For the first time, he felt peace. But it wasn't quite over. "Sir," Friday's voice broke the silence, "a large number of energy signatures are approaching. It seems, they're the gods of the star realms." Charlie smiled faintly. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll reason with them." With a thought, he appeared before the gods. Their forms were immense, majestic, radiating power. They stared at him, their expressions a mixture of shock and wariness. The conversation was tense at first. The gods, bound by ancient rules, insisted that technology must never advance to the level humanity had achieved. The Earth's progress was a violation of these rules, and by their judgment, it had to be stopped. But Charlie wasn't bound by their rules. With a single thought, he rewrote them. The gods hesitated, then silently turned and left, their objections erased as easily as the enemy fleet had been. Once more, Charlie was alone. He turned his gaze toward Earth, a small blue planet shining brightly in the vastness of space. It looked fragile yet filled with limitless potential. For the first time, he could rest. The journey was over. The marathon had ended. There were no more enemies to fight, no more crises to solve. Now, he was finally free.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.